I forced the ultimate villainess to be my girlfriend. She refused. As the school bully, I had people beat her up every day, until she finally agreed. By the time I finished absorbing the original owner's memories, the villainess had already been beaten for half an hour. The system suddenly warned me, "Host, if you do not go save her right now, the male lead will arrive soon, and things will be irreversible." I had no choice but to step forward and stop that group of restless teenagers. "All right, stop hitting her." Mu Wanning was helped up, covered in dirt. There were blood stains at the corners of her mouth. She stared at me gloomily. At that moment, I heard the system's notification. Villainess's affection level, 91. This villainess was no ordinary character. The moment her affection for me hit 100, my time of death would arrive. I crouched down, took a tissue from my pocket, and wiped her face. I muttered in feigned dissatisfaction. I told them not to hit the face. What is going on? Mu Wanning was no fool. I just had to bite the bullet and keep up the act. Then, I heard it again. Villainess's affection level, 92. This was literally dancing on the edge of a knife. I turned to the thugs beside me and said, "All of you, leave. I will handle this myself. I will treat you to a meal when I am free." Villainess's affection level, 93. How is this going to work? Why is her affection level constantly dropping? I felt a little panicked. Could it be that right now, Mu Wanning was already planning to make a move on me? I clenched the tissue, not daring to make a sound. I stared at Mu Wanning's swaying figure, frowned, and quickly took 2 steps forward. Just as I leaned in, Mu Wanning stopped in her tracks. Her tone was filled with disgust. "What else do you want to do?" I grabbed the corner of her shirt. The pitiful look on my face was absolutely genuine. I was truly terrified. "Mu Wanning, I know I was wrong." Mu Wanning slapped my hand away. I persistently chased after her, blocking her path, tilted my head, and asked, "Give me a chance to make amends, okay?" "What? Are you playing the debt of gratitude trope now? Gu Shiyan, do not you find yourself disgusting? If you truly want to make amends, disappear from my sight, preferably forever." Mu Wanning's eyes held undisguised hatred. I wanted to say something else, but then I saw a few boys noticing the situation over here. Oh, and look, and I knew things were going south. The official male lead had arrived online. "Gu Shiyan, why are you bullying people again?" Naturally, I did not give him a good attitude. "Mind your own business." Villainess's affection level, 96. Warning. The villainess's affection has critically dropped to the breaking point. Host, please prepare for the worst. I gritted my teeth. Hearing this warning, I snapped my head around and stared at the expressionless Mu Wanning. Lin Zixuan flushed red from my retort. Terrified that I might do something to Mu Wanning, he immediately stepped between us, spreading his arms like a mother hen protecting her chick. "I do not know what happened between you and Wanning, but as long as I am here, do not even think about hurting her again." Villainess's affection level, 97. Villainess's affection level, 99. Enough. I snapped, not just at the annoyingly persistent system, but also at the wishy-washy Lin Zixuan. It was not like I had not seen the world, challenging an S-rank mission for the first time, and running into a ruthless character like Mu Wanning. I guess it is just my bad luck. Worst case scenario, the mission fails. I get tossed back into the original system, and I have to slowly climb my way up from the very bottom again. It is not like I have not been reset before. So what if Mu Wanning hacks me to pieces a month from now? Back when I was cannon fodder, what kind of death have not I experienced? I have a temper too, trying to step on my head, to farm affection points from my target. Not a chance. Since I had hardened my heart, I might as well tear off the facade. Screw everything else. I grabbed Lin Zixuan, lifted him up, and shoved him aside. Mu Wanning bit her lip. Glancing at Lin Zixuan, who was stumbling from the shove, her gaze was deep and dangerous. I looked at Lin Zixuan with disdain, sneered, and said, "Is it any of your business? I will bully her however I want. I will bully her for the rest of her life. You do not even go to the same school as me. How are you going to stop me from beating her at school? If you want to protect her, you need to actually have what it takes. Anyone can talk big. I could also say that from now on, as long as I am here, No one is allowed to touch a single hair on Mu Wanning's head. After I finished this long rant, Mu Wanning's affection level had hit rock bottom. However, seeing Lin Zixuan's horrified expression, I felt incredibly happy. My original mission was to save the villainess. Now, I felt like I was the complete villain here. I looked down at Mu Wanning. Regardless of what she thought, I grabbed her and dragged her away. Lin Zixuan blocked my path again, looking at Mu Wanning worriedly, panting as he said, "Tell me, what will it take for you to let Mu Wanning go?" "Let her go. I want to let her go, but will that damn system let me go? Right now, I am just a fish on the chopping block, waiting for Mu Wanning to carefully plot and send me to my grave." I glared at him viciously and said, "In your dreams, even if I die, I am dragging Mu Wanning down to hell with me." I shoved Lin Zixuan hard, not holding back my strength. He fell heavily to the ground. Mu Wanning stopped walking and tried to pull her arm from my grasp. I tightened my grip, forced out a cold, lifeless smile, and threatened in a low voice, "Do you like him?" Mu Wanning stiffened. This reaction was completely understandable. After all, in the original setting, as the supporting female character in Lin Zixuan's life, Mu Wanning was madly in love with him. I smiled, continuing, "His father's company collaborates with my family's, but a small company like theirs, my dad could crush to death with a single finger. If you want him to suffer because of you, you are completely free not to come with me." At that moment, Mu Wanning's eyes were like sharp knives. She looked as if she wished I would die on the spot. After leaving Lin Zixuan's line of sight, I stood by the road and called my family's driver. Mu Wanning hugged her backpack and asked me in a raised voice, "Can I leave now?" I refused without a second thought. "You really do not know what is good for you. But thankfully, I have found your weakness. You would not want others to suffer because of you, would you?" Classmate Mu. Mu Wanning furrowed her brows tightly, her voice hoarse as she asked, "Gu Shiyan, how can you be so vindictive? I do not even know Lin Zixuan, and I do not like him. You can't threaten me with him." I raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Fine then, I will call my dad right now. I have disliked Lin Zixuan for a long time anyway. Since you do not like him either, then it does not matter." Seeing that I was actually about to make the call, Mu Wanning hurriedly grabbed my hand as I was about to dial. Her entire body was trembling. With a hoarse voice and red eyes, she asked me, "What exactly do you want to do? What is so good about me that you insist on pestering me? You like this face of mine, right?" Suddenly, as if going mad, Mu Wanning started clawing at her own face. I hurriedly tried to stop her, but Mu Wanning shoved me away. She screamed, "If I ruin it, will you let me go?" Mu Wanning was insane. Although I knew this from the very beginning, I had never experienced it so directly. I asked her, "If I say I like you as a person, are you going to commit suicide?" Mu Wanning stared at me for a long time before saying, "If that is what you want." I grabbed her hand forcefully and said sternly, "Do not even think about it. If you dare to kill yourself, after you die, I will go kill your mother." Mu Wanning had a weakness. Her biggest weakness was her mother. Her legs went completely weak, and she nearly fell to her knees. Her voice was pleading, "Gu Shiyan, stop messing around. I am begging you." The driver pulled up in the car. My stomach was churning with guilt, but I kept a cold expression on my face, making sure no one could see through my act. I stuffed Mu Wanning into the backseat and expressionlessly ordered the driver to Zhongcheng Hospital and call my private doctor over. Mu Wanning did not make a sound the entire way. Staring out the window with a pale face, I stroked my chin. This was not exactly aligning with my original plan to win her over. I thought back to the words I had just said. It was simply too vicious. But I had no choice. If the mission failed, at worst, I would be sent back to be remade. But if the mission target died, I would be judged for failing to protect her, and my independent consciousness would be completely wiped out. Right. Without consciousness, I would be nothing more than a walking corpse. I shuddered, silently asking the system in my mind, "Ah, am I dead meat?" The system gave an honest reply. "Although your behavior is indeed outrageous, host, you are dead either way. You still have a month. Try harder." I do not want to try anymore. I just want to be a slacker. Slumping in the car, I silently rubbed my forehead. Why do I have to bear the consequences of the original owner's mistakes? Next time you assign a task, could you give me an innocent villainess to romance instead? I handed Mu Wanning over to the private doctor, then curled up on a bench, holding onto Mu Wanning's worn-out backpack. I do not know how long she had used this bag. There were visible stitching marks on the bottom. Honestly, Mu Wanning's life was truly tragic. Mu Cheng, the CEO of the Mu Corporation, abandoned his original girlfriend for the sake of power back then, to marry a wealthy heiress. He had absolutely no idea that his girlfriend, Yi Qing, was already pregnant. Taking pity on the unborn child in her womb, Yi Qing carried her for 10 months and gave birth to Mu Wanning. All by herself, with great difficulty, she raised her. Who knew that the wealthy heiress heard rumors from somewhere? Upon finding out that Mu Cheng had such an old illegitimate daughter outside, she secretly took action against them. After growing up, Mu Wanning came to Zhongcheng with her mother, wanting to start a new life. But then she ran into the original owner, this tyrant. She could not get a single moment of peace. Just as I was wondering what to do next, my private doctor, Zhou Shu, came out with the test results. Her expression was far from pleasant. I was worried those lackeys had no sense of restraint and had seriously injured her. So I simply had them run a full-body checkup on Mu Wanning. Seeing Zhou Shui's gloomy face, I thought to myself, this is bad. Zhou Shui handed me the test results and explained, she has a lot of injuries on her body, both old and new. Her ribs were broken before, and it seems they have not healed properly. Her overall health is also terrible. She is extremely weak. Whose child is this? Do they not even give her enough to eat? Her stomach is in awful condition. I remained silent. Zhou Shui asked, what is with the injuries on her body? I did not dare to say. Zhou Shui asked again, is she your classmate? I pursed my lips, bowed to her, and said, thank you, doctor. Zhou, can I take her away now? Zhou Shui checked her watch and said, I am giving her an IV drip. It will probably be another hour before it finishes. Zhou Shui scrutinized me for a moment, furrowed her brows, and said, Gu Shiyan, I know those things in your family have heavily impacted you, but I hope you do not keep degrading yourself. The college entrance exams are coming up soon. Do your best. My eyes darkened. I nodded and said, I know. It was already dark outside when I came back in holding plain kanji I had bought outside. Mu Wanning was lying in the hospital bed, receiving her IV drip. The wounds on her face and body had been treated. Her forehead and the corners of her eyes were patched with gauze, making her look somewhat comical. I cautiously approached, placed the kanji on the table, and sat down obediently beside her before speaking. I thought about it today. It was my fault. I really know I was wrong. My original intention was just to get you to notice me more. But I really could not justify the disgusting things the original owner had done. I irritably ruffled my hair and said, forget it. I give up trying to explain. Changing the subject, I said, Doctor. Joe said, you have a bad stomach. Drink some kanji. It is good for your stomach. I opened the lid of the kanji and pushed it toward her. Mu Wanning smiled and said sarcastically, is this a slap followed by a sweet date? Do you think I will be grateful to you? That is not what I meant. I denied. Before simply giving up, just pretend I suddenly grew a conscience. It is only right that you hate me. Just keep hating me. I have given up anyway. Mu Wanning did not show the slightest ripple of emotion. Because of my words, I lowered my head, apologizing. I won't let anyone hit you again. I know you hate me. I also know you want me to disappear forever. But could we discuss something? I probingly asked. If you really decide to do something to me one day, when the time comes, could you use a more gentle method? I am afraid of pain. In the original book, there were no details of my death. But just looking at the ending, you knew how gruesome it was. Killed and dumped, dismembered into 8 pieces. Mu Wanning derived twisted pleasure from my suffering, thus walking down a path of no return. This mission was totally nonsensical. I clenched my fists and heard the system squawking. Host, why did you say that? What if you just gave her ideas? Shut up. I was gambling. gambling that by exposing Mu Wanning's thoughts, she would have fewer of those extreme ideas. Mu Wanning turned her head away, the coldness in her eyes undiminished. I do not understand what you are talking about. I scratched my hair. You do not understand. Do not understand. That is fine. Although I knew Mu Wanning was faking it, I had to play along to the end. In the end, Mu Wanning did not drink that bowl of kanji. She had the nurse remove her IV needle and walked straight out. I followed behind her. Seeing that she was preparing to walk along the main road to go home, I paused and asked, "Where are you going?" Mu Wanning turned to glance at me. I gritted my teeth and said, "Let me take you home." Mu Wanning said coldly, "No need. I can take the bus back." I wanted to say something else, but thinking of the pride deeply ingrained in Mu Wanning's bones, I shut my mouth. I simply said, "I will go back with you." Awkwardly, I stubbornly stayed by Mu Wanning's side. I kept my head down, waiting in line at the bus stop out of sheer boredom, kicking at loose pebbles. As long as Mu Wanning lowered her head, she could see my messy short hair. Before all this, she actually had a slight crush on this guy. Thinking of this, Mu Wanning thoroughly despised herself from the bottom of her heart. Back then, she had just transferred to the school. She had no uniform, and the clothes she wore were washed until they were faded. Her entire being reeked of poverty. No. Too, high school was the best middle school in Zhangcheng, naturally infused with an aura of wealth and privilege, having nothing to show for herself. The midterm transfer student was assigned to the worst class, and that class happened to be a gathering place for the idle and ignorant. Those people discussed her with a condescending tone. I was the only one who smiled and came over to talk to her. At the time, she thought it was a smile of goodwill. She did not expect it was just driven by ulterior motives. Sensing that Mu Wanning was looking at me, I hesitated for a moment, raised my head, and frowned in confusion. Mu Wanning pursed her lips and said, "You want me to be your girlfriend? And then what? What do you want to get from me?" The young girl stared at me with unexpected intensity. The distance between us closed. If Mu Wanning had a knife, she could have easily slit my throat. I touched my nose and said anxiously, "I do not want to get anything, aside from this frail body and this pretty face." Mu Wanning truly had nothing. Mu Wanning smiled sarcastically and said, "So you just want to use me for amusement? You do not have to play these fake, hypocritical games. You want me to be your girlfriend? Fine, I will do it." I almost thought I was hallucinating. The bus slowly pulled up in front of me. Mu Wanning lifted her foot and stepped on. I hesitated for a second, then followed her uncertainly, asking, "Sorry, what did you just say?" This was breaking character a bit, but I was desperate for an answer. Mu Wanning tugged at the corners of her mouth and said, "I said, you have already gotten me. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Are you satisfied now?" Mu Wanning sat in a single seat at the front. There were no empty seats around her. I simply held onto a handrail and stood beside her. I asked in my mind, "System, is this plot development somewhat off?" The system replied,
"Yes."
I asked again, "What is her affection level for me now?" The system said, "Villainess's affection level, 100. Hearing this despairing answer, I frowned. Then what does she want to do? The system immediately said, "To view the target's inner thoughts, it only costs 100 points. I refused without a second thought, for no other reason than the fact that all my points had been spent to unlock this S-rank mission. With zero progress on the mission, I was completely broke. What does it feel like to date someone who harbors a deep-seated hatred for you? I watched Mu Wanning limp toward the dilapidated tube-shaped apartment building, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. In the original book, Mu Wanning was indeed quite cooperative during this period. For no other reason. Firstly, the college entrance exams were looming, and she wanted to test into an excellent university to change her destiny. Secondly, so that no one would suspect her after she killed me. But she never thought about getting involved with me. Afraid of causing trouble, Mu Wanning's words had completely deviated from the set main storyline. I was somewhat at a loss. I gritted my teeth and rushed over fearlessly. If I could not figure it out, I would just ask directly. I am a dead man walking anyway. I originally wanted to tactfully sound out Mu Wanning's thoughts, But as soon as I opened my mouth, I wanted to smack myself to death. Because I said, "Did not you say you would rather die than be with me? Why did you change your mind?" Mu Wanning shot me a cold glare, without saying a word, and continued walking forward. I hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. What I meant was, Mu Wanning suddenly pushed me against a streetlight pole. Her voice turned cold as she said, "What exactly do you want?" Her hands tightly gripped my collar. Her voice was filled with disgust. "You said you wanted me to be your girlfriend? Fine, I am. What else do you want now? Gu Shiyan, you truly disgust me to the core." The grip of her hands grew tighter and tighter. I am not exactly a fragile person, but being strangled like this still made me frown involuntarily. When I looked up at her, my expression was a bit gloomy. Mu Wanning never hid her annoyance towards me, but seeing this rare expression on my face, she was momentarily stunned. I lowered my voice and said, "Could you let me go? I have told you before, I do not like being treated this way." Mu Wanning let go. I abruptly blurted out, "There is only one month left. I will make it up to you." After saying this, I turned and walked away. It was too terrifying. That look on Mu Wanning's face just now. She was this close to strangling me to death. Forget it. I will just take it one step at a time. As soon as Mu Wanning got home, she tried to hide in her room. She did not want her overworked mother to worry about her anymore. But things do not always go as planned. As soon as she walked in, she saw her mother holding cross-stitch, sitting under the dim light, wearing reading glasses, her fingers constantly weaving the needle through the fabric. Mu Wanning clutched her backpack and stiffened. Yai Qing looked up, and the needle in her hand accidentally pricked her finger. She gasped in pain, and quickly put the bleeding finger into her mouth. She stood up and asked, "Did you get into a fight again?" Mu Wanning bit her lip, her eyes downcast. Yai Qing quickly checked her injuries, her heart aching terribly. She did not dare to promise anything. She just said weakly, "What are we going to do?" "Mom will go talk to your teacher tomorrow. The college entrance exams are coming up. This can't go on like this." Mu Wanning adjusted her backpack and said lightly, "No need, I can handle it myself. It is already very late. Mom, you should go to bed early." Yai Qing paused. With her head down, she asked with difficulty, "Wanning, do you hate Mom?" Mu Wanning's chest heaved. It was impossible to say she did not hate, but now, her eyes were uncharacteristically gentle as she said, "You are overthinking it. I am going to do my practice tests." Yai Qing sighed, rubbed her sore eyes and said, "If you are hungry, there is food in the kitchen. Warm it up yourself. Mom is a bit busy." Mu Wanning paused her steps, but in the end, she did not say anything. Mu Wanning was not in a hurry to take out her homework. Instead, she pulled open her desk drawer and took out a knife. This knife symbolized humiliation, and it was also the motivation pushing her to climb up. She was still young back then. Her mother brought her to Longqing to make a living, and ran a tiny vegetable stall alone. Yai Qing was truly beautiful when she was young. Other kids would envy her for having such a pretty mom. She used to be proud of it too. But later, she finally understood that having a pretty face was not necessarily something to show off. It could also be the origin of disaster. That year, she had just started elementary school. When Mu Wanning came home, she saw the scene of that thug forcing himself on her mother. She roared and cried, desperately hitting and pulling, and finally knelt down begging for mercy, hoping he would let her mom go. But that man could throw her out with a single hand. The thug was very arrogant. Before closing the door, he tossed this knife to her and told her, "Little girl, you do not have what it takes yet. If you want to kill me, you have to use this." A wave of pain surfaced in Mu Wanning's eyes, forcing her to pull away from the memory. She looked at the knife expressionlessly and put it into her backpack. This kind of life, she had had enough. Meanwhile, on the other side, I was lying on my spacious bed, tossing and turning. The perks of transmigrating as a rich second-generation heir were really nice. Even though my dad did not care and my mom did not love me, so what? Having money is enough. No matter what kind of world it is, money is the ultimate truth. As I was lying there thinking, a warning sound suddenly echoed in my mind. I jolted, and immediately sat up straight. The system said, "Inquiry shows. The target's affection level has now broken its limits. Key item has come online. The original plot setting has begun to deviate. Host, please pay attention." Deviate? How exactly is it deviating? What key item? As long as it does not match the original world's plot, the storyline will deviate. I am not a rookie. I am already familiar with this kind of situation. I understood the system's underlying meaning. New plot developments were going to happen. It seemed the seemingly fixed storyline had developed an unexpected variable. Just a moment ago, I was thinking there was not a single turning point, and now the mission target is starting to act up. The system hurriedly brought up an image. It only showed what the key item looked like: an unsheathed switchblade, labeled as ON of the main items used to kill me. My face darkened. This thing is already in play. It seems my death date really has been brought forward. I scratched my hair in frustration. I knew it was weird when Mu Wanning suddenly agreed to be my girlfriend this time. So she really could not take it anymore. If it went according to the original owner's thoughts, he would have been overjoyed upon hearing Mu Wanning's answer, and lowered his guard. Would not that give Mu Wanning the perfect opportunity? I frowned and worried all night, with the idea of trying to please the villainess and struggle a bit more. I bought breakfast for 2 on my way. Senior year is busy. We have to be at school by 6:30 for morning study hall. Mu Wanning felt sorry for her mom, and had not eaten. She had not eaten breakfast in the 3 years of high school. I planned to take the tender and affectionate route, but I did not know if it would still work on Mu Wanning. The original owner was a terrible student, and had never attended morning study hall. When I walked in, my classmates were all somewhat in disbelief. Hearing the commotion, Mu Wanning did not even lift her head. She was at her desk in the back row, buried in her test papers. As I passed by Mu Wanning, I took out the breakfast and stuffed it into her desk drawer, and then sat down 3 rows away from her. Mu Wanning frowned. She looked down at the fragrant soy milk and the 3 juicy meat buns. She peeled a sticky note off the plastic bag. On it, scribbled messily, "Breakfast for you. Eat well." Mu Wanning expressionlessly crumpled the note into a ball and threw it into the trash can. She originally was not hungry, but after smelling the aroma, her stomach could not help but growl incessantly. Eating irregularly over the past 2 years caused Mu Wanning's stomach to spasm with pain. She looked up at me, who was laughing with that group of delinquents. She lowered her head in a self-destructive manner, as if afraid of being seen. She bit the straw and took a sip of the soy milk. The soy milk had peanuts and sugar added to it, and it was surprisingly delicious. Catching Mu Wanning's actions from the corner of my eye, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I hurriedly asked the system to check her affection level. The results showed villainess's affection level 100. She ate my food, and is still this ruthless to me. I said angrily to the system, "Forget it, system. I do not want to check it anymore. Just block this feature for me, so I do not get pissed off every day. Affection level this, affection level that. Let it be." On the other hand, Mu Wanning restrained herself and only ate Owen bun, carefully hiding the remaining 2 in her drawer. She planned to take the buns back for her mother to taste. At that moment, I did not know what I told those guys, but I suddenly picked up my backpack and walked towards her. Mu Wanning stiffened. She saw me pull out the chair next to her and sit down, taking out a blank test paper and spreading it on the desk. With a hopeful look in my eyes, I said, "Girlfriend, can I copy your homework?" Mu Wanning composed her expression and said, "Do not, you never do your homework." I scratched my head and smiled. "So you actually paid attention to me?" Mu Wanning said sarcastically with a cold face. "You are overthinking it. Who does not know that because you never do homework, your credits have dropped into the negatives? If it were not for your dad, you would have been expelled long ago." My mouth twitched uncontrollably. I almost laughed out of anger. "If you won't let me copy, then fine. Can't I just write it myself?" I turned my head and faced the test paper with a displeased look, as if I really planned to write it myself. Mu Wanning was a little surprised. She had said similar things before, and back then I would grab her collar and say arrogantly, "So what if I do not study? I have a rich dad, who is like you, having nothing." So you can only study desperately. Poor loser. I did not know what Mu Wanning was thinking. Having transmigrated through so many worlds, my biggest fear was ending up in a world with a high school plot. Because I really have zero interest in studying, I looked at the math paper, filling in whichever multiple choice answer looked pleasing to the eye. For the ones I could not understand, I just randomly copied a number in. Others took an hour to finish a test paper. I drew a test paper in 5 minutes. Mu Wanning frowned. Not a single answer on that paper was correct. I noticed Mu Wanning peeking at me, raised an eyebrow, and said somewhat smugly, "How about it? I do these pretty fast, right?" Sigh. I do not think homework is that hard. Mu Wanning did not speak, just sneered. It was as sarcastic as it could be. Forget it, I won't hold it against her. When morning study hall ended, I pulled out a breakfast identical to Mu Wanning's and spread it on the desk. Mu Wanning looked away with some difficulty. She forced herself to bury her head in her test papers. A moment later, she saw my hand holding a bun, offering it right in front of her eyes. I held a tissue in own hand and said casually, "I can't finish this. You eat it for me." Not waiting for Mu Wanning to react, I stuffed it directly into her mouth just as she was about to speak. Then I successfully retreated, leaning against the back of the chair to watch Mu Wanning's dumbfounded face. If she was not a psychotic killer, this personality of hers was actually quite interesting. Mu Wanning ate rather gently, slowly and methodically. She was supposed to be a very good person, right? At this moment, a girl wearing her school uniform loosely came up to me and said, "Gu Shiyan, why are you here so early today?" Jiang Yuyao glanced at Mu Wanning, who had her head down, frowned, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Why are you sitting here? Is not it dirty?" These words did not elicit any reaction from Mu Wanning, but my heart skipped a beat. I carefully glanced at Mu Wanning and retorted verbally, "It is not dirty." "Where is it dirty? If it is, I will just wipe it." Jiang Yuyao scoffed. She glared at Mu Wanning and said to me, "Once you are tired of playing with her, come back soon." I was bewildered for a second. Then Jiang Yuyao placed the iced milk tea in her hand, in front of me, adding, "I added pudding." I subconsciously said, "Thank you." Jiang Yuyao raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. "Are you sick? You idiot." I bristled. This person is the one who is sick, cursing me for no reason. Jiang Yuyao did not bicker with me. She dropped her bag and ran back over to ask me, "Wanna go out for a spin?" I bought a new motorcycle. I shook my head repeatedly, pulled Mu Wanning's test paper over, and lied without blinking. "I am going to study hard with my girlfriend from now on." Jiang Yuyao's patience snapped, and she mocked, "Did you take the wrong medicine this morning? Stop messing around, hurry up. The teacher will be here soon. It will be hard to skip class then." I said sincerely, "I am really not messing around. I am turning over a new leaf. After all, my girlfriend is a good student. I want to go to the same university as her." Hearing me constantly call her my girlfriend, Jiang Yuyao immediately slammed the desk. "Stop joking around. Girlfriend. She is just a plaything. Does she even deserve it? Even if you are blind, your brain can't be filled with water too, right? Did not you get someone to corner her yesterday? And today you are playing the good guy. Stop messing around and let us go." Listening to her blabber all this nonsense, my left eyelid twitched wildly. The corners of Mu Wanning's mouth had already curled into a mocking smile. I felt a massive headache coming on. I gritted my teeth and said, "I truly consider her my girlfriend. She is not a plaything. I am serious. I am not going to hang out with you guys anymore either." About yesterday, I was wrong. I have changed. Do not bother her anymore from now on. Hearing me speak so earnestly, Mu Wanning gradually lowered her eyes. Jiang Yuyao was already furious. Sneered. "Fine. Gu Shiyan, you have got guts. Others might not know. But do not I know what kind of person you are?" Jiang Yuyao turned her head, stared sinisterly at Mu Wanning and asked, "What did you say to him?" Seeing that Mu Wanning ignored her, Jiang Yuyao reached out, patted her face, and said, "I am asking you a question." In an instant, Mu Wanning's anger was also provoked. She clenched her fists and said, "If you ask me a question, do I absolutely have to answer?" Zhang Yuyao's temper flared. F you. Do you have a death wish? Zhang Yuyao grabbed Mu Wanning by the collar and hauled her up. The regular students around them immediately held their breath. Meanwhile, that group of constant troublemakers had already moved their chairs to get a good view of the show. They even whistled provocatively. At that moment, I slapped Zhang Yuyao's hand and said coldly, "Let go." Zhang Yuyao had never seen me like this. She knew that at this moment, I was truly angry. What the hell is going on? He used to brag to them every day about how he was going to trick Mu Wanning into becoming his lapdog and completely break her pride. Why the sudden change of heart? Seeing that Zhang Yuyao did not react, I gritted my teeth and said, "Let go." I forcefully yanked Zhang Yuyao's hand away, shielded Mu Wanning behind me, and said with a frown, "It has nothing to do with her. Everything is my own choice." Zhang Yuyao's face darkened. She sneered and viciously kicked a desk. Unable to dodge in time, the desk slammed into my waist. I instantly gasped in pain. Zhang Yuyao did not go out to play either. She sat down in a seat not far to our left. The lackeys who used to follow me around also found it perplexing. "Brother Yan, you are really acting strange today." My waist hurt like hell. I roared through gritted teeth. Seeing that everyone had left, I finally held my aching waist and sat down on the chair. When I lifted my school uniform, I found that the place where the desk hit me already had a red mark forming. That was way too ruthless. Mu Wanning had been staring at my actions the whole time. Seeing me like this, her body stiffened. My hand was still gently rubbing my waist when Mu Wanning suddenly yanked my clothes back down. With an unpredictable expression, she said, "What do you think you are doing?" I whispered, "It hurts." Mu Wanning pursed her lips and said, "You deserve it." I felt that if I let my true nature run wild, I could literally start a fight with Mu Wanning at any second. Mu Wanning continued, "Why did you get involved in this?" I widened my eyes and said, "She would have hit you." Mu Wanning sneered and said, "It is not like I have not been hit by her before." As she said this, her eyes were fixed on me. My face flushed red with guilt. Then I argued back. "I told you yesterday, you can only be bullied by me alone. I can't let them hit you." Mu Wanning pulled out a new test paper and said coldly, "Then why did you fall out with them?" I bit my lip. I did not like what they were saying. Mu Wanning said mercilessly, "You have not said those things any less than them. You are all cut from the same cloth." Mu Wanning's words were sharper with each sentence. The main problem was, I really could not refute them. I twisted the corner of my school uniform, muttering under my breath, "I am not like them. I am turning over a new leaf now." Mu Wanning snorted from her throat and said, "Zhang Yuyao is right. You really should wake up." I could not hold it in anymore. "Who am I doing all this for? How could you say that about me? I treat you a little better, and you start getting arrogant." Mu Wanning turned her head to look at me, retracted her gaze, and said, "You seem a bit more normal this way." I could not help but say, "That is because you are sick." After I cursed her out, I felt incredibly annoyed. Looking at the eyesore of a milk tea on the desk, I grabbed it and threw it straight into the trash can. Mu Wanning spun her pen and said meaningfully, "Why are not you drinking it? It was given with such good intentions." I hung my head in dejection. "I am not drinking it. I am already full of anger too." Apart from this little interlude, classes went by uneventfully. The teachers did not care where I sat. After all, I would not study no matter where I was. Seeing that I was not harassing Mu Wanning beside me, the teachers did not pay much attention either. I felt bored, lying on the desk. I pulled up the system interface in my mind. Looking at it made me so sleepy I started nodding off. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the classroom. I looked up and rubbed my eyes. Someone had come to do an inspection. The school routinely searched students' backpacks, especially in this class of ours. It was extremely strict. Things like controlled knives, cell phones, novels, and other contraband items. If caught, your parents would be called in. I honestly did not care. Even if I handed my phone to the teacher, they would not dare take it. As for other things, I did not have any. When the inspection teachers ambushed us, I voluntarily stood up and obediently waited to be searched. I turned my head and saw Mu Wanning had not moved. I patted her shoulder and reminded her, "The teachers are searching our stuff." Mu Wanning still did not move. I was a little puzzled. I looked closer and saw her face did not look good. That teacher had already reached the back row. I handed my backpack to her. Teacher Zhang flipped through it and then went to check Mu Wanning's bag. I closed my books and sat back in my chair. Before my seat even got warm, I heard the teacher strictly demanding from above, "What is this?" Mu Wanning's face was expressionless. Hearing the commotion, the homeroom teacher immediately rushed over. Just as he was about to explain, he saw the item and did not dare say a word. The inspecting teacher asked sternly, "Why did you bring this to school? What is your name?" As the teacher fired off a series of questions, I immediately understood. So, this was the plot deviation point. If it were us useless rich kids, getting caught with contraband would not be a big deal. But the one caught was Mu Wanning. This was grounds for expulsion. Mu Wanning stubbornly refused to say why she brought it to school. Teacher Zhang was getting angry too, seeing that Mu Wanning merely stated her name and was about to go with the teacher. I slapped the desk and stood up. Teacher Zhang frowned and asked, "Is there a problem?" I glanced at Mu Wanning, who had either given up struggling or was simply terrified. Taking a deep breath, I said, "She did not know this knife was in her bag." Mu Wanning snapped her head up to look at me, her eyes filled with complex emotions. I pursed my lips and continued, "I was the one who put the knife in there." The classroom broke into an uproar. The inspecting teacher's eyes widened in shock as she asked, "What do you mean?" I swallowed hard. The fear of being dominated by teachers was still etched into my bones. But what else could I do? If Mu Wanning was expelled right now, then her life would completely derail from the original path. If that happened, the plot challenges I would face would be entirely unknown. I hate unknown missions. Before I could come up with a better strategy, Teacher Zhang scolded, "You, go with her. Come to the office with me." I walked side by side with Mu Wanning and lowered my voice. "In a moment, no matter what the teacher asks, just say you did not know. Understand?" Mu Wanning replied firmly, "I put it in there. I was so angry I could die." "Do not talk nonsense. You will get expelled for this." Mu Wanning still would not yield. It was me. I grabbed Mu Wanning's school uniform in frustration. Just as I was about to say something, the teacher noticed our interaction and got angry. "No funny business back there." I quickly withdrew my hand. Dropping own last sentence, "Remember what I said." I kept my head high as we entered the office. The homeroom teacher asked us, "Speak. What happened?" I was afraid Mu Wanning would answer, so I beat her to it. "It is just like I said in the classroom. I was the one who put the knife in there." Teacher Zhang was not buying it. She asked, "Reason?" I said, "I wanted to threaten her." Teacher Zhang frowned. My notorious reputation was well known among the teachers. She was a person with a strong sense of justice. She immediately slammed the table. "Gu Shiyan, you have got some nerve. What did you want to threaten her to do?" I was momentarily speechless, and even a little embarrassed. But since things had come to this, I could only say, "Threaten her to be my girlfriend." Teacher Zhang was the grade director. Hearing this, she decisively stated she would call my parents. She did not bother verifying the situation with Mu Wanning again. Mu Wanning had good grades and was obedient. There was no way she would do something like this. I, on the other hand, was different. My suspicion level was so high that it was entirely convincing. Teacher Zhang told Mu Wanning to leave. Seeing that she did not move, I got anxious and pushed her out the door. Next, right in front of all the other teachers in the office, Teacher Zhang scolded me relentlessly, calling me the scum of society, a shameless degenerate. I took it all. My father, Gu Shiyan, arrived, briefly grasped the situation, and immediately slapped me across the face. He did not hold back his strength at all. Instantly, half of my face swelled up. Then he spat at me. "Look at what you have done. I am so disappointed in you. You dare pull a knife on a classmate. Today I am bailing you out of school. Am I going to have to bail you out of the police station tomorrow? Look at yourself. You do not look like a student at all. Have I been spoiling you too much? Letting you become so lawless?" I gritted my teeth, swallowed the blood in my mouth, and said in a low voice, "You spoil me. You do not even care about me. When have you ever spoiled me?" Gu Qing was furious. "What kind of nonsense are you saying?" I stiffened my neck and said stubbornly, "Am I wrong? Every day now. You are either hovering around Zhao Yuding, the homewrecker who hurt my mom, or taking care of that cheap son of hers who might not even be yours. When do you ever remember me, your actual son? Spoiling me. Why do not you tell me? How many times have you seen me in the past 2 years? Do you even know which class I am in?" Hearing me say this, Gu Qing raised his hand to slap me again. I directly puffed out my chest and stepped toward him, sneering, "Hit me. It would be best if you beat me to death. Once I am in the underworld, I will let my mom get a good look at this." Seeing the confrontation between father and son escalating, Teacher Zhang quickly intervened to smooth things over and pushed me out the office door. I kept my head down, fighting back tears. It was not out of sadness. It just hurt like hell. Just then, a shadow fell over me. I looked up and saw Mu Wanning's slender figure standing there. I quickly wiped my face with the back of my hand and asked hoarsely, "Why have not you left yet?" Mu Wanning pursed her pale lips and asked me, "Why did you say that to the teacher?" I had just suffered under Gu Qing's anger. So facing Mu Wanning, I did not show any weakness. I said forcefully, "You thought you could use this to get expelled. I won't let you. Do not even think about escaping from my side. Do not even think about it." Mu Wanning's eyes flickered. It was hard to tell what she was feeling. She mocked softly, "You cry so ugly." I clenched my fists to hold back my tears. Soon after, I discovered something even worse. Gu Qing had frozen my bank cards. Compared to getting slapped, this kind of coercion made me far angrier, but I did not think I had done anything wrong. Whether it was the original owner or the current me, it could be said that Gu Qing had completely failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. Aside from giving money, he did absolutely nothing. And now, even the money was gone. I punched the wall and gritted my teeth. It is over. I am completely broke. Mu Wanning was startled by my sudden action. She dug out a crumpled tissue from her backpack and handed it over, whispering, "Do not be like this." I grew even more irritable, snatched the tissue and wiped my face. Mu Wanning said softly, "If you want to cry, go cry outside. You are disturbing my studying here." I almost laughed out of sheer anger. My mission target did not have a shred of gentleness in her. I forced down my anger, my jawline taut, looking like I had just suffered the greatest injustice in the world. Mu Wanning froze for a moment. She seemed a bit shaken by her own words. "No, no, no. I am a demon." Seeing me like this, she should be happy. I calmed myself down and immediately listed the apartment I was living in on a real estate website for a dirt cheap price. Gu Qing bought this apartment for me when I was 16, probably because he did not want a burden like me to disturb his new family. So he just gave me some money and threw me out. It was precisely noon. The students had limited time, so most of them would go to the cafeteria for a quick meal. I had pissed off Zhang Yuyao. Even though the money in my pocket was enough to last me a few days, I did not want to eat alone. So I bit the bullet and followed behind Mu Wanning, looking exactly like a stray dog. Mu Wanning got annoyed by me following her. She turned around, glared at me, and asked, "What are you doing?" Still sporting injuries on my face, I forced a nonchalant expression and said, "I want to eat with my girlfriend." Is that a crime? Mu Wanning then remembered last night, the thing she had agreed to on impulse. She pursed her lips and said, "I am not eating." I raised an eyebrow. "But I am hungry." Mu Wanning pointed a slender finger toward the cafeteria, signaling for me to go by myself. I stubbornly turned my head away and said, "No." Mu Wanning ignored me and turned to go to the convenience store, buying a 2 yuan piece of bread. Her mom gave her 10 yuan every day, but she wanted to save it up. I stood there, watching as she was actually going to eat this. I thought back to what Dr. Zhou had said that day. I took a quick step forward, grabbed Mu Wanning by the wrist, and dragged her outside. Mu Wanning shook her hand impatiently and asked coldly, "Gu Shiyan, what are you doing?" Without looking back, I replied, "Eating." I dragged her out of the school gates. Scanning the street, I locked onto a cheap, large-portion Malatang stall. I did want to eat something nicer, but to accommodate Mu Wanning's sensitive pride, I had to settle for the next best thing. Only, I never expected that I would bump into Lin Zixuan in this small shop. Lin Zixuan brought his friends and appeared in the Malatang shop, laughing and joking. He spotted Mu Wanning at a glance and said in surprise, "Wanning, you came here to eat too." Lin Zixuan looked at the gauze on her face, frowned and added, "Gu Shiyan is really too much. How could he do this? Are you feeling all right? Did he give you a hard time again last night?" I was not far from Mu Wanning, with my back turned, picking out food. Hearing this load of hypocritical nonsense, I turned my head and drifted over like a ghost. "What are you saying to my girlfriend behind my back?" Getting caught red-handed, Lin Zixuan's face looked a bit awkward. I continued, "And you call her Wanning? Are you even that close to her?" I angrily slammed the bowl of food on the counter. Grabbing Mu Wanning with one hand, I scanned the QR code to pay with the other and said, "Let us go." "Ignore him." Mu Wanning's expression was hard to describe, as if she was pondering something. Lin Zixuan, however, chased after us like a lingering ghost. "Gu Shiyan, you have money and power. Why do you have to make things difficult for Mu Wanning? She is already pitiful enough. Can you just let her go?" I raised an eyebrow, watching Mu Wanning's expression darken. I felt the thrill of a surprise prize falling into my lap, because Mu Wanning absolutely hated it when people called her pitiful. I feigned innocence and said, "I have never thought Mu Wanning was pitiful. As for making things difficult for her, you are overthinking it. We are legitimately dating. Is not that right?" "Wanning." I slid my hand down Mu Wanning's arm, forcing her fingers to intertwine with mine. Mu Wanning's body stiffened. I scoffed coldly and dragged her straight to a good table. I also happily bought 2 bottles of drinks. I handed her a drink and said grandiosely, "Open the cap for me." Because I noticed Lin Zixuan was looking our way, Mu Wanning glanced at him, frowned haughtily, and said, "Do not you have hands?" Though she said that, she still took the drink and opened it for me, and pushed the drink back to me. I said with an indifferent, spoiled look, "My face hurts. I could not open it." Mu Wanning stayed silent. I continued, "The food is not here yet. Split half your bread with me." Mu Wanning frowned and asked, "Why?" I pursed my lips. "What?" "I am treating you to a meal. Should not you give me something in return? Look at how stingy you are. You can't even spare a bite of bread for me." Mu Wanning's expression shifted slightly, but she remained stubborn. "I did not say I wanted your food." I crossed my arms and mocked, "You are just reluctant to share your bread, are not you?" Mu Wanning was truly helpless against me. Finally, she just threw the bread at me. I tore open the packaging and split the bread down the middle. Half for each of us. No more, no less. The boss called our number. I glanced at the small slip of paper in my hand, answered clearly, and jogged over to get our food. Mu Wanning's gaze never left me. She felt a sourness in her teeth. I used to be so easy to read, just an arrogant and domineering, rich young master with money to burn, a punk who did not care whether others lived or died. But the current me seemed to have suddenly gained enlightenment, radiating light from head to toe. I did not know what I was saying to the boss. Laughing heartily and cheerfully, Mu Wanning pushed the tip of her tongue against her back molars, her throat shifting slightly. Holding a brim-full bowl of Malatang, I wobbled over to the table, unable to help but complain, "So hot." I was not in a hurry to eat. Taking a spoon, I scooped half a bowl of soup for Mu Wanning, and explained with a smile, "If you dip your food in this to rinse it, it will cool down faster." The steam rising from the soup was thick, carrying the aroma of sesame paste. Seeing that Mu Wanning was not moving her chopsticks, I pushed some meatballs into her bowl, shoved the chopsticks into her hand, and said, "Eat." Afraid that Mu Wanning would feel awkward, I added, "Courtesy demands reciprocity. I ate your bread, so you should eat my food. Hurry up and get it yourself. We still have afternoon classes after we eat." Mu Wanning's hand holding the chopsticks trembled. With a wary expression, she said, "Gu Shiyan, you do not have to be so nice to me." No matter how nice you are to me, I will never like you. Mu Wanning wanted to see me flip out after hearing this. That is the only way she would feel things were normal. But I merely adjusted my posture, then curled my lips and smiled at her. It is fine. I will just try harder. Before, you said you would not be my girlfriend. But are not you now? I advise you not to speak in absolutes. You might easily end up eating your own words. Mu Wanning fell silent again. 30-something yuan's worth of malatang was a huge portion. The two of us could not possibly finish it all. So Mu Wanning was very full. Extremely full. After eating, I wiped my mouth and said, "We have 30 minutes left. Let us head back to school." Mu Wanning nodded silently. When we passed Lin Zixuan's table, Lin Zixuan suddenly reached out and grabbed Mu Wanning. Before I could even get angry, he let go. But I did not want even this small gesture to happen. I immediately stopped in my tracks and said coldly, "Hitting on my girlfriend right in front of my face. That is not very nice, is it?" From a reader's perspective, this Lin Zixuan should be a shining protagonist, radiating the light of a righteous hero everywhere he goes. But to me, he is just an annoying pest. He is not even going to end up with Mu Wanning anyway. So why is he blindly interfering? My words made Lin Zixuan's face turn red and white alternately. Seeing his friends around, he angrily said, "What do you mean?" I laughed out of anger. 200. What do I mean? 200. What do I mean? He grabs my girlfriend's hand right in front of my face. And he thinks he is in the right. Lin Zixuan flushed red and said, "Who does not know you forced her?" Chicksh. I am really puzzled. Why does this guy always bring up this nonsense? Making it look like I am really the bad guy here. It was clearly Mu Wanning herself who said she wanted to be my girlfriend. I grabbed a chair next to me and said furiously, "Do you have a death wish?" Seeing my aggressive stance, that surreal feeling she had just experienced began to resurface. Seeing that the boss was alarmed, and all the surrounding students were looking our way, Mu Wanning suddenly grabbed me. With a placating tone, she said, "Stop messing around. Let us not cause trouble, okay?" Mu Wanning originally thought I would not listen, but unexpectedly, I just paused for a second, and immediately put the chair aside. Nodding repeatedly, I said, "Okay, no trouble. Let us go." As soon as we stepped out the door, Mu Wanning let go of my wrist. Following behind her, my heart was racing, my face burning. Who could resist this? Before this, Mu Wanning had always spoken to me in such a weird, cynical tone. She did not give me a good attitude either. Who knew that when she got serious, she was actually quite heart-fluttering. That aloof, indifferent aura was truly captivating, as expected of the girl who would become the ultimate villainess, and be sought after by so many people. Mu Wanning walked ahead, her expression gloomy and unpredictable. Just now, when Lin Zixuan grabbed her hand, he slipped a small note to her. Good thing I did not see it. Otherwise, someone would probably be in trouble today. During afternoon classes, I slept with my back to Mu Wanning the whole time. Occasionally, my light snoring would drift through the classroom. It actually made Mu Wanning think of a little kitten she raised when she was a child. Mu Wanning felt she was going a bit crazy. Near the time school let out, I groggily woke up from my sleep. I stretched lazily, and happened to be caught red-handed by the physics teacher. Gu Shiyan. Tell us how to solve this problem? How could I explain any problem? I hemmed and hawed as I stood up, looking at my language arts textbook, wet with my drool, feeling quite ashamed. The teacher looked at me with an I knew it expression and said, "If you can't explain it, just stand." I scratched my head, my shoulders slumping. Zhang Yuyao seemed quite adept at kicking people when they were down. She turned her head and snickered. Originally, I shared a desk with Zhang Yuyao, but to get closer to Mu Wanning, I moved here. Our relationship was broken. Now, I was pretty much isolated in the class. Not to mention, this Mu Wanning still ignored me most of the time. I looked out the window. The sun was half set. Layers of red clouds spread across the sky, looking incredibly beautiful. I was looking at the scenery. Mu Wanning was looking at me. Mu Wanning gripped the pen in her hand. Hearing me sigh, she lowered her eyes and asked, "Girlfriend, what are we eating tonight?" Mu Wanning paused and said, I do not want to eat. I knew she would say that. I smiled. I want to eat. You are my girlfriend. You have to accompany me. My bank cards were frozen. The driver was also called away. I could only take the bus by myself. I was also getting ready to sell my apartment. After the real estate agent took a look, they contacted quite a few people who wanted to buy my place. If the paperwork went quickly, this might be my last happy day. In this big apartment, I was reluctant to part with it, but I refused to bow down to Gu Shiyan. This apartment was selling for 3 million. The buyer had some history with the Gu family. They were arch enemies. Upon hearing this news, I signed the contract without a second thought. When Gu Shiyan hears this news, he will definitely buy the apartment back. How could he let people know his son had no money and had to resort to a scandal like selling his apartment? I had calculated this perfectly. I took the money and rented an apartment near Mu Wanning, in the same building as her. But I did not dare tell her. I was afraid Mu Wanning would turn around and cause my mission to fail. Every day, I quietly brought Mu Wanning breakfast and dragged her to eat 3 meals a day. Mu Wanning accepted it passively, not saying a word. However, her attitude did soften a bit. While eating small dishes with her, I probingly asked, "Which university are you planning to test into?" Mu Wanning was going to test into Jiangqing University, because she did not want to be too far from her mother. Sure enough, she did not hide it, and honestly answered Jiang University. I asked again, "Then what major are you going to study?" Mu Wanning said, "Computer science probably." I got anxious. This won't do, because the male and female leads were also going to study computer science. When the time came, they would become classmates. The female lead's background and grades would crush Mu Wanning at every turn. This would trigger Mu Wanning's intense competitiveness. This was also a key factor in Mu Wanning's turn to the dark side. I said nonchalantly, "How about considering medicine?" Mu Wanning did not want to be controlled by others. As expected, she immediately refuted it. I pretended not to see it, and said naturally, "Medicine is great, high employment rate later on, high salary, and it is highly skill-based, needed everywhere. Most importantly, healing the wounded and rescuing the dying is a good thing. Maybe it could help her shake off the villainous title and become a good person." Mu Wanning said flatly, "Not interested. I am full." She had seen through it long ago. I dragged her to eat with me, simply out of pity for her. Mu Wanning was grateful to me. Only, she knew that all of this would become a joke later on. Mu Wanning had already made up her mind. When I tore off my mask, she would ruthlessly kill me. Medicine, that is asking too much. Since she was young, she felt she was destined to be an executioner. Mu Wanning interrupted my thoughts and said, "Instead of worrying about me, you should think about your own grades." I suddenly had a stroke of brilliance and thought of a great idea. "Right. My grades are bad. How about this? I will treat you to meals from now on, and you tutor me." There was less than half a month until the college entrance exams. The teachers had already slacked off. Those who wanted to learn did not need teaching. Those who did not could not be taught anyway. Mu Wanning seriously evaluated me with a glance and concluded, "Useless." I curled my lip and said, "How do you know it is useless if we do not try?" "I am very smart." Mu Wanning sneered. "Smart enough to score dead last every time." I frowned and stayed silent. Mu Wanning actually hesitated because of my expression. Then, she heard me mutter quietly, "Is not there a saying, sharpening your spear right before battle? Even if it is not sharp, it will still shine. You have not even tried. How can you say it won't work?" Mu Wanning did not want to owe me any favors. Because of me feeding her lately, she really had been doing much better. She finally relented and said, 2 hours during evening study hall." As soon as I saw her yield, I burst into a smile. "Then you have agreed. You can't regret it." Mu Wanning felt an inexplicable sensation in her heart. She stared straight into my eyes, as if trying to see through my soul. Mu Wanning suddenly asked, "You are different from before." I felt my scalp prickle. Then I heard the system muttering coldly in my ear, "I warned you before not to break character." I was indeed panicked, but only for a moment. I immediately said arrogantly, "Of course. Maybe we won't see each other again in the future. So I am taking this short time to make it up to you. Mu Wanning asked. Is it to ease your conscience? I did not know how to act anymore. Saying yes was not right. Saying no was not right either. I hung my head, looking aggrieved. If you want to think that way, there is nothing I can do. The corners of Mu Wanning's mouth pulled into a cold smile. She stood up abruptly and said, I am leaving first. I had absolutely no idea which of her sensitive nerves I had stepped on. I hastily shoved a mouthful of food in and chased after her. During this time, I still had not made peace with that group of fair-weather friends. Zhang Yuyao finally could not hold back her temper, seeing me hanging out with Mu Wanning so affectionately again. As she walked past me, she actually saw me studying. She knocked on my desk and said, Do you have to go this far? Gu Shiyan, you really consider yourself a good student now. I looked up expressionlessly and said, Is it any of your business? Zhang Yuyao scoffed and said, I heard your dad kicked you out of the house, right? Why did you even sell your apartment? I replied coldly, None of your business. Zhang Yuyao pulled up a chair and sat across from us. She raised an eyebrow, looked at Mu Wanning, and then looked at me, saying, You spend money like water. Is the money from Owen apartment enough for you? Do you want to come back and suck up to me? I can ask my dad to put in a good word for you with your dad. Is not that more promising than hanging around this poor, wretched girl? I slapped the table. Irritated. Are you done yet? This person hardly had any scenes in the original novel. Why is there so much trouble when it comes to me? Can't you see my mission target is moody and unpredictable, and is getting ready to blow up? If Zhang Yuyao had a death wish, I certainly did not. The next second, Mu Wanning folded the half-finished test paper and said, I have something to do. I am leaving first. She had absolutely no desire to get involved in our business. Zhang Yuyao stretched out her leg, blocking Mu Wanning's path under the table. She teased, What is this? Our top student actually has something to do. Are you in a rush to go wash dishes or serve food? Mu Wanning suppressed her anger, staring coldly at Zhang Yuyao. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, I inserted myself between them, saying impatiently, Zhang Yuyao, did you have something to tell me? Let us talk outside. Seeing my anxious look, Zhang Yuyao tugged at the corner of her mouth dismissively and said, Fine. When I squeezed past Mu Wanning, because the aisle was narrow, our bodies were practically pressed together as I left. Mu Wanning could smell the faint scent on my body. It was somewhat alluring. When Zhang Yuyao followed me out, she even specifically turned back to shoot Mu Wanning a deliberately provocative look. I do not know what kind of magic it was, but before we had gone far, Mu Wanning actually followed us out too. Under the campus streetlights, my face was red with anger. I said indignantly, Are you sick? Zhang Yuyao pulled a cigarette out of her pocket, took one out, and offered the pack to me. I slapped it away and said, I am studying with Mu Wanning. What is it to you? Zhang Yuyao's pitch instantly rose, carrying a bit of annoyance as she said, You are the one who is sick, Gu Shiyan. I did not care if you just played around with her. But look at you now. You are practically moving into her house. What is it to me? Did your dad not tell you that our families have an arranged marriage? My voice abruptly cut off. I looked at Zhang Yuyao in shock. My mind was a complete mess. I hurriedly asked the system, Is this true? Why did not you tell me? When I came to this world, the system only showed me the original settings life, like playing a movie, but the camera always followed Mu Wanning. As for me, a cannon fodder, there really were not many scenes to watch. The system was helpless. I did not know about this either. Just as I was about to explain, I heard Zhang Yuyao say, Do you know what you look like right now? You look like a creepy stalker. Does Mu Wanning know you live right below her, seeing you sneaking behind her every day? I feel embarrassed for you. I was truly angered by her. Before a single word could come out of my mouth, my blood began to run cold. Not far away, Mu Wanning was staring at me intently, with an indescribable expression. Zhang Yuyao clearly noticed my reaction too. She turned her head, saw her, and could not help but laugh. Since she heard it, let us just put our cards on the table. Zhang Yuyao stared at me and said, Either you stay away from her yourself, or I will drive her away. Or maybe I will tell your dad that you found him such a great daughter-in-law. You choose. I clenched my fists, my jaw tight. The corners of Mu Wanning's mouth pulled into a very intriguing curve. She said, Gu Shiyan, you are truly something else. I spent the entire night wondering what went wrong. I was clearly just a canon fodder supporting male character in the original script. Supporting male character. That term is not accurate enough. It should be canon fodder extra. Do extras in a romance drama also get the Shura Field treatment? I thought it over and over, lying in bed, sighing heavily. When I heard a noise outside the door, I jolted and sat up, looking out through the peephole. I thought to myself, this is bad. It is the middle of the night. Why did Mu Wanning come looking for me? Mu Wanning's face was expressionless. I anxiously looked around. If she was going to attack me now, at least I had a mop I could use. I gripped the mop tightly and opened the door. Mu Wanning swept her gaze over me and mocked. You actually moved here. I straightened my back and feigned nonchalance. I am broke. Rent is cheap here. Mu Wanning stayed silent for a long time. Then she suddenly asked, Tutor. After saying that, regardless of what I thought, she squeezed right through the door. The apartment was very empty. Aside from a few necessary pieces of furniture, it looked exceptionally plain. I followed her gaze and saw the clothes thrown haphazardly on the sofa. My mouth twitched. I took a big step over and quickly cleaned it up. The room is a bit messy. Haha. This was more than just a bit messy. Mu Wanning pulled the corner of her mouth, pretending not to see anything. She said to herself, we did not tutor for a full 2 hours during evening study hall today. I see you have only done half of your test paper. Since you want to work hard, finish your homework first. I leaned against the wall, observing her. Was she really here to tutor me? Her cautious gaze swept the surroundings, and only after confirming there was no danger did she relax slightly. But because of this own sentence, Mu Wanning focused her gaze on me. I was wearing a loose short-sleeved shirt, revealing strong arms. Casual, yet undeniably masculine. Only then did Mu Wanning realize that visiting a boy's house late at night was somewhat inappropriate. Mu Wanning turned her head away and said, Forget it. I came at a bad time. Since we missed today's tutoring session, I will tutor you during morning study hall tomorrow. Seeing she was about to leave, I raised an eyebrow. I knew in my heart that tutoring was just an excuse. She was just here to verify what Jiang Yuyao had said. I knew she would not ask directly. So, I brought it up myself. About today, I can explain. Mu Wanning curled her lips and said coldly, No need to explain. I understand everything. I said frantically, I really was not stalking you. I just rented the apartment below yours. Seeing she remained unmoved, I simply gave up completely and said, I just wanted to be closer to you. No ulterior motives. Mu Wanning's expression turned cold. The next second, she forcefully pushed me down onto the sofa. With a low voice she said, Gu Shiyan. 2. Timing like this makes me sick. Thanks for your kindness these past 2 days. There is no need for it anymore. I was suffering in silence, unable to defend myself. I could only explain bitterly. I did not even know about that arranged marriage thing. I like you. I want to be with you. Mu Wanning snorted a laugh and said, And the reason? I was stunned. Then I heard her say, If you say you like me, there has to be a reason, right? Is it because you think I have no money or power? So you can just play around, since you have Jiang Yuyao to cover for you anyway. Mu Wanning's lips held a mocking smile as she said, Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel that stealing someone else's fiancé seems quite thrilling. I swallowed hard. Not saying a word, Mu Wanning reached out and grabbed my collar. With a pull and a yank, the sound of fabric rustling was jarringly loud. In the quiet room, Mu Wanning's eyes were dark. As she added, Dressing like this, are you trying to seduce someone? I was truly panicked now. I grabbed her wrist. Nonsense. Who is sick in the head like you? Running over to knock on my door in the middle of the night. Mu Wanning's hand suddenly moved down and grabbed my neck. She gritted her teeth and said, I do not care what you are thinking. Since you are living here, behave yourself. Do not provoke Jiang Yuyao. Otherwise, I stared back at her without a trace of fear in my eyes. And finished her sentence. Otherwise you will kill me? Is that it? Mu Wanning narrowed her eyes. Seeming somewhat displeased that I had seen through her thoughts, she said, "You are overthinking it. Poor people have poor people's methods. It won't come to murder." After she said that, she turned and left. I propped my head up and laughed. It won't come to that. Did not she kill me after the college entrance exams in the original story? Since the last veil had been torn away, I seemed to have gotten a lot bolder. Early the next morning, I directly took breakfast and waited downstairs, counting the minutes waiting for Mu Wanning. Before, I was afraid she would find out I lived here. So I deliberately waited for her to leave from upstairs. And only then would I secretly sneak downstairs. When Mu Wanning walked out, she saw me holding 2 cups of milk and scallion pancakes. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. "What are you doing?" I said very naturally. "Waiting for you, since you have already discovered me. Can I go to school with you from now on?" Mu Wanning silently went downstairs to push her beat-up bicycle. With practiced ease, I sat on the rear rack of the bicycle, holding the 2 cups of milk. I patted the bicycle seat and said, "Let us go." Mu Wanning frowned and said, "Are not you being a bit too shameless?" I asked in confusion. "I have not done anything. Did not you say you would tutor me more during morning study hall? Hurry up. If you go any later, there might be more students around, and everyone will see you taking me to school." Mu Wanning took a deep breath. The moment she hopped onto the bike, my hands wrapped firmly around her waist. Through her thin jacket I could feel her slender frame. Mu Wanning stiffened, gritting her teeth. "Hands off." I hugged her even tighter, whispering, "No way. I am afraid you will dump me off halfway." Mu Wanning let out a soft snort, forcibly suppressing her rising anger. My somewhat chilly hands absorbed the warmth, radiating through her thin clothing. Sometimes, due to the speed of her pedaling, I would suddenly tighten my grip, then loosen it again. Mu Wanning's cheeks flushed slightly. Though she did not quite understand why she was reacting this way, she pedaled incredibly fast, dropping me off in a secluded corner where no one could see. "Stay here," she said. "I will go park the bike. Wait for me in the classroom." I pouted. She clearly did not want us to be seen together. I did not see what the big secret was. Everyone at school already knew our history, but I nodded anyway, handed her the breakfast and said, "Remember to eat." I strode toward the classroom, my steps light and brisk. Mu Wanning, dazed for a moment, pursed her lips and gave a stiff nod. I let out a sigh. As the deadline for my survival drew closer, my anxiety began to peak. I could not tell if Mu Wanning was being genuinely kind, or if she was playing the boiling frog game from the original plot to make me lower my guard. She was just boiling the frogs slowly to make me lower my guard. On the way to class, I could not resist asking the system to check Mu Wanning's affection level. I would been wanting to check for 2 days, but I was terrified. If I saw 100 again, I was sure I would have a total breakdown. The system's flat voice rang out. "Understood, host. Querying now. Please wait." Villain's affection, 70. I stumbled mid-step, caught between shock and despair. Shocked that being nice actually worked, but despaired because it was not working fast enough. I regretted turning off the notifications. I had no idea exactly when or why her hatred had lessened. I quickly commanded, "Turn the notifications back on, and do not ever turn them off again." Then, I paused near the school entrance. I decided to test her. Within 5 minutes, Mu Wanning arrived at the gate, having finished most of the breakfast I gave her. When she saw me, her eyes narrowed. Before I could even flash my charismatic smile, the system pinged, "Villain's affection, 71. My smile vanished instantly. Is she some kind of anti-personnel censor? I just stood there, and her affection dropped. Does it go down just because I am existing in her line of sight? I braced my trembling legs and said, "I want to walk in with you." Mu Wanning set aside her half-finished soy milk, looking stern. "You look terrible. Are you sick?" "I am sick because of you. Stux." I took a deep breath, looked up, and acted piteously. "I was just thinking, if I go in alone, I will have 10 minutes less with you." We do not have much time left together. We probably won't have much time together anyway. And I do not want to be away from you for even a second. Ping, villain's affection, 72. Fine. I get it. Mu Wanning hates clingy, disobedient guys. Forget it. I am leaving. I turned to flee. But then I heard her say, since you want to stay, then let us go together. Villain's affection, 70. What the? I regretted my decision again. With these notifications on, my mood was a total roller coaster. I could not fathom what went through her head. In just a few minutes, for the numbers to swing so violently, I followed behind her. The class was buzzing. It was the first time we would arrive together. The whispering was non-stop. My recent behavior had been quite a shock to everyone. A guy in the front row boldly asked, "What is the deal? Did Goddess Mu finally give in to you?" My face flushed red. Shut up. It was not shyness. It was pure frustration. I was terrified his words would give Mu Wanning the wrong idea. I tried to shut him down, but the system stayed silent. And Mu Wanning did not react at all. Testing the waters to stay in character, I added, "What Goddess Mu? You call her sister-in-law?" Half the class burst into laughter. Some were teasing, others were mocking. A second later, the system chimed, "Villain's affection, 68. I looked at her in surprise. Mu Wanning was pulling papers out of her bag. She looked up at me. "Did you finish last night's homework?" The retort I had ready died in my throat. Her brow furrowed. "You really have no intention of studying, do you?" I quickly replied, "I did it." Mu Wanning did not seem to believe me. Writing a whole test paper in 5 minutes. I rubbed my nose. I took it seriously this time. She held out her hand. "Let me see." I hurriedly produced the paper. I had racked my brain for this. After all, having transmigrated through so many school settings, I would been forced to learn a lot of subjects. The paper was hard, but with enough effort and a little help from the internet, I had managed to figure it out. Mu Wanning looked genuinely surprised. "You actually did this, despite my chicken scratch handwriting." Aside from my chicken scratch handwriting, the accuracy was surprisingly high. I grumbled. "I told you I am not stupid." Mu Wanning narrowed her eyes. "Then why did not you study before?" I did not know what to say. "I was too busy trying to keep you from killing me, so I could finish this damn mission and go home to the real world. I did not have room in my head for schoolwork." Mu Wanning did not push further. She took out a worn notebook from her bag. "These are the key notes I summarized. Every subject is in here. Go through them. Ask me if you get stuck." I took it with a look of immense gratitude. Acting like a scholar ready to tackle the sea of knowledge, I opened it solemnly. Her handwriting was nothing like her personality. It was elegant, tidy, and strong. I traced the characters, smiling. "Your writing is beautiful," Mu Wanning replied bluntly. "No, your writing is just exceptionally ugly." My mouth twitched. She was definitely getting bolder. If not for that 68 affection score, anyone would have taken us for an intimate couple. I scratched the back of my head. Maybe I should buy some copybooks to practice. The entrance exams are graded by machines, right? Mu Wanning looked confused. What does machine graded mean? My body went still. I realized this era's setting had not reached that level of technology yet. I gritted my teeth. Nothing. Just my imagination. Mu Wanning did not dwell on it. She said, "You really should practice. Otherwise, you are just throwing points away. Though I suppose it does not matter. Even if you fail, your family will just buy your way into a prestigious school anyway." "No, they won't," I denied flatly. "No." My denial brought a flicker of surprise to her eyes. She frowned, looking at me, as if trying to read my true thoughts. I took a deep breath and started pulling books out of my bag. I did not want to play the pity card, but if I did not bridge the class gap between us, there would always be a wall. Besides, if being pathetic gained her sympathy, I was happy to be the most pathetic guy on earth. Thinking of the original plot, I spoke with genuine solemnity. "My father cheated a long time ago. I have a brother who is only 3 months younger than me. We are half-brothers. They threw me away long ago." A shadow of gloom crossed my eyes. I shrugged noncommittally. My mom had barely been dead a few months when he brought that woman and her son into our home. They were a happy family of 3. I was just the outsider. I could hear her affection points ticking up. I kept going. All my acting out was just to get my dad to look at me for once. But it failed. He only hates me more. And I have stopped trying to please him. After all, he is the reason I do not have a mother. But telling you all this, does it annoy you? I forced my eyes to well up, letting a single tear hang on the brink of falling. Mu Wanning's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, the voice in my head chimed. Villain's affection, 61. Every word was hitting home, causing ripples in her cold exterior. Then, she said expressionlessly, "You deserve it." My face twitched. I leaned on the desk. Mu Wanning was truly a master of the sharp tongue, soft heart. She clearly felt for me, yet she had to sting. I secretly rubbed my thigh. I would pinched myself too hard for those tears. It was definitely going to bruise. Just as I thought she would stay cold, she spoke again. "It does not matter. Live for yourself. Do not seek the approval of others. Your father. He does not deserve it anyway." My heart soared. Mu Wanning felt irritated. She propped up her head and opened her exam paper, diving into her work. She did not hear me flipping any pages for a long time. When she finished her paper, she turned and saw me with my head on my hand, eyes closed, sleeping soundly. Mu Wanning felt a pang of regret. She could feel her hatred for me slowly dissolving. She tried to replay all the bad things I would done in her mind over and over. But it was not working anymore. She began to think I just did not understand emotions or how to communicate. Now, she saw me as just a rebellious, willful boy, just like her, lacking love, making us both seem incomprehensible to the world. She looked at me and knocked me awake, hard. I gasped, eyes wide. What happened?" She kept a straight face. "I told you to read, not sleep." My face crumpled. I propped my head up piteously, letting out a heavy sigh. But as for Mu Wanning, her lips curled up ever so slightly when I was not looking. I realized she was a girl with a very strong sense of duty. Maybe I had been too judgmental. By the time she knocked me awake again, I was on the verge of a breakdown, head on my hand, nodding off like a bird pecking seeds. As soon as I felt her look over, I bolted upright. "I am awake. I am totally awake." She let out a scoff, but did not call me out on it. Finally, during the long break, I slammed my books shut and fell into a deep, dark sleep on the desk. I had no idea that while I was out, Zhang Yuyao tapped on Mu Wanning's desk and gave her a sharp look. Mu Wanning's eyes darkened. She stood and followed Zhang Yuyao out. When the bell rang, I realized she was not back. Zhang Yuyao walked in with an arrogant smirk, arriving just as class started. She shot me a provocative grin. Mu Wanning was never late. The teacher asked where she was, but no one answered, so the lecture began. I checked my watch irritably. 10 minutes passed, and she still was not back. Then I heard some students laughing nearby, catching snippets of their conversation. I heard Mu Wanning. I heard rooftop. And then I heard, "She is really going to die." In that split second, the string of my sanity snapped. I was beyond furious. The villainess I was trying so hard to protect, spending every waking moment trying to save her soul. Why could not these people just leave well enough alone? I swallowed hard. Stood up, and sprinted toward the rooftop. My fists were clenched, my fingers trembling. I burst onto the rooftop, the wooden door slamming open. With a loud crash, I saw Mu Wanning sitting by the ledge. She looked so incredibly small and fragile. Her white uniform was torn, revealing her pale wrists. She was covered in dust, and there were scratches on her delicate face. Hearing me, she turned her head. Her eyes filled with confusion. She pulled at her tattered uniform. There were red welts across her back, vivid and horrifying. "They told you, did not they?" Her voice was cold and hoarse. I tightened my grip. I overheard, "You really are a jinx." Her lips parted slightly, her tone icy. Then, the system notification rang. Villain's affection, 100. Everything was wasted. I felt so wronged. The tears finally spilled over. My crying clearly panicked her. She stood up, walking toward me with a graceful yet hesitant stride. She frowned slightly. "Stay away from me. If you really like me, then please, just let me live in peace." With that, she turned and walked away. She did not come back to class. When I returned, her seat was empty. Zhang Yuyao saw my face and let out a mocking laugh. In that moment I lost it. I rushed forward and, in front of the entire class, delivered a stinging slap to Zhang Yuyao's face. She was stunned. The teacher was frozen in shock. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yuyao clutched her face, staring at me in disbelief. "Zhang Yuyao, you really are something. If you have a problem, come at me. Why go after her? I am the one pestering her. Do not you get it?" I screamed it all out. The teacher, seeing me grabbing Zhang Yuyao's collar, shouted, "Gu Shiyan, if you do not want to be here, then get out and go home. Stop causing trouble in my class." "Fine, I will go home. I do not want to be around these disgusting people anyway." I gritted my teeth. It already happened. There was nothing left to save. With Mu Wanning's personality, she probably hated me to death now. She had classes to attend and a plot to follow. I was just cannon fodder. A dead man walking. Who cares? I walked out right then and there, leaving the room in stunned silence. I walked the streets with my bag, feeling completely hollow. The system nagged in my ear. "Host, you were too impulsive. If you get expelled, there is no turning back." I let out a bitter laugh. There was never a way back. You saw it. Her affection bar is like a heart monitor. There is no humanity to it at all. She has no heart. I am done. I will just die and move on to the next mission. Looking at her just makes me miserable. She had given me an illusion of hope. Even if it was unstable, it was moving upward. There was hope. But an incident, and I am back to zero. Thank God I do not have a heart condition. Or this stress would have killed me on the spot. The system, cold as ever, just kept pushing. There are still 2 weeks left. Keep going. As long as you stop her from wanting to kill you, there is a chance. Are you insane? I snorted. She is destined to be a murderer. A born villainess. I could not save her if I tried for 1,000 years. I walked home. The streets were busy. Strangers rushing past. I felt a sudden, profound sadness. I could not even remember why I started doing these missions in the first place. I remembered helping many worlds, saving countless people from tragedy. I was happy then, earning points to get this S-rank mission and return to reality. But why did I want to go back? I had no memory of it. The system forbids executors from keeping real-world thoughts. The moment I started, my past was erased. Yet, somewhere deep down, I remembered someone was waiting for me. I kicked a stone. I did not expect to see her. At the bottom of the old apartment building, she was carrying a trash bag, changed into clean clothes. The white dress made her look ethereal and cold. Our eyes met. She coldly turned away. Silent. As she brushed past me, I whispered, "I am sorry. Go to school. I can guarantee they won't bully you anymore. For the harm and trouble I caused you before, I apologize. I know it is useless, but I still have to say it. Actually, forget it." I abruptly stopped what I was about to say, ruffled my hair, and strode upstairs. Mu Wanning was a little dazed. Should not it be school time right now? How did he run out? But she figured it out in an instant. Has not he always been like this? I slept like the dead at home. When I looked up, it was the depressing, dirty ceiling. The ceiling fan above was squeaking noisily. The door was being banged on so hard it sounded like thunder. I hesitated for a moment, went to open the door, and saw Gu Qing, radiating a chilling aura. And behind him, the heavily made-up Sun Yufang. Immediately, my expression turned cold. "Is there a problem?" "Gu Shiyan." Gu Qing squeezed the words out through gritted teeth. Beside him, Sun Yufang put on a fake soothing act, saying, "Xian is still a child. Do not lower yourself to a child's level." Gu Qing's eyes looked like they wanted to bore holes into me. He surveyed the apartment and mocked. This child sold the apartment his mother gave him. Not learning anything good at such a young age. Fighting and causing trouble is own thing. But to run off to a place like this with that kind of woman. I heard you announced at school that you are dropping out, is that right? Good. If you do not want to go, then do not. You are not cut out for it anyway. You are graduating soon anyway. I think the Zhang family's kid is pretty good. Pack your things and prepare to marry into their family. What are you talking about? I was completely bewildered. I can't believe these words came out of my biological father's mouth. What? This is the only use you have left. Gu Qing said coldly. I have heard everything from the Zhang family's kid. She is a good kid. She does not mind the things you have done in the past. After the college entrance exams, I will arrange for both of you to study abroad in the US. I clenched my fists, not saying a word. Actually, it was meaningless. Arguing was useless. Because I would not even live to see the day after the college entrance exams. But of all the things he could have said, Gu King had to say, if you had even half of your mother's goodness, I would not be this disappointed in you. You have the nerve to mention my mom. I looked at Sun Yufeng next to him. All the accumulated grievances could no longer be hidden. Trembling all over, I pointed at the woman behind him. My mom was amazing, but she still could not beat you two cheating scumbags. Smack. This slap landed squarely on my face without holding back. I stiffened my neck and continued. I did not say a single thing wrong. Gu Shiyan, your mother died of illness. If I hear you say something like that again, you better pray I do not show you my ruthless side. I doubted whether this man had even managed to deceive himself. I took 2 steps back. My mom was forced to death by you two. You coveted my mom's money, deceived her feelings, and grandly married into the family. Having affairs behind her back is own thing, but you even stole my mom's money to raise that bastard child. I saw his raised hand. You want to hit me again? My mom did not die of illness. She was forced to death by you, driven to suicide by jumping off a building. I never wanted to tear up our relationship, because you are my father. But now, I feel like even a stranger treats me better than you do. Do not talk to me about money. Every penny you and Sun Yufeng spend now has my mom's blood on it. Do not you think? Gu Qing's jaw was trembling. He furiously grabbed me by the collar. Sun Yufeng's eyes were red, crying tears while putting on an act of trying to calm Gu Qing down. To outsiders, she really looked like a virtuous wife and loving mother. What are you doing? At this critical moment, Mu Wanning's cold voice rang out. She was holding a convenience store bag. Standing at the top of the stairs, her eyes held absolutely no warmth. The moment Gu Qing saw her, he hesitated for a second, because she looked too much like someone he knew. If you want to argue, do it inside. There are many elderly people in this building taking their afternoon naps. After saying this, Mu Wanning turned to leave without looking back. She paused on the stairs and looked down at Gu King condescendingly. Besides, he is still a minor, protected by the law. If you have something to say it properly. Do not get physical. Be careful. Someone might report you and have you drink tea at the police station. Gu Qing gave Mu Wanning a surprised look, furrowing his brows tightly. Sun Yufeng hurriedly pulled him away. Forget it. He is still a child. Do not argue with him. Gu Qing rubbed his fist. Looking at me, he smiled coldly. Regardless of what you think, if you still want to acknowledge me as your father, then behave yourself. Do not make me angry again. After Gu Qing said this, he left, pulled away by Sun Yufeng. I stood at the doorway, took a deep breath, and gave a helpless smile. If it were not for having to follow the original plot, to avoid causing unnecessary ripples, I would not have bothered with that baffling couple. I touched my face. It really hurt. Gu Qing really showed absolutely no mercy to his own biological son, selling me off whenever he could. I smiled bitterly. Just as I was about to close the door, I saw Mu Wanning coming back down the stairs. Are you not going to school anymore? Mu Wanning stood 3 steps away from me, her eyes dark. As if trying to figure out what I was thinking, I nodded. Yeah, so you can go to school with peace of mind. Not having to see me at school. You must be very happy, right? Is it just because of this? I said. I do not want to see Jiang Yuyao. If there is nothing else, I am going to rest. Saying that, I was about to pull the door shut. It was stopped by Mu Wanning's hand. She frowned deeply. After a long while, she softened her voice. Does your dad hit you like this often? Does it hurt? I touched my face, bit my lip, and shook my head. I am not going either. Mu Wanning's words truly shocked me to the core. What? What is going on? Anyway, it is the review stage now. The teachers have taught everything they need to teach. Staying home to review is fine too. Mu Wanning pursed her lips and looked at me, her eyes complex. I can tutor you while I am at it. If your dad does not want you, with your grades, it will be hard to get into a university, right? Do not overthink it. I see you genuinely want to turn over a new leaf. If I just leave you be, I am afraid of what you might become. I continued to be amazed. This plot development was indeed somewhat unexpected. Are you serious? Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed my mind. The system did not notify me of an affection level increase, but Mu Wanning's attitude was clearly softening. However, Mu Wanning's expression turned cold at my question. Forget it. Pretend I did not say anything. How can I do that? I grabbed her, looking at her with eager, pleading eyes. Filled with hope, Mu Wanning thought to herself, if he had a tail behind him right now, it would definitely be wagging furiously. Her eyes darkened. She heard me say eagerly, since you promised someone, you have to do it. Tutoring. Let us start tutoring right now. Mu Wanning felt her eyelids twitch. She pushed my hands away. Wait for me to get my textbooks. I watched Mu Wanning walk upstairs and asked the system, how exactly do you guys define this affection level? The villainess's inner disgust. I snorted dismissively. I think your system might have a bug. Look at Mu Wanning. Does she look like she is disgusted by me? Have you forgotten? The system reminded me flatly from the other side. In the original setting, Mu Wanning was also nice to the original owner. What was the purpose? My scalp tingled. Mu Wanning had already come down from upstairs, carrying that worn-out backpack of hers. When she saw me, she was a little surprised. Why are you still standing here? I was a bit embarrassed. Rubbing my hands together, Mu Wanning twitched her mouth. My house only had Owen desk, dilapidated and rickety. It looked like it had not been used much. There was not a single book on it. Mu Wanning propped her hands on it and shook it, then immediately turned and put her backpack on the coffee table instead. Actually, there were many moments when I really could forget that I was going to die by Mu Wanning's hands. For example, right now as she sat beside me, guiding me through the problems from time to time, it seemed like she was genuinely planning for my future. You are obviously very smart. Mu Wanning held the test paper I had just completed. Most of the mistakes on it were due to carelessness in the final calculations. If last time it could be argued that I copied it from somewhere, this time she watched me do it right under her nose. It could not be faked. I never said I was stupid. I mumbled in protest. Then I heard the system retort, if you are so smart, do not ask me. Let us see if you can solve this math problem. So annoying. Shut up. I cursed indignantly. Mu Wanning closed her book. I have found the materials. Read the book yourself. I am leaving. I really did not pester her anymore. As soon as she left, I tossed my pen, cupped my chin, and asked the system, I really feel like she has no intention of killing me. Are there any other plot twists during this period in the original story? The system was actually useful this time. It helped check and summarized.
Yes.
In the original book, the original owner's brother once approached Mu Wanning. Also, she will meet the male lead 3 times. And of those times will increase the target's affection for the male lead. When is this happening? I jumped up. There are only a few days left in this half-month. Even if I can't raise my own affection level, I can't let Mu Wanning fall more and more in love with the male lead. A supporting female character and the male lead have no future. It should be within these next few days. The system said vaguely. That won't do. I scrambled up, grabbed my bag, and thought, I have to keep a close eye on Mu Wanning. I can't let anyone take advantage of this to steal her away. Mu Wanning's workplace had upgraded, becoming a cafe. I was not stupid enough to go into the shop, so I specifically crouched in the milk tea shop across the street. 1 cup of milk tea a day. I sat there until Mu Wanning got off work, and then secretly followed her back. Within a few days, I became familiar with the milk tea shop staff. Someone even teased me. What is up? Do you like that pretty sister? Go after her boldly. A handsome guy like you. She will definitely be moved. I waited and waited. It was time for Mu Wanning to get off work again. I immediately packed up, grabbed my half-finished milk tea, and rushed out. I always maintained a 10-step distance from Mu Wanning. I had it all figured out. If I got discovered, I would just say I was here to drink milk tea, and it had nothing to do with Mu Wanning. Mu Wanning walked leisurely, a smile on her lips. Seeing an alley, she slipped inside. When no one was looking, I had just been following her with my head down. When I looked up, she was gone. I panicked, quickly took a few steps forward, and looked around. I had only looked down for a few seconds. Where did she go? My body stiffened. I heard a cold voice from behind. Have you finished the test papers I told you to do? I turned around and saw Mu Wanning leaning against the alley wall. With a nonchalant look, the girl's figure was slender, at about 1.7 meters tall, wearing the cafe uniform. She gave off an unapproachable aura. The white shirt made her look pure and refined. Every movement carried a unique temperament. Why are you stalking me every day? Mu Wanning's question completely threw me off balance. I put down the milk tea in my hand. Before the lies could even leave my mouth, I surrendered. How did you find out? Who stalks someone? By following right behind them every day, with their head down, not even trying to hide. Do you think I am blind or stupid? I argued back. I was not. I was just worried. Worried about what? Mu Wanning asked, a little surprised. I fiddled with the corner of my clothes, looked up and said, "You are so pretty. What if someone targets you? Besides, this uniform of yours. How is this a uniform? It is clearly very seductive." Mu Wanning listened to me expressionlessly. I took 2 steps towards her, but she grabbed me forcefully, spun me around, and pinned me against the wall, pressed against her. I smelled a faint scent of mint. Looking up into her deep eyes, I could not help but hold my breath. A soft chuckle escaped her throat. Her voice was as pleasant as a clear spring. You like me that much? Following me 10 steps behind. Then I have a better idea. On that will make you never able to leave me. Do you want to try? An unpredictable light flickered in Mu Wanning's beautiful eyes. I hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said,
Yes.
Mu Wanning hated me. This hatred seemed to be subtly changing. Mu Wanning's fair, slender fingers tightened. She slowly leaned in. Her cherry lips lightly touched the corner of my mouth. Her voice was gentle, as if coaxing a child. Do not say things like that to me. My heart was trembling, because in that moment, I heard the system malfunction. The numbers were jumping crazily. Villainess's affection level, 50. Villainess's affection level, 10. Villainess's affection level, 99. This is crazy. I do not know if the system is crazy, or if Mu Wanning is crazy. The moment our lips met, I heard the affection level had become a positive number. But as soon as we separated, this damn beauty changed her mind. What? Do I have bad breath? Go home and do your test papers. Mu Wanning turned around gracefully, her long hair swishing, leaving me stunned in place for a long time. Mu Wanning herself did not know what she was thinking. She wanted to kiss me. It was just a momentary impulse. The boy's appearance made her heart race. His lips were incredibly soft, tempting her to explore deeper. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented panic. Her slender hand unconsciously touched her chest, trying to calm her racing heartbeat. She never thought someone could shake her state of mind like this. In just half a month, Gu Shiyan is a demon. She kept numbing herself, her slender fingers clenched into fists. He definitely wants to wait until she is hooked, and then ruthlessly dump her. To see her look pathetic. It is not like Gu Shiyan has not done this kind of thing before. Mu Wanning felt she had been careless. Lin Zixuan had come out with a few classmates to buy stationery. When he saw Mu Wanning alone from the street window, his face flushed slightly. Mu Wanning was truly beautiful, especially wearing that white shirt. Her aloof temperament carried a hint of distance, giving her a mysterious aura, as if she had many stories to tell. It was particularly captivating, especially to a sunny, cheerful boy like Lin Zixuan. He remembered that Mu Wanning had not added his WeChat yet. He frowned, put down the pen in his hand, and chased after her. Mu Wanning. Lin Zixuan called out from behind her. Mu Wanning paused her steps, turned around, and met Lin Zixuan's joyful face. He was always confident and radiant, making Mu Wanning envious. Did you just get back from your part-time job? The college entrance exams are coming up soon, and you are still working so hard. Mu Wanning's expression was indifferent. It is fine. Seeing that she looked like she did not want to talk, Lin Zixuan asked somewhat awkwardly, "Has Gu Shiyan been bothering you recently?" Hearing the name she did not want to hear, Mu Wanning's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Can I help you? Last time I gave you my WeChat. I noticed you have not added me after a long time," Lin Zixuan asked probingly. Mu Wanning pursed her lips. Although some things were embarrassing to say out loud, they were the truth. "I do not have a phone, so I do not have those apps either. Sorry." Lin Zixuan's face stiffened. He had actually forgotten that Mu Wanning's family situation was not very good. Otherwise, she would not be out working at this age and time. "I am sorry. I did not think about it." He immediately changed the subject. "Have you decided which university you want to test into?" Jiang University. Mu Wanning and Lin Zixuan did have some connection. He was a boy with a strong sense of justice. Many times when she was being bullied by me, he would always appear in front of her at just the right moment, like a knight descending into the world. He always gave people a feeling of being out of reach. "Really, I am also planning to test into Jiang University's computer science department." Mu Wanning looked up. This coincidence was somewhat uncanny, but she felt surprised. Before she could speak, she suddenly saw me behind Lin Zixuan. She just stared at me, full of disbelief. For a moment, Mu Wanning felt guilty. Lin Zixuan said cheerfully, "If we go to Jiang University together, we can be great friends. I think we get along really well." "Get along well?" My voice was gritted with anger. "You really match with anyone, do not you? Getting along with everyone. I told you last time, stay away from my girlfriend." A smile played on my lips. I really had to hand it to this original settings world. In less than 10 minutes, those who were destined to meet, met, and I even had to hear such disgusting words. Lingering ghost. Lin Zixuan describing me this way was honestly not wrong at all. Embarrassment flashed across his face, followed by shame. He said stiffly, "What business is it of yours? Have some shame, will you?" I scoffed coldly. "Mu Wanning is my girlfriend. You tell me if it is my business or not." "Girlfriend? That is just your own self-righteous delusion." My words directly stepped on Lin Zixuan's tail. He bristled. Lin Zixuan had suffered at my hands countless times. Seeing him deflated now naturally made me feel great. Before he could step on me a few more times, we heard Mu Wanning say, "It is not his self-righteous delusion. I am indeed his girlfriend." The words in Lin Zixuan's mouth were instantly choked back. Even my face wore an expression of disbelief. What Mu Wanning just said was true. I was not hallucinating. "Let us go home." Mu Wanning waved at me and walked away on her own. As I brushed past Lin Zixuan, I was full of show-off energy. "What did I tell you? Pretty boy, hurry up." Mu Wanning was not far from us. Naturally, she heard my provocative words. I shouted loudly, "Coming," and hopped over to her side like a bunny. My face written with happiness. I completely forgot about the half-finished milk tea. I offered it to her. "Want a taste? It is really sweet." Mu Wanning paused, staring intently at the chewed-up straw. "No, I will drink it." I did not feel embarrassed at all. Humming a little tune, I happily drank my milk tea. Sometimes Mu Wanning really wondered if she was overthinking things. I looked so innocent, simple, and easily satisfied. As long as she showed a little bit of goodwill, my eyes would fill with what looked like shattered stars. Looking at her brightly, it was strangely heart-fluttering. The moment Mu Wanning thought of this, her pace quickened a bit, trying to leave me far behind. Along the way, I told Mu Wanning about many things, like seeing a very mischievous child at the milk tea shop today, or seeing a certain couple. All trivial little things in life, but I kept them all in mind. If you put this kind of effort into studying, getting into a good university would be very easy for you. Hearing about studying, I let out a long sigh. What if I can't go to school anymore? Mu Wanning looked at me, a bit confused. What do you mean? I mean, what if my life is very short? Have you heard the saying? Mu Wanning interrupted me and said, a scourge lives for 1,000 years. You are more of a scourge than anyone. It is impossible for you to have a short life. My heart skipped a beat, joy spreading across my face. Right now, Mu Wanning did not look like she had any killing intent towards me. This made me very happy. I moved closer and smiled. Then you have to live a long life too. Boring. Mu Wanning left me behind. The tips of her ears tinged red. She suddenly thought about it. If she was with me, living a long life together. Such a boring question. Mu Wanning did not expect that while she was bickering with me, she would be seen by her mother. She looked like she had just gone out to buy groceries. Standing under the tree, she looked at Mu Wanning with a moment of surprise, and then silently turned her head away. Mu Wanning irritably avoided my hand. I had not noticed this subtle change yet, and asked her again, what is wrong? I am serious. I am going to study hard and go to Zhang University with you. Then we can study medicine together, okay? Why do you insist on me studying medicine? This was the second time Mu Wanning had heard me suggest this. Before, she was indeed very repulsed by it, but now she was a bit more curious. I hemmed and hawed for a long time, and made up a random excuse. I just think studying medicine suits you. In the future, you can wear that white uniform. It will make you look especially pretty. My eyes were shining, as if desperate to prove I was right. I am serious. Shallow. I am leaving. Mu Wanning glanced at her mother, who was still under the tree, pretending that we just had an ordinary relationship and were just chatting. She took the opportunity to go over and help her mother carry the groceries. You got off work early today, Mu Wanning said. Yi Ching took a few more glances at me and asked, that young man is a classmate. The moment I saw Yi Ching, I finally understood why Mu Wanning had suddenly chatted with me for a bit. In order not to disturb the mother and daughter, I silently followed from a distance. Does he live here too? Why have not I heard you mention him before? Yi Ching looked at me. I did not look like someone who came from a poor place. Handsome, with a good temperament. If I was not studying dance, I was definitely some rich family's young master. He just moved here. Yi Ching's eyes darkened. Understanding something, she suddenly said, you like him. We are just classmates. Mu Wanning's tone carried an undeniable finality. Yi Ching, knowing better, nodded, and did not continue the topic. She was very curious about me. She did not expect to meet me the very next day. Yi Ching went out early and saw me awkwardly carrying 2 cups of soy milk upstairs. When I saw Yi Ching, my body stiffened for no reason. Are you Wanning's classmate? I swallowed hard, feeling anxious, and awkwardly lowered my head.
Yes.
Why are not you at school? Yi Ching knew about Mu Wanning dropping out to review at home, although she kept saying there was no need to go to school now. Yi Ching knew very well in her heart that she just wanted to lessen the family's burden a bit and earn a little more money. She felt useless and often felt she had let her child down. I made a mistake at school. I was a little afraid of saying the wrong thing. Auntie, I wanted to ask, is Mu Wanning home? She is in. Yi Ching thought I probably liked Mu Wanning, because when I mentioned her, there was a light in my eyes. Can I go ask her to help me tutor? I said ingratiatingly, and added, I won't let her help for free. My grades are bad. Mu Wanning's grades are good. So I will. Go ahead. Yi Ching interrupted my stammering words. How could I not see it? Between classmates, there is no need to talk about helping or not helping. Our Wanning has never had many friends. If someone can communicate with her more, I am already very happy. I am going to work. Go find her quickly. After Yi Ching said this, she paused and added, actually, our Wanning is a very good child. I know. I could understand a mother's heart. I had even raised a son in a previous transmigration world. Mu Wanning had always been lonely, and Yi Ching understood that. I looked up and smiled at Yi Ching. Mu Wanning is not only good, she is also very outstanding. Thank you, Auntie. I will go find her now. Take care. I skipped away happily. Yai Qing watched as I stood at her door and knocked cautiously, and she took a deep breath. Things. When Wanning heard the doorbell, she was surprised. Things. Wanning walked to the door to check. Things. She looked a bit dazed when she opened the door and saw me. She had just washed her hair, water dripping down from the tips. A white towel hung around her neck, and she wore a plain white t-shirt. Her collarbones were stunningly beautiful. "Why are you here?" I blushed slightly for no reason, turned my face away, and handed over the soy milk in my hand. "Brought you some food." Mu Wanning glanced at it. She furrowed her brows, but still took it casually. Actually, she had already eaten. There were still unwashed dishes on the table. She subconsciously blocked my line of sight, seeing me peering inside, and flashing a silly smile. "I just saw your mom." Mu Wanning's body stiffened, and her eyes darkened. "Did you say something to her?" "I did not." I shook my head vigorously, playing dumb. I had not forgotten the words I blurted out in anger back then, that I would take it out on her mother. This Mu Wanning, she held a grudge like no other. "I told Auntie that I came to ask you for tutoring." Auntie was actually quite happy, and told me to visit you often. Mu Wanning stared at my face, as if trying to spot some trickery. Finally, she turned her head away. "Is there nothing else?" "Well, there were a lot of questions on yesterday's test I did not quite understand." I was thinking. Before I could finish, Mu Wanning interrupted. "I will look at it later. I have some things to do right now. It is not convenient for you to come in." As soon as Mu Wanning said that, with a bang, she locked me out. I rubbed my nose. Good thing I was standing far back. Otherwise the door would have smacked right into my forehead. I curled my lip and let out a huff. Tsundere. Absolute tsundere. Mu Wanning glanced at the breakfast in her hand. Only later did she find out that this breakfast place was over by the park, quite far from here. Whether I had gone out of my way for it, or just brought it in passing. This feeling made her somewhat uncomfortable. Even her own mother had never taken care of her like this. The pen in my hand kept spinning. Mu Wanning finished grading my test paper. I leaned over, saw the page full of red check marks, and smiled. Have I improved again? There is only 1 week left until the college entrance exams. These past 2 days, Mu Wanning fell silent for a long moment. Review the key points I noted for you. You are indeed very smart, but you have fallen too far behind in the previous curriculum, especially in language arts. It is impossible to make you memorize everything now. So try to memorize the practice questions I gave you. Maybe a blind cat will find a dead mouse. Do you think with these grades, I can get into Zhang University with you? I did not care about all that. I had the system. If the system wanted me to successfully complete the mission, it would have to obediently hand over the correct answers. Maybe. Mu Wanning said. She suddenly felt that fate was playing tricks on people. A guy like me, who had slacked off for years, could actually catch up to others' years of hard studying just by putting in a little effort now. Where is the fairness in that? Besides, he was handsome. And rich. This kind of boy never seemed to lack suitors wherever he went. But why was he solely pestering her? Mu Wanning thought to herself. She had nothing. Except for this face. I kept saying I was after her looks. But in reality, those rich girls were much more refined than her. And they all knew how to dress up. Mu Wanning especially hated this feeling. She could not figure it out. Yet she wanted to. She even wanted to crack my head open to take a look, to see if my brain's wiring was different from normal people's. That is good then. I cupped my face and smiled brightly. I want to be with you for a lifetime. Because of this phrase, a lifetime, Mu Wanning's heart trembled. She silently lowered her head. Today, unusually, she did not mock me, but murmured. You are just young. You have not seen the world. Do not say things like that. I am serious, I said, truer than gold. Besides, you like me, right? I felt like I was testing the waters on the edge of danger. But I did not panic at all. Mu Wanning lacked love. The ultimate reason for many twisted personalities is a lack of love. Of course. Purebred psychopaths excluded. You admitted to Lin Zixuan before that you are my girlfriend. You were not like this before. I tugged at the corner of her shirt. My eyes wide like a cat's. I am right, are not I? All day long. I do not know what is going on in your head. Mu Wanning furrowed her brows deeply. I told you I would not like you. Mu Wanning said, I am just repaying a debt of gratitude. You treat me well, so I treat you well. Then if I like you, should not you like me even more? The corners of my lips curled up. That is what repaying a debt is, right? I want more. I am leaving first. Mu Wanning left in a bit of a rush. Not even packing away her workbook. She grabbed her backpack and fled in panic. I clutched my stomach and laughed on the sofa, laughing so hard tears fell. During this time, I heard that affection level shooting up. When it stopped at 35, it suddenly turned into 99. I was already used to it. If the system could glitch on an S-rank mission, then this made perfect sense. Because my system assistant once said, it had never encountered an S-rank mission before. As for what the previous hosts did, that caused their missions to fail, I never asked. Mu Wanning was a bit distracted all day. The cafe owner asked her if she had fought with her boyfriend. Mu Wanning froze, the tips of her ears turning red. What boyfriend? That young man who hides in the milk tea shop across the street waiting for you every day. I saw you walking together yesterday. Is he not your boyfriend? Mu Wanning glanced at the milk tea shop across the street. Behind the glass window, my familiar figure was not there. She felt an emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost something. This feeling came suddenly and felt entirely foreign. No, he is not. Mu Wanning wiped the table, trying to shake all these thoughts out of her head. But things do not always go as planned. The first customer Mu Wanning served that morning came with ill intentions. She was covered in designer brands, looking incredibly arrogant. Her beautiful eyes swept the room as she asked, "Who is Mu Wanning?" She looked like she was here to pick a fight. A few customers looked over. Mu Wanning put down the menu in her hand and stood firmly in front of the woman, who was about her height. "I am Mu Wanning. How may I help you?" "So it is you." The woman scanned Mu Wanning's outfit up and down, the mockery in her eyes fully exposed. "First time meeting. I am Gu Shiyan's older sister. Gu Wanyu. My purpose for coming today is very simple." Gu Wanyu pulled a bank card out of her pocket. "Leave my brother. Leave Zhongcheng." Mu Wanning felt this scene was somewhat familiar, like something out of a melodramatic 8 p.m. soap opera. The vicious mother of the male lead throws a stack of money in the female lead's face, saying, "Leave my son." She always thought such scenes would not happen in reality. She always thought such scenes would not happen in reality. She always thought such scenes would not happen in reality. But looking at it now, novels and TV dramas originate from reality and are elevated from it. Mu Wanning pulled a smile at the corner of her lips. "So you are the On Gu Shiyan mentioned, who stole someone's husband, came knocking with the mistress, the freeloading older sister. I have heard a lot about you." Gu Wanyu's expression instantly darkened. "You have got some nerve. Do you know the consequences of saying these things?" "I do not know, and I have not thought about it." Mu Wanning gestured towards the door. "If you are not going to dine here, please leave. Do not disturb the other customers." Gu Wanyu changed her tune, looking at her provocatively. "I want a hand-ground iced coffee. No milk." She pulled out a 100 yuan bill from her pocket. "For you." "Sorry. A hand-ground iced coffee is 150 yuan. Mu Wanning took the money with both hands. Her eyes lowered. Her attitude was impeccable. Gu Wanyu's face flushed, a bit angry out of embarrassment. She pulled out another 100 yuan bill from her pocket. "Keep the change. Consider it your tip." "Thank you." Mu Wanning exchanged a 50 yuan note at the register and actually pocketed it. Gu Wanyu watched her actions, the mocking expression never leaving her face. Just look at this poor wretch, acting like a beast of burden for a 50 yuan tip. She really did not know how much water was in Gu Shiyan's brain. When Mu Wanning brought the coffee, Gu Wanyu stuck out her foot to trip her. She did not expect Gu Wanyu to be so sneaky. Her hand trembled, and the entire coffee cup flew out, splashing all over Gu Wanyu. "What?" Taking personal revenge. Gu Wanyu looked entirely unbothered. The coffee cup shattered. The cafe owner came running out. He did not know what had just happened. Seeing the clothes on Gu Wanyu, he immediately brought Mu Wanning over to apologize. I am so sorry, customer. Our employee has not been feeling well these past 2 days. So, save your breath. Gu Wanyu took off her coffee-stained jacket and placed it on the table. The owner quickly picked it up. I will send it to the dry cleaners for you. I will have it cleaned and returned to you. No need. The owner's face lit up with joy. Before his words of praise for Gu Wanyu could leave his mouth, he heard her say, I never wear clothes that have been washed. Pay up. This jacket is from Italy. I will give you a 20% discount. Pay 8,000 yuan. You're joking, right? The owner's face darkened. He could tell it was a high-end brand, but he did not expect it to be that expensive. Gu Wanyu tapped her fingers on the table, glancing sideways at Mu Wanning. She has money. Mu Wanning looked up, somewhat bewildered. Her method of picking a fight was simply too childish. Before Mu Wanning could finish speaking, I shoved past Lin Zixuan, who was just coming in. I practically stumbled and crawled my way to Mu Wanning's side. What did you just say to Mu Wanning? I had only caught the word money when I walked in. Seeing the jacket in the cafe owner's hands, I quickly pulled Mu Wanning behind me. Gu Wanyu, who allowed you to come here? The moment Gu Wanyu saw me, her expression changed. The malicious, bullying demeanor vanished completely, replaced by the look of a good older sister. Shiyan, you have not been home for a long time. Mom and Dad asked me to come find you. I am not here to discuss this with you. I did not even want to pay attention to her. I turned and asked Mu Wanning, what did she just say to you? None of your business. Mu Wanning looked at my earnest profile and said, this was my mistake. This jacket will be fine after a wash. Asking you to pay 8,000 yuan. Is not that just making things difficult? Mu Wanning worked diligently in the shop, with a proper attitude. The owner also really liked this kid, and could not help but speak up for her. Mu Wanning furrowed her brows, shooting the owner a displeased look. Feeling he talked too much. 8,000 yuan. I instantly bristled, let alone 8,000. Mu Wanning probably does not even have 800 right now. Why do not you just go rob a bank? I said indignantly. I knew Gu Wanyu came here specifically to cause trouble. She probably just wanted to trick me into going home, to please her dad. This scheming bitch, exactly like her mother, Gu Shiyan. I had seen Mu Wanning in difficult situations far too many times. Sometimes, tossing and turning, Mu Wanning always felt that if her life were just a little bit better, she would not be controlled by others, and would not be at a loss in situations like this. Do not speak. It was my first time being this tough. The reason was simple. I did not know if Mu Wanning was like this in the original setting. I did not know if Mu Wanning was like this in the original setting. I did not know if Mu Wanning was like this in the original setting. But she did indeed, because of Gu Wanyu. Hate the Gu family even more. So much so that after taking over the Mu family, she stopped at nothing to crush the Gu family, and drove my family members to death, or madness. Gu Wanyu was also sent to prison, spending the rest of her life behind bars. So, people like this cannot be provoked. 8,000 yuan, right? I will give it to you. I opened her WeChat, and immediately transferred the money. Take your money and get out. Do not look for me again. I felt incredibly cool at that moment. Gu Wanyu narrowed her eyes at me. Shiyan, how long are you going to keep messing around? If you do not want to marry Jiang Yuyao, tell me. I will help you decline it. Why won't you come home? Dad misses you very much. Gu Wanyu sighed. My mouth twitched. Misses me. He misses making my life miserable. Can you stop spouting nonsense? You are not welcome here. And I do not want to see you either. Who are you? And who am I? Do you have the right to say these things to me? Gu Wanyu's expression became unpredictable. I grabbed Mu Wanning's sleeve. Come with me. As I left, I bumped hard into Lin Zixuan's shoulder. My tone carried absolutely no hint of apology. I said sharply, excuse me, did not see you there. Of course I knew that if the system had not suddenly warned me. Key plot point approaching. What would have happened next? Lin Zixuan's family was not wealthy, but he had saved up a lot of lucky money. He would have helped Mu Wanning out in this situation. Mu Wanning lacked love so much. She would remember even a little bit of kindness for a long time, especially with this nice guy persona already established. 5.537. Especially with this nice guy persona already established. 5.537. Especially with this nice guy persona already established. 5.55237. Her affection for him would only multiply. I absolutely could not allow that to happen. Why are you here? Mu Wanning found my sudden appearance a bit too coincidental. She was very suspicious. Although I would not completely say she suspected this was a hero saving the beauty act orchestrated by me, she would still be very curious. My heart was feeling uncomfortable earlier, so I thought of coming to see you. I lied through my teeth. Just now, at the shop entrance, I saw Gu Wanyu sitting inside, so I was afraid she would do something to you. What could she do to me? Mu Wanning scoffed. Money. She definitely would not have given it. She now suspected that in my eyes she was a delicate little flower, unable to withstand the slightest wind or rain. She is not a good person. Saying this felt exceptionally forced. In this world, the biggest villain is Mu Wanning. Saying something like this in front of her was no different from telling a joke. But Mu Wanning did not react that way. She chuckled softly, her tone involuntarily softening. She laughed softly. Yes, she is indeed not a good person. I do not feel like working anymore. Treat me to a meal. After all, she came to cause trouble because of you. You should take responsibility, right? Mu Wanning suddenly making this kind of request surprised and delighted me. The surprise was that it did not sound like something she would say. The delight was, I felt I was one step closer to Mu Wanning. Even though the system indicated the villainess's affection level was still 99, but I naively thought the system was just broken. Okay, sure. What do you want to eat? I blushed slightly. Mu Wanning had seen many boys blush at her, but this was truly the first time she found this expression quite intriguing. She inexplicably thought of the alleyway that night, my eyes full of panic as I looked at her, like a frightened rabbit, having heard too many strange, baseless rumors from who knows where. Mu Wanning always thought I was dirty, with a chaotic private life. In reality, I really did act very casually fixing my gaze on her, deliberately teasing her. This made her feel both panicked and involuntarily resentful. If her family background were better, her qualifications better, I would just be someone she could easily manipulate, but she was not. I said I liked her face. This caused her much anxiety while tossing and turning at night. If I met someone prettier in the future, would not she be ruthlessly abandoned? After all, she was very superficial. This kind of love story between Cinderella and the prince has always been fraught with hardship. She only wished I would get tired of this game sooner, so she would not be so restless. She only wished I would get tired of this game sooner. She babbled on a lot, saying she could not eat raw or cold food, so Japanese food was out, saying her stomach was bad, so spicy food had to be avoided too. After thinking it over, I said, how about we buy some groceries and cook at home? I said, actually, I can cook a little bit. I suddenly feel like cooking for you. Mu Wanning tightened her grip. Okay, I actually did know how to cook. Having been battered by various worlds, I held many jobs. My skill points were practically maxed out. When 2 side dishes and egg drop soup were served, Mu Wanning stared at the decent-looking and fragrant dishes on the plates. She raised an eyebrow. I did not expect you really knew how to cook. Of course. I especially love making soup, especially egg drop soup. Never get tired of it. As for why I was so obsessed with it, I had forgotten too. When Mu Wanning picked up that bowl of soup floating with dried shrimp and seaweed, she froze. An inexplicable sense of familiarity flashed through her mind, but it was only for an instant, and then vanished without a trace. Next time I get cornered, will you show up too? Mu Wanning suddenly said this. Then she looked up, giving me an ambiguous look. I realized there was a problem. My heart skipped a beat. From the moment she said her first sentence, I had already started trembling with nervousness. My voice was a bit stammering, completely lacking confidence. What problem? Do you really hate Lin Zixuan? She had not noticed before, but this time, seeing me and Lin Zixuan appear at the same time, Mu Wanning recalled and paid closer attention. Whenever Lin Zixuan appeared, I would always be present right on cue. My hostility towards Lin Zixuan was far too obvious. I held some food in my chopsticks, my eyes darting around. Not really. Tell the truth. Mu Wanning's tone dropped a few degrees. It was not that I had not seen female leads with powerful auras. That is called protagonist halo, but Owen with such a strong villain halo. Mu Wanning was the first I would ever encountered. Yes, I do not like him. I could not hide it from her. I looked up and said earnestly, I do not want you to have any contact with him. Not at all. Why? You and him won't have a good ending. My tone was very firm. Mu Wanning raised an eyebrow and asked in return, will you and I have a good ending? Mu Wanning's voice was very soft, like she was joking. I stared blankly. I was a little afraid to answer. First of all, Mu Wanning would kill me, although the possibility was very low right now. But if the mission was completed, and I guided Mu Wanning onto the right path, I would detach from this world. A smile escaped Mu Wanning's lips, filled with mockery. We will. I suddenly said, I will make sure you have the best ending. The college entrance exams were getting closer. Mu Wanning made a trip to the school, specifically to bring the news back to tell me, and went with me to buy school supplies. What are you standing there for? Mu Wanning paid the bill, turned back, and looked at me, still standing in place. She frowned. Did you not get everything? I glanced at the gloomy-faced Lin Zixuan. His friends were still chattering about something, but it was too far away, so I could not hear clearly. I hurriedly followed her. After exiting the door, Mu Wanning saw the milk tea shop across the street. Do you want some? I noticed you really like drinking milk tea. Did you just? I pointed to Lin Zixuan inside the store, somewhat in disbelief. Mu Wanning's face was expressionless. I pursed my lips and smiled at her. I want some. When Mu Wanning went to buy the milk tea, my soul finally settled back into my body. Just now, Lin Zixuan had run into Mu Wanning again. With his signature smile, he greeted her. What a coincidence. We meet again. Before I could even go over, I heard Mu Wanning say coldly, I do not think meeting you is something to be happy about. We are not close. Lin Zixuan's tears instantly welled up in his eyes. I was dumbfounded too. Here. Mu Wanning shoved the milk tea into my hand. Then she walked forward without looking back. I was chasing after her the whole time. It was not until I was walking beside her that Mu Wanning's pace gradually slowed down, matching my steps. Our testing locations are not too far apart, right? I eagerly struck up a conversation. Yeah. You are on the 3rd floor. I am on the 1st floor. Then after the exam, can you wait for me? Mu Wanning looked at me and frowned. After a long while, she said, okay. The eve of the college entrance exams, I paced back and forth in the hallway, very anxious. There were only 24 hours left until my death. If I could survive, half of the mission on Mu Wanning would be complete. She could completely break away from the original world's setting. It would welcome a brand new Mu Wanning. Why are not you sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you pacing around for? Mu Wanning was wearing a long white dress. It looked like she was going downstairs to buy something. My body stiffened. Turning my head, I saw Mu Wanning's long soft hair, resting obediently around her face. Only those eyes were truly sharp. Even when slightly relaxed, I could still feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. I am nervous. Mu Wanning lowered her eyes and looked at me for a long time. Do you want to go for a walk downstairs? Okay. Mu Wanning walked beside me. She could tell I was preoccupied with heavy thoughts. She was never good at comforting people. Just as she was about to say something, she looked down and met my eyes. We spoke at the same time. A bit awkward. I scratched my head. You go first. Mu Wanning did not mind. Oan hand in her pocket. Do not be nervous. You will definitely have a school to go to. I felt uncomfortable hearing this, no matter how I analyzed it. Mu Wanning also looked irritable. What I mean is, I know. I looked up and smiled at her. My grades are bad. You do not need to remind me. But I will work hard to get into Zhang University. I want to be with you. Mu Wanning clenched her hands. Actually, Zhang University is not all that great either. Jiangcheng Normal University is pretty good too. And it is not far from Zhang University. What did you want to say just now? What do you think of me as a person? When I asked this, my voice was trembling. Mu Wanning pursed her lips. Not much. I let out a laugh. I almost forgot. Mu Wanning is the champion of saying own thing but meaning another. Not much. Just means not much. When I said this, I just treated it as her saying the opposite. I looked down at her and asked, Are you still planning to study computer science? Yeah. I mean, what if? I looked at her, carefully testing the waters. What if you meet a boy who is gentler than me, more handsome than me, and better with words than me? Would you like him? I do not know. My eyelids instantly felt heavy. I gave a muffled I want to go back. I stopped in my tracks, turned around and started to leave. What did I do not know mean? It just meant she had not fallen for me yet. And that was perfectly normal. Mu Wanning holds grudges and is petty. Generate affection. How could she generate affection just because of a little bit of goodness? Generate affection. Mu Wanning felt my retreating figure looked extremely aggrieved, walking slowly, as if waiting for her to catch up, but she did not. Deceiving oneself is not good. She was afraid that if she chased after me, it would turn out to be nothing but her own wishful thinking. Then it was better to preserve a little dignity. At home, I was so angry, I threw my pillow around, venting my pent-up frustration. What kind of person is she? Truly worthy of being an S-rank mission target. Sigh. I lay on my bed feeling melancholic. If I failed, I would have to go back and do 10 D-rank missions. This was very annoying. My head was full of images from my time doing missions. I forget quickly. My emotions are shallow. Many heartbreaking events are fine after a month of peace. I differentiate very clearly. This is just a game, but I am a little tired. No matter who I become, this is not my home, nor is it a place where I truly belong. The joy I originally felt coming to this world had now mostly dissipated, leaving only endless despair. Host, you are crying. The system assistant reminded me in my ear. I wiped away a tear. Sniffled. Can't a person be sad? Do you know how much it hurts to die? You might not necessarily die. The little assistant muttered cryptically from the side. Now I was starting to suspect the system had a bug too. Previously, the target's stats would be fixed. Unlike this own. Enough. I get annoyed just talking about this. I grumbled. What use are you? That is because you do not have enough points. The little assistant retorted. I advised you back then. Before taking an S-rank mission, you should save up more points. As a backup. But you would not listen. Fine, fine, fine. I deserve it. I covered my ears with my pillow. Dismissed. Stop talking. Mu Wanning, afraid I would oversleep, came knocking on my door early in the morning. She even urged me to pack my things properly, not to forget my admission ticket and other items. I was a bit dazed. I had many things I wanted to ask, but in the end, I did not say a word. Mu Wanning gave me a ride on her bicycle. She seemed a bit used to it now. The hands around her waist were still very warm, tightening from time to time. Do well on the exam. I stood at the door of the classroom and heard Mu Wanning say this. Mu Wanning. Seeing she was about to leave, I called out to her. When she turned around, I suddenly pulled her into my arms. The sudden embrace made Mu Wanning's body stiffen. I just held her. Mu Wanning endured it for a long time. Then she reached out and patted my head. I was trembling. She thought I was nervous. Her voice was soft. Do not be nervous. If you do not know how to do a question, just skip it. Leave it for the end. She paused, then added, Do not fall asleep. Yeah. I hummed in agreement. Looking at her, I said something inexplicable. I hope you do well. No matter what you do, I will be happy. You will remember me, right? What are you talking about? Mu Wanning frowned. Good luck. I stepped back and darted into the classroom. Mu Wanning could not figure out what I meant. Entering her own exam room, she immediately spotted the boy by the window. Lin Zixuan. That boy seemed like he wanted to talk to her, but the light in his eyes dimmed in an instant. The exam went very smoothly. The only thing that was not smooth was that Mu Wanning frowned the entire time she finished her paper. She suspected I would not be able to do it. This year's paper was insanely difficult, so she thought about it and left the last major question blank. As for me, It was also very smooth, with the little assistant's hints. I deliberately left a few highly difficult questions blank. I did not want to overdo it. I knew Zhang University's cutoff score for this year, so I kept my score right around the line. No more, no less. If Mu Wanning still insisted on choosing computer science, then I would risk my life to accompany her and test in together. I ran fast. I was the first to hand in my paper. I rushed down from the 3rd floor. Mu Wanning was still slowly packing her things in the classroom. I frowned and looked at Lin Zixuan over there. The male lead halo is truly powerful. To even run into each other like this. Hearing someone panting, Mu Wanning looked toward the back door. Immediately after, I lunged onto her back and hugged her. Mu Wanning instantly blushed. She swayed slightly. "Let go." "No. Let go." Mu Wanning started to struggle, her voice carrying a chill. I hugged her and refused to let go. "I am so tired from the exam. I need to recharge my energy." Mu Wanning immediately stopped moving. I watched Lin Zixuan looking our way and curled my lips provocatively. I took a deep breath behind Mu Wanning, raising an eyebrow. Lin Zixuan felt his breath catch. Mu Wanning is ungrateful. Gu Shiyan is not any good either. They really are a perfect match. Lin Zixuan arrogantly tilted his head back and left. The classroom gradually emptied. Mu Wanning felt her body burning up. She kept a tight face, preventing the boy behind her from noticing anything unusual. "Are you done?" As soon as she spoke, Mu Wanning found her voice terrifyingly hoarse. Seeing she was no longer a threat, I pulled up a chair and sat in front of her, resting my upper body on the desk. That major question seemed really hard. "Yeah." Mu Wanning nodded. "What do you want to eat for lunch today?" "I want to eat the rice bowls from the shop by the gate," I said. Mu Wanning patted her pocket. "Then let us go eat." At the dining table, I talked about how to conquer the practice questions. My eyes were shining. Mu Wanning naturally picked the meat out of her rice bowl and put it in my bowl. Mu Wanning naturally picked the meat out of her rice bowl and put it in my bowl. Mu Wanning naturally picked the meat out of her rice bowl and put it in my bowl. Mu Wanning naturally picked the meat out of her rice bowl and put it in my bowl. Luckily, I was talking so enthusiastically, I did not notice. Mu Wanning watched as I put that piece of meat into my mouth. Smiling, her eyes curving into crescents, Mu Wanning lowered her eyes and said nothing. "I am going to the restroom for a bit." I stood up and smoothed out my short-sleeved shirt. As soon as I left Mu Wanning, my expression changed. Our interaction was like a game of chess. One wrong move, and the whole game is lost. "Is this your wallet?" Hearing someone speak beside me, I snapped back to reality. Turning my head, I saw a girl's clean face. She had a different temperament from Mu Wanning. She was truly pure and clean, with gentle features. So gentle it would make Owen's heart skip a beat. I froze. I looked at the wallet in her hand and nodded. "Thank you." The girl smiled. "You are welcome." I took a few extra glances, because this woman was the female lead, Shen Yu. "Is she pretty?" Someone suddenly asked. I replied subconsciously, "Pretty." My head turned back mechanically, stiffly, meeting Mu Wanning's dark eyes. "I am doomed." Mu Wanning licked her back molars. Her words sharp. "Did I interrupt you looking at her?" "Sorry." When Mu Wanning said this, she raised an eyebrow, turned, and walked away. I panicked instantly and hurried to catch up. Get away. Mu Wanning shoved me. Seeing she was already out the door, I was extremely flustered. When I took out my wallet to pay the bill, the owner told me this table was already paid for. I was stunned and quickly ran out. "I already knew you were shallow." Mu Wanning viciously stomped on a pebble on the ground, kicking it into the drain. Just now, she felt I had been gone too long. She was afraid I had been held up by something. But as soon as she went over, she saw me staring blankly at the back of a girl who had just left. She did not see the person's face clearly. She only felt that the person had a good figure, covered in designer brands. Even when speaking to those around her, her voice was pleasant. She seemed to have a very good temper. The boys nearby would also stealthily steal glances at her. To sum it up, Mu Wanning felt that girl must be very pretty. At that moment, She felt a turmoil in her chest. I followed behind her, looking aggrieved, not saying a word. Mu Wanning did not speak either. When she was about to go to her exam room, I finally tugged at her sleeve, explaining, "That person. She looks a lot like a celebrity I know." So no need to explain. Mu Wanning coldly pushed my hand away, her face expressionless. "I have no interest in this." True. Seeing her expression just now, I actually thought she was jealous. Forget it. Mu Wanning would definitely never have that kind of emotion. Thinking about that 99 affection level, I let out a scoffing laugh. Wishful thinking. 5 hours left until my death. I lay on the desk, my mood low. These 5 hours felt like years. I thought it over and over. Mu Wanning should not have any reason to kill me anymore, right? Towards Mu Wanning, not to mention anything else. During this time of feeding her, farming affection points, I have done quite a lot for her, have not I? It does not make sense. I finished my last exam and waited anxiously at the door for Mu Wanning. When Mu Wanning appeared, she immediately noticed I was in a bad mood. She thought for a moment, wondering if her attitude at noon had been too harsh, and scared me. She also thought it through. She had absolutely no reason to be angry. I was like a kite flying high in the sky, but she did not hold the string. Who knows when I might fly away, leaving not even a trace for her. Mu Wanning gritted her teeth, feeling it was exceptionally unfair. She was like a fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of others. "Let us go." Mu Wanning pushed her bicycle out. I did not get on. I stood beside it and shook my head. "Can I walk back with you?" "Okay." Mu Wanning did not hesitate, just went along with me. She felt like I had a lot to say, but I kept hesitating to speak. Today, Mu Wanning. Actually, the plot had already deviated. Mu Wanning did not ask me out, but being with her was no different from a ticking time bomb. "Let me ask you something." I looked at her and asked, "What is our relationship?" Mu Wanning frowned. "What do you think?" "I do not know." Mu Wanning's heart sank. Before, did not he keep claiming he was my boyfriend? Now he suddenly does not know. "Whatever you think," Mu Wanning blurted out. Feeling exceptionally irritated, I did not know what to say. Seeing me remain silent, Mu Wanning endured it for a long time, then turned and asked, "Have you played enough?" "What? Are you trying to tell me now that treating me well before was just so you could dump me later? Is that it?" I did not. I panicked. My mind was currently a mess, a jumble of various emotions. Mu Wanning's aggressive words made my thought process even more chaotic. "Suit yourself." After Mu Wanning said this, her chest tightened painfully. My head was full of affection level notifications, fluctuating wildly up and down. It almost made my head explode. So I stood rooted to the spot, in agony, unable to move. Mu Wanning had absolutely no desire to look at me again. She just got on her bike and left. She was long used to leaving me behind, and I was long used to watching her back. However, this time it happened so suddenly. I could not understand why she had suddenly become so difficult. At the moment the affection level reset to 0, I stood there stunned for a long time. What did this mean? I asked. The system's little assistant was also bewildered, suddenly resetting to 0. What the mission target was thinking, only Mu Wanning knew. She was thinking, "From now on, we will just be strangers. Everything from before, completely wiped clean. Just pretend this person never existed." I could not figure it out, and I did not want to go home. Mu Wanning did not know why she was waiting by the window. Looking down, she never saw my figure. He probably went back, right? He got tired of playing, had enough fun, and it was time to return to his place. Mu Wanning felt that even swallowing was difficult right now. She hated herself for jumping into a trap she clearly saw. At 8 p.m., I stood 10 steps away from the place where the original setting dictated I would die. Mu Wanning was not here. I survived. I was a bit dazed. I pointed at my watch. There was still half an hour. I blinked my eyes, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Surviving meant the mission was not over yet. I still had to keep appearing beside Mu Wanning to stop her from turning evil. This could also be considered a good outcome. I turned to leave. When I heard a cry of alarm from inside the alley, I froze for a moment and subconsciously walked towards the alley. Then I saw Pretty Boy, devoid of his usual aura, surrounded by a group of hooligans. He was shouting frantically, "Do not come any closer. I will scream for help." I scratched my head. What kind of plot is this? Gu Shiyan. Pretty Boy saw someone at the alley entrance. Momentarily overjoyed, he hurriedly called out. That group of hooligans all turned to look at me. One of them cried out in pleasant surprise, "Brother Yan." Lin Zixuan's face instantly darkened. He said tremblingly, "Did you bring these people here?" Gu Shiyan. I stared at that hooligan's face. Thinking it over, I had no idea who this person was. "What are you guys doing?" I frowned deeply. That little hooligan rubbed his hands together. Our boss wanted to invite him over to hang out, but he refused the toast only to drink the forfeit. The little hooligan pulled out a cigarette and offered it to me. I heard Brother Yan also does not like this kid. How about today? We let Brother Yan teach him a lesson first. You guys. Before I could finish my sentence, someone patted my shoulder. When I saw Mu Wanning, the string in my mind snapped. Wanning. Lin Zixuan, finding strength from somewhere, actually broke through the hooligan's encirclement and sprinted straight over. I was knocked staggering by him. Lin Zixuan ran to Mu Wanning's side, and I was caught by one of the hooligans nearby. "Are you ficting looking to die? Brother Yan. Does it hurt? Did not I tell you guys? Grab this kid for me. What is wrong with you? Have not you eaten?" Before the little hooligan could finish speaking, I suddenly thought of a possible motive. This incident was not my doing. I frowned and blurted out, pushing the hooligan beside me away. Washing my hands of it completely, Lin Zixuan looked terrified, shivering over there. It made my heart skip a beat. Mu Wanning reassuringly patted Lin Zixuan. She said softly, "I will go home with you." The little hooligan would not allow it, and went to block them. I slapped him right across the face, with a terrifyingly low air pressure. "Brother Yan." He looked at me in disbelief. I gritted my teeth, grinding them audibly. "If you do not know how to speak, then shut up. And do not let me see you guys again." "Brother Yan, how could you?" "Shut up." I held my exam bag in my hand, looking dejected. As Mu Wanning walked down the street, she inexplicably remembered the look in my eyes just now. 1,000 threads of complex emotion, making Owen feel sad. "What just happened?" Mu Wanning asked. She deliberately softened her tone. Lin Zixuan looked at her stubbornly. "After school, they blocked my way and dragged me into the alley by force. I never provoked them." "Really? Do you think it could be Gu Shiyan's doing?" Lin Zixuan said. "I do not even know why. He seems to really hate me. Those people also know Gu Shiyan. Besides him, I really can't think of anyone else who would use such methods against me. Why do you think he would do something so cruel? He wants to ruin me." Every sentence of Lin Zixuan's was an accusation. It was not him. When these words came out of Mu Wanning's mouth, they were very firm. Lin Zixuan was stunned. He became a bit hysterical. "Have you forgotten what he did to you before? These kinds of methods, who knows how many people he has used them on. Back when I was in middle school, I even heard he drove a little girl into a mental hospital." Mu Wanning listened for a long time. A bit dazed, she instinctively did not believe Lin Zixuan's words. "But these things, I had indeed done them. Let me call a cab for you." Mu Wanning reached out and hailed a taxi. Lin Zixuan stood rooted to the spot. "Are you not coming home with me? I have something else to do. They probably won't chase after you." Thinking it over, Mu Wanning pulled out 10 yuan from her pocket and handed it to the driver. Leaving Lin Zixuan behind, she walked straight back the way they came. I had not gone far. I was sitting right at the alley entrance, quietly waiting. That group of hooligans had already left. When I saw Mu Wanning, my eyes lit up, and then quickly dimmed again. Mu Wanning still came. It was 8:25 p.m. I took a deep breath and stood up, dusted off my clothes. Mu Wanning. This incident was not my doing. I stubbornly wanted to reiterate it one more time. Even though I understood that once Mu Wanning was certain of something, it was hard to change her mind. Mu Wanning did not speak. She just stared at me intently. "I know. I was really bad before. I do not deny it, but I really am changing. When I said this, the corners of my eyes were red. I have absolutely no reason to target Lin Zixuan. Really? Mu Wanning took a step forward, and I took a step back. Are you here to take revenge for him? I lowered my head. I am afraid of pain. Mu Wanning. Can you? Let me choose a less painful way to die. Are you sick in the head? Gu Shiyan. Mu Wanning laughed out of anger. I looked up, a bit stunned. Wait, I meant to say, are not you here to kill me? But as the words reached my lips, I suddenly realized, I am different from the original setting. So I changed my tone, and said, did not you say you did not want me anymore? Who said that? I beamed with joy. Haphazardly wiping my face, I asked, you just left me here all by myself. And, this afternoon, you just rode off on your bike without me. Mu Wanning felt that I, as a person, had incredibly fast emotional fluctuations. Second looking utterly tragic. The next second hugging her arm. Mu Wanning's heart was racing chaotically because of me. She met my gaze. We were very close. The girl's breathing was a bit unsteady. Her breath warmly brushed against my face. You are the one who said you were tired of playing. That is fighting nonsense. A vein throbbed on my forehead. I instantly swore. Is not this just vicious slander? I was dying for Mu Wanning to like me. To only look at me. That way she would not be interested in arguing with Lin Zixuan, or having a showdown with the male lead. How great would that be? If you swear own more time. Mu Wanning pinched my cheek with own hand. I grimaced in pain. I won't say it again. I yield. I was just happy. Even if Mu Wanning beat me up right now, I would still be happy. Compared to being hacked to pieces. What was this? Mu Wanning held my head and said, Gu Shiyan. I am not a toy. I never said you were. You flirted with me. And I took it seriously. You better have. With this back and forth, Mu Wanning's eyes darkened. I have severe paranoia. I am sick. Mu Wanning enunciated every word. A very serious psychological illness. I am sensitive and suspicious. Emotionally unstable. Lacking a sense of security. I am not a good person. You said it yourself before. You said you wanted to be with me for a lifetime. I took it seriously. Mu Wanning said, between us, all feelings are wiped clean from this moment on. We start over. If you do not like me, we can just be strangers. Or even just passing classmates. But if you flirt with me again, I will like you. And being liked by me is not a good thing. Speaking from the perspective of the original setting, being liked by Mu Wanning was indeed not a good thing, but I was not afraid of her. Anyway, it was all for the mission. I like you, I said. Mu Wanning looked at me, trying to spot any clues. But there were none. My eyes told her that this statement came from the bottom of my heart. It meant that at least in this moment, I truly liked her. The next second, I was pulled into an embrace. Mu Wanning's lips pressed against mine. She lowered her eyes and deepened the kiss. I almost held my breath, feeling the wind was gentle and the moonlight tender. Going home? I held Mu Wanning's hand. When I heard the affection level was stuck at 10, I felt it was weird. She became my girlfriend. We kissed. Such a tender moment. And she only had 10 points of affection. Then farming it to 100 would take until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Mu Wanning had never liked anyone before. But at this moment, she immensely wanted me to belong to her. Dating someone like her. How should I put it? When I held the 2 admission letters in my hand, I cupped my face and thought. Mu Wanning's affection level maintained a steady increase of 0 point per day. Sometimes there would even be affection data like 0.1. The system was dumbfounded. But once Mu Wanning warmed up to you, she was indeed the standard issue good girlfriend. She had to work during the summer break to save up for her living expenses. But every time she came home from her part-time job, she would always pick up some little knickknacks. Like the milk tea I liked. Or the chicken drumsticks I liked to eat. Are you dating that boy downstairs? Mu Wanning had the day off today. She heard me say I wanted to go out and play. So she started getting ready to go out early in the morning. Yai Qing's question made Mu Wanning's body stiffen. She lowered her eyes. Being discovered by her mother was normal. She gave an Then she heard Yi Qing ask, "That boy comes from a wealthy family, right?" "Mm-hmm. Go on." When Yi Qing said this, she sighed. Mu Wanning said nothing and closed the door. I had been waiting in the hallway for a long time. Seeing her come down, my face lit up with joy. But Mu Wanning was very quiet. I tilted my head and looked at her. "Did you have a fight with your mom?" "No. You are not happy." Mu Wanning glanced at me. I was like a roundworm in her stomach. Every time I could pierce through her deliberate disguise. "You think too much." Mu Wanning casually linked her arm through mine. "Have you been in contact with your family recently?" Mu Wanning suddenly asked. My hand holding hers tightened. What came out of my mouth was, "No." "Liar." Mu Wanning squeezed my knuckles. But she did not call me out on it. I did indeed. I was extremely annoyed. I got accepted into Zheng University. My father seemed to have suddenly had an epiphany. Not only did he buy back that villa for me, but he also urged me to come home for a visit. I absolutely refused to go back. Mu Wanning's mood was very low the whole day. No matter how I tried to cheer her up, she did not seem any better. Right now, her affection level for me had reached 30. Seeing Mu Wanning every day made me happy. Even though I did not know if it came from the bottom of my heart, or what. That did not matter. I swung my legs, sitting somewhat unsteadily on the park bench. Mu Wanning suddenly spoke in a muffled voice. "Why would you think I would kill you?" The smile on my face instantly vanished. I was a little panicked. This was an idea I came up with too. Reminding her every day so she would drop that thought. I did not expect it to come back and bite me now. But why is she suddenly asking this? I subconsciously scooted to the side. Could it be she is feeling murderous again? I had been reading some news during that time. I bit the bullet and made something up. Later, I had a nightmare. I dreamt that you killed me. Hacked me to pieces. Because the dream felt too real. I was terrified it would come true. Mu Wanning did not say a word. I brought the drink over to her. "Try a sip. It is really sweet." Mu Wanning glanced at me. She had seen through my thoughts long ago. Under my expectant gaze, she took a sip. It was indeed very sweet. She furrowed her brows. Mu Wanning felt that being with me made her always forget the time. In a flash, it was the day to report to Zhang University. Mu Wanning followed me to my dorm. When I opened the door, there were already a few guys inside. Upon seeing Mu Wanning, they could not help but hold their breath in awe. She looked around. "Sleep here." I nodded obediently. Mu Wanning remembered how messy my house was. In her eyes, I was just incapable of taking care of myself. So she got the bed sheets and bedding from the housing department, helped me make the bed, and put away my luggage. "I am heading to my dorm first." I watched her bustling figure, my face flushing and heart racing. Even though I had conquered so many targets, to be able to go to this extent, Mu Wanning was truly the first. No wonder Lin Zixuan, even after dating someone else back then, still could not let Mu Wanning go. Who could resist this? As soon as Mu Wanning left, those roommates seized the opportunity to ask, "Was that your older sister? My girlfriend?" I said this very proudly. My roommates looked at me with envy. I thoroughly enjoyed it. "Is she also at this university?" "What major?" "Same major as me. I am studying computer science." Thinking of dorm introductions, I took the initiative to say, "Hello everyone. My name is Gu Shiyan." However, my happiness did not last long. The dorm door was pushed open again. I locked eyes with Lin Zixuan outside the door. Our gazes met. As if striking sparks, Lin Zixuan's body stiffened. He frowned, stepped back out to check the room number, and then walked back in, doubting his own existence. "Perfect. Delivering yourself to my door for supervision. Let us see what kind of waves he can make now." A smile played on my lips, a look of calculation on my face. Truly fate. "You two know each other?" The guy from earlier asked aloud. Lin Zixuan wanted to leave right now. Is there anything more terrifying than being in the same dorm as a little demon? "We know each other." I nodded, looking innocent, a smile on my lips. "Our Zixuan has a very good heart. If you guys ever need anything in the future, you can ask him." Back where we are from, he even had the title of disciplinary committee member. Lin Zixuan was trembling with anger. This guy was supposedly praising him, but every word felt like a mockery. You guys chat. I patted his shoulder as I was leaving. I am going to find my girlfriend to hang out. When Mu Wanning arrived, her dorm was already full. There was only the last bed left. While she was putting down the mattress pad, I peeked my head in and looked around. Those girls were not shy either and asked, "Handsome, who are you looking for?" Mu Wanning followed their gaze and frowned. "Why are you here?" I was curious. Mu Wanning stopped making her bed, jumped down and grabbed my hand. I held a few cups of cola in my hand and smiled at her roommates. "Nice to meet you all. I am Mu Wanning's boyfriend. These are for you." "Thank you. Thank you, boss." Mu Wanning did not find anything worth celebrating in these words. She reached out and pulled me. Seeing the door move, she immediately pulled me to her side. 3 girls stood bustling outside. I stared at the girl who had already entered and froze. Shen Yu. What a coincidence. Shen Yu had probably arrived early and already knew everyone in the dorm. The group immediately greeted her. "Sister Yu. Wanning's boyfriend came to bring us cola." Shen Yu glanced over, a smile brimming on her face. "It is you." Mu Wanning's hand tightened. Shen Yu pointed at herself and said, "Do you remember me? The Owen who picked up your wallet at the signature rice bowl shop." "Of course I know. Thank you." I also smiled at Shen Yu. Mu Wanning stared at Shen Yu for a long time. Only then did she remember what had happened. She immediately grabbed me and walked out. "Were not you hungry? I will take you to eat." I was pulled along, completely baffled. I waved goodbye to her roommates and hurried to keep up with her. Mu Wanning felt very stifled. That girl had money and looks. Just looking at her, you would know she was incredibly attractive to young boys. Mu Wanning pulled me into the hallway, moved closer, and bit me. Reluctant to leave. "What? Is that girl pretty?" "Not as pretty as you." I had learned my lesson. Now I could say for sure. Mu Wanning was definitely jealous. "Have you seen the class placement list?" Mu Wanning changed the subject. I only just remembered. I took out my phone. Mu Wanning had also bought herself a phone with the money she saved from working, but she still was not quite used to it. She had also heard it from her roommates. "Do not bother looking. We are not in the same class." Mu Wanning felt annoyed. I insisted on looking, but after I looked, I instantly became depressed. What is this situation? I studied so hard, and I am still not in the same class as Mu Wanning. It is following the same plot as the original setting again, a 3-person Shura field, leaving me all alone on the outside. The class schedules for the 2 classes are totally different. Sigh. I am in the same dorm as Lin Zixuan, I said abruptly. Mu Wanning lifted her eyelids and gave an I pulled at her and said, "I will be keeping a close eye on him." "Why are you looking at him?" "About what happened with Lin Zixuan before." Mu Wanning did not ask for details either. "He is always hovering around you. I do not like it." I clenched my fists. "If I find out you two are in contact, he is dead meat." Mu Wanning let out a scoff. "He definitely wants to steal my girl." I said, "You can't get close to that bad woman either. You hear me?" Mu Wanning especially liked it when I acted like this. It made her feel like I cared about her deeply, like her heart was filled entirely by me. "Okay." Mu Wanning rubbed my head. "High school and university are different." Every day after military training, a group of teenage girls would chatter away in the dorm, without books to read. Mu Wanning felt exceptionally unaccustomed to relaxing. She felt she should find something to keep herself busy. "Hey, Mu Wanning, tell us about you and your boyfriend. How did you two meet?" "High school classmates." "That is so nice." "Not really," Mu Wanning thought silently. If I had not changed at all, she probably would have hated this person to death. But now, she could not quite leave him. "Have you two done that yet?" "Done what?" Mu Wanning glanced over. Shen Yu spoke up from the side. "All right, why discuss someone else's private matters? I am just reminding Sister Ning. Boys turn bad when they get to college. My boyfriend and I broke up right after graduation. Broke up right after graduation. Broke up right after graduation. Wounded. So annoying." Mu Wanning frowned. She thought for a moment before understanding what that meant. Her face darkened. I was in the dorm, turning a deaf ear. The male lead halo had already revealed itself. I did not know what Lin Zixuan had said behind my back, but I could feel my roommate's distance. That is good. I do not want to interact with these people anyway. As long as I keep a close eye on Lin Zixuan and Mu Wanning, everything will be fine. How did you and your girlfriend meet? When a roommate asked this, there was a hint of teasing in his tone. I raised an eyebrow. She loved me, so I just went along with it. Really? Those guys laughed. I propped my head up. Well, what else? I glanced over, looking at Lin Zixuan. Ask him. Back then, he even caught me and my girlfriend, saying I forced her to be my girlfriend. And then what did my girlfriend say? Lin Zixuan did not want to speak anymore. Everyone's eyes were on him. I curled my lips into a smile. My girlfriend said she does not know him well, and told him to stop pestering her. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Zixuan instantly flared up. Did I spout nonsense? I sat up straight. I wonder who it is, hovering around my girlfriend every day, always acting so self-righteous. When I flirt with my girlfriend, how does it become so ugly in your mouth? The roommates looked at me, then looked at him, not knowing what to say. Gu Shiyan. Do not push people too far. Lin Zixuan's eyes were red. He stood up. Who knows who is constantly engaging in campus bullying? Ask your own conscience. How many times have you hit Mu Wanning? Should not. I suspect you. Who knows if you were the one who hired those thugs after the college entrance exams? You are just that disgusting. What? Relying on your family's money. You cause trouble all day long. Am I wrong? My eyes had already grown cold. I let out a scoffing laugh. So what if I hit her? Does not she still like me all the same? Unlike you, showing goodwill so many times and still being rejected. And another thing, do not throw dirty water on me. Those thugs had nothing to do with me. You would better think carefully about which of your own romantic debts you have not settled. And it came back to bite you. Lin Zixuan was just about to open his mouth to retort. I reached out and tapped my lips. All right, stop talking. If you say any more, I will get annoyed. I am not someone to be messed with. After my argument with Lin Zixuan in the dorm, the roommates finally understood. I was not exactly a saint, but Lin Zixuan was quite something too. Knowing the girl has a boyfriend, and still trying to get close. If that is not being a green tea, what is? I inherently did not care about these rumors and gossip. I only cared about what Mu Wanning thought. But Lin Zixuan was not as carefree. He had been excellent since childhood. No matter where he went, he was always held in the palm of people's hands. Not only did he hit a wall with me time and time again, he was also falsely accused by me. It was clearly my fault. Why? Zixuan, are you not getting used to the school? Shen Yu saw he was preoccupied. Looking distracted, her voice was incredibly gentle. Or did someone bully you at school? No. Lin Zixuan shook his head. I am just not in a good mood. Tell me about it. Shen Yu and Lin Zixuan grew up together. Childhood sweethearts. Because of her family background, her personality was mature. She also took more care of Lin Zixuan. In high school, she went to an exclusive private school in Zhongcheng, while Lin Zixuan went to No. 1 high school. It was not easy for them to finally reunite in college. In her eyes, Lin Zixuan was a kind-hearted boy since childhood. If she had to pick a flaw, it was that he was too kind. Lin Zixuan gripped his chopsticks, his face terribly gloomy. Shen Yu rarely frowned. Seeing this expression on him, her demeanor also grew colder. What happened? Shen Yu quickly pulled a tissue from her pocket and handed it over. Sister Yu, am I really that unlikable? Who said that? Shen Yu hurriedly asked. Are you not getting along with your roommates? I did not want to either. Lin Zixuan felt extremely wronged. No matter how cheerful his personality was, he still noticed his roommates' overt and covert distance. Sometimes he would clearly hear his roommates chatting at the door. But as soon as he walked in, their voices would abruptly stop. I knew a boy before. He really dislikes me. He insists that I want to steal his girlfriend. Now he is assigned to the same dorm as me. He talks bad about me to our roommates. Now the whole dorm ignores me. The more Lin Zixuan spoke, the worse he felt. Such a thing happened. Shen Yu was instantly furious. Lin Zixuan is kind, but that does not mean anyone can bully him. What is his name? I will go have a talk with him. Shen Yu could not sit still anymore. She pulled Lin Zixuan and was about to leave. Lin Zixuan sniffled, tugging at her arm. Sister Yu, do not do this. I do not want to cause trouble. Let them talk. I do not mind. Do not mind. Do you know that words can be deadly? Shen Yu sneered. At such a young age, he is quite skilled at twisting the truth. Since he loves to talk so much, I will see what he has to say to my face. I strolled through the cafeteria. Beside me, Mu Wanning was paying attention to my eyes. All my thoughts are written on my face. Mu Wanning said, "Nothing you want to eat. How about we go to the other cafeteria?" I curled my lip. This cafeteria is the closest to the dorm. We have been doing military training for half the day. I am practically dead from exhaustion. Okay. I did not want to settle. I turned and told Mu Wanning, I heard there is a really good double-skin milk shop nearby. I want to. Before I could finish, I caught sight of the golden couple over there. Lin Zixuan and Shen Yu standing together. In the original setting, their relationship had not reached an ambiguous stage yet, even though it looked a bit murky. In reality, neither of them had thought that far ahead. It was Mu Wanning's appearance and her continuous displays of goodwill towards the male lead that triggered Shen Yu's possessiveness, leading her to see her true nature. Mu Wanning noticed I had not moved, turned her head, and asked suspiciously, "Did not you want to go eat double-skin milk?" Look. I jutted my chin. Only then did Mu Wanning follow my gaze. A bit bewildered. What? Our little Zixuan really matches the girl beside him. I crossed my arms. Sighing. Mu Wanning noticed Shen Yu beside him, and subconsciously grabbed my hand, saying, "What is so great to look at about them?" Hey! Wanning. Shen Yu suddenly met Mu Wanning's gaze. She strode towards us. Is there something you need? Mu Wanning's face was calm. I gave Lin Zixuan beside her a mocking look, and quietly intertwined my fingers with Mu Wanning's. Intense possessiveness. Mu Wanning's lips curled up. Only when seeing Lin Zixuan. Would I be this clingy? Which dorm is your boyfriend in? Mu Wanning pursed her lips. In the same dorm as your boyfriend. Her words were also a reminder to me. This person is pretty, but taken. Boyfriend. Shen Yu was momentarily stunned. Looking at Lin Zixuan beside her, she immediately realized. No. What boyfriend? This is my younger brother. I heard he was being bullied in his dorm. I want to go seek justice for him. You just said. He is in the same dorm as your boyfriend. Seek justice. I laughed. Why do not you tell me about it? Who bullied him? Seeking justice. I am an expert at that. Lin Zixuan's shoulders visibly trembled. Shen Yu's eyes landed on me, carrying a bit of surprise. Stop messing around. Mu Wanning scolded softly. 7010. Mu Wanning scolded softly.
5, 7.
Who does not know what I was like in high school? 7. Acting like a hooligan, never serious. Now that I have finally toned it down a bit, tell me, little brother Zixuan, with our relationship. 6. I absolutely will not allow anyone to dare bully you. I raised an eyebrow, smiling cheerfully. Sister Yu, let us go. Lin Zixuan tugged at Shen Yu's sleeve. He kept his head down the entire time. Shen Yue was dead set on standing up for Lin Zixuan. Her expression darkened. Since you guys are in the same dorm, then please tell me, how do the people in your dorm talk about Zixuan behind his back? Can you? Zixuan is a kind-hearted person at his core. He is easily bullied by others. Kind. Very kind indeed. I completely agree with that. But sometimes, excessive kindness is a sin. I do not know about that. I looked completely bewildered. I feel the atmosphere in our dorm is quite harmonious. I do not know who would speak ill of him. Could it be? You did something shady. And someone dug it up. You are talking nonsense. Gu Shiyan. Is not this all because of you? What are you pretending to be innocent for? After I finished my speech, Lin Zixuan finally could not hold it in anymore. His body trembled with anger. Tell sister. What exactly happened? Seeing him like this, Shen Yu panicked. Mu Wanning frowned and glanced at me, seeing my calm expression and the arrogance still lingering in my eyes. She thought for a moment and pulled me behind her. Lin Zixuan refused to speak. He just kept pulling Shen Yu away. I smacked my lips. This finally felt a bit like a vicious supporting male character. Your name is Gu Shiyan, right? Let us talk. Look at the female lead. Even in this situation she can remain composed, with a smile on her face. Even though that smile did not look very nice. No need, Sister Yu. Sure. I stepped around Mu Wanning and nodded in agreement. We sat down in a quiet milk tea shop. I had absolutely no awareness of having done anything wrong. Biting on the straw, drinking my milk tea like a contented cat. Was it you? While the other two were ordering, Mu Wanning lowered her voice and asked in my ear.
What?
I widened my eyes, looking completely innocent. Mu Wanning was almost fooled. She tapped my forehead. When I told her I was in the same dorm as Lin Zixuan, she had a bad feeling about it. And sure enough, it had not even been a few days, and I had already bullied him to tears. My mind raced, and I frowned, muttering, "This matter, it is not my fault." Shen Yu let Lin Zixuan sit on the inside. Then she sat in the aisle seat, directly across from me. Why are you targeting Lin Zixuan? When Shen Yu said this, there was a bit of a chill in her voice. I thought to myself, no matter how fierce you are, can you be as fierce as the person next to me? I have the villainess. Nothing to worry about. I wiped my mouth, smiling brazenly. Because I feel like it. Shen Yu's brows instantly furrowed. Just now, Lin Zixuan had briefly explained the situation to her. To think that I was actually the tyrannical Gu Shiyan. This was a bit too surprising for Shen Yu. I will make the call here. After all, you guys will be roommates for 3 years. Let us write off the past. Even if you can't be good friends in the future, let us not fight anymore, okay? Okay. The ending of those 2 words was incredibly light, as if she was pleading. So incredibly gentle. Mu Wanning looked at Shen Yu and took a deep breath. I showed no reaction to her words whatsoever. I even pushed my milk tea towards Mu Wanning. I can't drink anymore. Then I folded my hands together. Looking serious. I accept your suggestion. Also, do not provoke my girlfriend. The latter part was directed at Lin Zixuan. Spoken through gritted teeth. Shen Yu felt my words carried an underlying meaning, but she did not ask. She looked at me gratefully. Thank you for giving me face. I am going back to the dorm to rest. I leaned over, hugged Mu Wanning, and kissed her on the cheek. I did not. After I left, Lin Zixuan added, I did not provoke his girlfriend. He is spouting nonsense. Shen Yu sighed. All right. Stop making trouble. Did not you promise to stand up for me? And now you just go along with Gu Shiyan. What is so great about him? You do not even know. Enough. Shen Yu interrupted him. Taking a step back is for the best. Besides, were not you the Oan who brought it up first? If he was picking a fight for no reason, I definitely would not have let him off easily. When Shen Yu returned to the dorm, she saw Mu Wanning in the washroom, leaning against the doorframe. She thought for a moment and said, Things got a bit ugly today. Your boyfriend is not angry, is he? Why would he be angry? He did not lose anything in this exchange. Lin Zixuan is nothing. Mu Wanning was very confident about this. That is good then. I am planning to take the dorm out for drinks tonight. Bring your boyfriend along. I will bring Zixuan too. We will let bygones be bygones over a drink. Mu Wanning frowned. No, he does not drink. After saying that, Mu Wanning added, he also does not like occasions where Lin Zixuan is present. What exactly is going on between them? Shen Yu's curiosity was piqued. She had asked Zixuan in detail too. Thinking it over, there did not seem to be any deep-seated hatred between them. Mu Wanning shook her head. I do not really get it either. He seems to really target Lin Zixuan. He was probably in the wrong today. Please apologize to Lin Zixuan for me. As for tonight's gathering, I won't be going. How can you not? Shen Yu had a good temper and was good at handling social situations. It will just be us girls from the dorm going out. We just won't invite the guys, all right. Mu Wanning did not have much money, But she understood this was probably necessary for socializing. If she refused now, it would seem like she was being unappreciative. In the end, she nodded. When I heard Mu Wanning was going out for drinks, I patted her clothes. Do not drink too much. Okay. Lin Zixuan is not going, right? I asked abruptly. Mu Wanning burst out laughing. What kind of deep hatred do you have for him? It is Lin Zixuan this. Lin Zixuan that every day. I do not have any. I realized I was indeed paying a bit too much attention to him. But I could not help it. He is the one with the male lead halo. I had to be on guard. It is just my doormates. Mu Wanning gave me a loose hug. Hurry back. Then when you come back, buy me a bucket of popcorn. I hugged Mu Wanning back and secretly slipped 500 yuan into her pocket. Mu Wanning kissed my cheek. Okay. She said no guys were coming. When Mu Wanning found the private room in the restaurant, she saw Lin Zixuan sitting there. When Mu Wanning found the private room in the restaurant, she saw Lin Zixuan sitting there. When Mu Wanning found the private room in the restaurant, she saw Lin Zixuan sitting there. Shen Yu hurriedly stood up to explain. Zixuan did not want to go back to the dorm. He does not have any friends here either. So, Mu Wanning silently pulled out a chair. It is fine. The roommates, unaware of the underlying complexities, saw Shen Yu brought a guy, and were practically glowing with gratitude. Who would complain? Lin Zixuan was indeed very likable. Not even halfway through the dinner, he had already become well acquainted with her roommates. Laughing and joking. It was very lively. Mu Wanning just sat in the corner, detaching herself from the liveliness. At the end of the dinner, that group of people wanted to play truth or dare out of boredom. Mu Wanning could not just throw down her chopsticks and leave, so she had to bite the bullet and play along. In the very first round, Mu Wanning was chosen. Amidst the cheering, she chose dare. The dare was, call her boyfriend and tell him she wanted to break up, and see his reaction. Mu Wanning looked at the roommate who proposed this. Seeing the atmosphere turn cold, Shen Yu quickly intervened. It was not easy for them to get together. Why mess around like this? Mu Wanning just grabbed the liquor bottle from the table, poured a full glass, and downed it in an own gulp. Next round, Mu Wanning did not dare to gamble. Even though I had given her a lot of indulgence, having never experienced love, Mu Wanning had heard that love could be passionate and fiery, or plain as water. Mu Wanning felt love was like walking on thin ice. She had always been immersed in calmness, but she also understood that beneath this tranquil surface lay raging torrents. Mu Wanning drank too fast. By the time the dinner ended, her head was spinning. The others were also drunk out of their minds. Lin Zixuan stood steadily beside her. After a long while, he reached out to support Mu Wanning. They were so drunk, and it was past dorm curfew. Shen Yu simply booked 4 hotel rooms. The group staggered towards the hotel. Shen Yu could not take care of 7 people by herself. Watching Lin Zixuan help people into the cab, she instructed him. Keep an eye on Mu Wanning. Head to the hotel first. Check in under my name. Okay. Lin Zixuan and Mu Wanning sat together in the back seat. The alcohol seemed to have hit the girl. She was very uncomfortable. Her arched neck looked exceptionally beautiful. The body heat transferred through their touching arms. Mu Wanning's beauty was striking. She casually ran a hand through her hair, revealing her fair forehead. With bleary, drunken eyes, she looked at the man beside her, hesitated for a moment, and called out uncertainly, Lin Zixuan, I am here. Her voice was cold yet pleasing. Hearing it made Lin Zixuan's heart skip a beat. He quickly responded. Suddenly, Mu Wanning's gaze sharpened, her aura turning fierce. Driver, stop the car. The driver hastily pulled over to the side, terrified she would throw up in the car. What are you doing? Are you feeling sick? Mu Wanning did not answer. She got out of the car and started walking. Where are you going? Lin Zixuan grabbed her arm, but she pulled it free. Mu Wanning. Lin Zixuan stomped his foot in frustration. He said, You are drunk. Shen Yu booked a hotel. Let me take you there to rest. No need. Mu Wanning's head was splitting. She staggered along the road. The driver was calling after them from behind. Lin Zixuan looked back, turned to pay the fare, and told the driver to go. Then he chased after her again. Mu Wanning took out her phone. It was 10 of the clock. Curfew had already passed. She probably would not be able to deliver the popcorn to Gu Shiyan. Do you not want to be around me? After his series of actions, Lin Zixuan finally snapped back to reality. He was in disbelief. Mu Wanning stopped in her tracks. She turned and looked deeply at him, and nodded heavily. Why? I saved you so many times before. Mu Wanning was dazed. After a long time, she rubbed her forehead. Sorry. As Gu Shiyan's girlfriend, he does not like you. Lin Zixuan was temporarily speechless, his eyes widening. Just because of this. Yes, just because of this. People always said Mu Wanning was icy cold, unfeeling, impervious to persuasion. Lin Zixuan had never envied anyone before, but at this moment, he envied me immensely. Why? What had I done to make Mu Wanning care so much? Lin Zixuan muttered from behind. Are you sick in the head, Mu Wanning? He treated you like that, and you still fell for him. Mu Wanning's body stiffened. Lin Zixuan blurted out. He probably does not even like you that much, Gu Shiyan. I knew him before this. He messes around with everyone. You won't have a good ending with him. We will. Mu Wanning's voice was firm and resounding. We will have a good ending. I told you. You do not know, do you? He is engaged to Zhang Yuyao. Lin Zixuan did not want to say this either, but he truly could not bear to see Mu Wanning being deceived. He took a deep breath. Knowing that speaking ill of someone behind their back was bad, he prefaced it by saying, I am doing this for your own good. He and Zhang Yuyao, they were engaged back in middle school. Everyone in our business circles knows. He is just playing with you. Really? The hostility in Mu Wanning's eyes surged. She stepped closer to Lin Zixuan, step by step. Her gaze was deep and dark. Shut up. I am not lying to you. Lin Zixuan braced himself and said, their families have already agreed. Once Zhang Yuyao returns from abroad, they will get married. My second cousin is Zhang Yuyao's mother's best friend. So I know. Mu Wanning clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking. Seeing Mu Wanning remain motionless for a long time, Lin Zixuan tried to reach out and pull her. Mu Wanning narrowed her eyes imperceptibly and took a step back. Some things. I do not need you to remind me. Mu Wanning's voice was hoarse. She curled the corners of her lips. Perhaps because she was drunk, or perhaps unwilling to concede defeat. She heard her own voice say, if he wants to be mine, then he can only be mine, whether it is Zhang Yuyao or Shen Yu. Gu Shiyan provoked me first. Mu Wanning looked around. She did not see my figure. She shook her head and continued walking down the road. She did not know where to go, or who she was waiting for. Lin Zixuan called her name from behind. Mu Wanning did not turn back. That person followed behind her like a tail, inexplicably making Mu Wanning think of me. She sighed. She felt she was going crazy, because the next second, she saw me wearing pajamas, stepping out of a taxi with a look of disbelief on my face, staring straight at her. In that moment, Mu Wanning felt. Her heart was completely full. You are late, but I still came. I was lying in bed, having just fallen asleep, when I heard the system alarms blaring, saying the plotline had been altered. The male lead and the mission target had now met. When I first heard this news, I was dumbfounded. Mu Wanning had even learned how to lie. When did they get tangled up together? This won't do. I climbed down from the third-floor bathroom window ledge. I did not even change clothes. I took a cab straight to the location the system guided me to. Along the way, my imagination ran wild with a series of things the male lead might do. In the end, the two would fall in love. And Mu Wanning would turn around and love the male lead instead, heading towards the original plot. But looking at it now, the own being clingy was Lin Zixuan, that little creep. I rolled up my sleeves and prepared to charge over. I am definitely going to teach Lin Zixuan a lesson today. As I brushed past Mu Wanning, I was suddenly hugged around the waist. Mu Wanning seemed very happy. There was joy in her voice. What are you doing? Is he pestering you? What did he say to you? I asked furiously. Lin Zixuan saw me like this, was startled, and hurriedly backed away a few steps. No. Mu Wanning rested her head on my shoulder and said softly, "You came at the perfect time. I am so sleepy. Take me back." "Okay." I blinked, glaring at Lin Zixuan. Mu Wanning hugged me a little tighter. I lowered my head, smelling the scent of her hair. Seeing her clothes slipping off her shoulder, I pulled them up. Frowning in displeasure, I looked at Mu Wanning, hazy with drink. Those eyes looked moist and incredibly beautiful. I swallowed hard. My heart raced. "Let us go." Mu Wanning reached out and intertwined her fingers with mine, tightening her grip. I could not swallow my anger, so I stopped in my tracks. I turned to Lin Zixuan and said sinisterly, "I told you before. Stay away from Mu Wanning. If you won't listen to reason, then do not blame me for being ruthless." Lin Zixuan was actually angered to the point of laughing at my words. He and I were like fire and water. Why? Mu Wanning does not know what is good for her, and even someone like me gets to step on him and bully him. Lin Zixuan was no longer the little boy who did not dare speak up when I bullied him before. He immediately retorted, "Are you afraid I will steal Mu Wanning away?" Bullshit. I immediately turned around, looking like I was ready to fight him. "Then why won't you let me get close to her?" Lin Zixuan looked sarcastic. "You know what kind of person you are. And you feel you do not deserve her. Right." These are words a male lead would say, openly declaring his intention to steal my girlfriend. What? Do not you want Shen Yu anymore? Oh, right. When I first read the plot of this original setting, I thought this male lead was a total green tea, eating from his bowl while eyeing the pot. Just as I was about to argue with him, I heard him say, "If you feel inadequate, then strive to be better." Instead of acting like this, "Mu Wanning is not your possession." I felt like I was listening to a joke. "You do not seem to understand how dating works, do you?" I shot him a sideways glance, crossed my arms, protectively pulling Mu Wanning behind me. "Stop twisting logic here and distorting the facts. I never said Mu Wanning is my possession, but she is my girlfriend. I have the right to decide whether she makes friends of the opposite sex. Do you like Mu Wanning?" I stepped closer to him, my voice flippant. "You do not like her. You have been pampered your whole life. Excellent grades. Sweet talker, kind-hearted. Never hit a wall. Seeing Mu Wanning ignore you. But she just happens to like me. You are jealous, right? Why would I be jealous of you? Because you feel I am beneath you. But someone still prefers me." I spoke lightly. Mu Wanning, standing behind me, remained completely unaffected. Her face showed no expression. I wanted to mock him some more, when I saw Shen Yu not far away, stepping out of a taxi at some unknown point. Who knows how long she had been standing there? I swallowed hard, and instantly chickened out. According to my experience doing missions, when the male and female leads appear together, their halo effect multiplies several times over. It has the power to turn the tide. Moreover, even though this female lead has not had her romantic awakening yet, she would still subconsciously protect Lin Zixuan. I took a few steps back, bumping into Mu Wanning. My eyes darted away. "Let us go!" Lin Zixuan's shouts came from behind. I twitched my lips. "He is so annoying," I muttered, looking up at Mu Wanning. Blinking my eyes repeatedly, I said, "What if Lin Zixuan talks bad about me behind my back, and Shen Yu comes to take revenge on me? What do I do?" She would not dare. Mu Wanning lowered her voice. Seeing my surprised look, Mu Wanning half closed her eyes and explained, "Shen Yu is not an unreasonable person. She would not do that." In a situation where everyone was acting somewhat out of character, only Mu Wanning's dark side meter was still hovering around 80. This is a woman dedicated to being a villainess. I did not know Lin Zixuan was coming. Mu Wanning said softly. I was stunned, snapping out of my thoughts. "What? But I find you really interesting." Mu Wanning leaned in, staring at me with eyes that made my hair stand on end. "How did you know I was here?" Before I could speak, Mu Wanning continued. "Let me see your arm." Caught off guard by her sudden question just now, my mind was racing with how to cover it up. It is all my fault for being too hasty, too eager to break up the supporting female and male lead's relationship, that I made such a huge blunder. Mu Wanning pulled my arm and stared at it for a long time. "You dare go out dressed like this? Where did you crawl out from?" Getting yourself all dirty. Mu Wanning barely touched it, and I instantly grimaced in pain. When I jumped down from the second floor earlier, I landed hard on the ground. A brick scraped a layer of skin off my elbow. If Mu Wanning had not reminded me, I would have forgotten all about it. 6. Why did not you just die from the pain? Mu Wanning said this, while her fingers wiped away the dirt around it, staring at that wound for a long time. She said, Gu Shiyan, the moment I saw you, I suddenly understood what peace of mind feels like. You will always protect me. Right. If I had known what was going to happen next, I would have rather died than solemnly vow yes to Mu Wanning. Unable to return to the dorms, I took Mu Wanning to a hotel near the school. In those days, you did not even need to show an id. The receptionist saw we were students, own boy and own girl, and directly gave us a room with 2 beds. That night, I lay on the edge of the bed, staring at the ceiling. The girl beside me slept soundly. I turned to look at her face. Her usually cold features were exceptionally soft right now. Her eyelashes were very long. Her brows were tightly knit. Who knows what she was dreaming about? So I reached out to smooth the space between her eyebrows. Before I could pull my hand back, Mu Wanning's brows relaxed. Our eyes met. Mu Wanning reached out and suddenly hugged me. My heartbeat grew loud. I heard Mu Wanning say softly, "Had a nightmare." Mu Wanning took a deep breath. The scent of pheromones gradually brought her back to reality. Go to sleep. It is late. My face was flushed red. Good thing the darkness covered everything. Hearing my breathing become steady, Mu Wanning suddenly opened her eyes. She looked up at the boy in her arms and reached out to hug him tightly. She did not dare say it earlier. She dreamt of the alley entrance where I was trapped by the hooligans. In the hazy night, the boy, with a knife lodged in his chest, slowly knelt before her, tugging at her pant leg, his voice twisted in agony, telling her, "Save me." In the dream, she seemed indifferent to this. Cold to an inhuman degree, she crouched down. With a white-gloved hand, she patted my pale face and said softly, "Trash like you. Staying in this world is just a waste of resources. If you must blame something, blame yourself for always provoking people you should not have. In your next life, do not meet me again." It was these exact words that made Mu Wanning's heart almost stop beating, waking her up with a start. She had always considered herself a cold and unpredictable person. After experiencing everything that happened to the Mu family, Mu Wanning told herself from a young age, "Seek revenge. Use any means necessary. Avenge all the past humiliations." If Gu Shiyan knew about that past, he would definitely look down on her, right? Mu Wanning withdrew the hand on my waist. The ack in the room was cold. She pulled the blanket over my waist, propped herself up, and looked at me for a long time. If there was a deity in heaven protecting her, then that deity's name must be Gu Shiyan, Mu Wanning thought to herself. After sobering up, Mu Wanning could not fall back asleep, for no other reason than, my sleeping habits were truly terrible, rolling all over the bed, draping myself over her legs, my mouth smacking and rubbing against her. She did not dare move, afraid of waking me up. So she just laid there stiffly all night. As soon as I woke up, I was tossed completely onto my own bed. My head was spinning. Mu Wanning fled into the bathroom in a panic and did not come out for a long time. Time to go back to school. Mu Wanning tugged at her clothes, frowning. "Do you know you drool in your sleep?" Originally, I was feeling a bit fluttery, thinking we finally had some couple-like vibes. But before the atmosphere could even build, it was killed by Mu Wanning's own sentence. I kept a dark face the entire way back. Mu Wanning pretended not to notice, awkwardly walking back. We happened to bump into Lin Zixuan and Shen Yu. Like they say, this thinking fate really loves to play tricks. "Gu Shiyan, wait." Mu Wanning was about to ignore them when Shen Yu, who was behind her, called out. She frowned, stopped in her tracks, and reached out to grab my hand. I did not think much of it. My face did not look too good. "What is it? I want to talk to you alone. Do you have time?" I only hesitated for a second, then smiled and nodded. "Sure." Shen Yu specifically arranged to meet at the campus milk tea shop, acting all secretive. When I saw Mu Wanning's expression gradually darkening, I wanted to say it was not necessary. Unfortunately, it was too late. Zixuan told me everything yesterday. Shen Yu held a cup of milk tea. Smiling gently, I cupped my chin, raising an eyebrow.
What?
Are you here to interrogate me for him? What are you talking about? Shen Yu had a look of surprise on her face. I think there must be some misunderstanding between you and Zixuan. No need. As soon as she said this, I knew what Shen Yu was thinking. Trying to make peace. No need. I do not belong to this world anyway. Aside from my mission target, being worth my attention here, I do not need to care about anyone else. Shen Yu frowned and said, Zixuan has no intention of stealing your girlfriend. Is that so? I said this flippantly. Then did Lin Zixuan tell you what I was like in high school? Shen Yu fell silent. I answered my own question. Me. I am arrogant, domineering, and totally unreasonable, to put it bluntly. I just hate how he is always hovering around my girlfriend. I am just targeting him. So what are you going to do about it? After I finished this whole speech, I silently gave myself a thumbs up in my head, as expected of me. This vicious supporting male character performance was absolutely spot on. All right. My girlfriend is still waiting for me at the door. I tapped the table. If you come looking for me because of Lin Zixuan again, then please do not talk to me in the future. It is disgusting. From childhood to adulthood, Shen Yu was always the center of attention wherever she went. This was truly the first time she had been despised by a boy to this extent. She sat in her chair and watched as I pulled Mu Wanning into my arms. Where was the impatient look from our confrontation just now? My heart and eyes were entirely filled with the person in front of me. Shen Yu's fingers continuously rubbed against the milk teacup. A faint smile curled her lips. Before Mu Wanning could ask, a wail. Before Mu Wanning could ask, I took the initiative to speak. That Shen Yu from your dorm is so annoying. What did she want with you? What else? Came to make peace for Lin Zixuan. Mu Wanning glanced into the glass window and asked softly, So what do you think? I hate him, I said. Even if the heavenly emperor himself came down, I would still hate him. Hate how he always acts like a savior, when in reality he is just flirting everywhere, and still pretending to be clueless. See, look how well Mu Wanning is doing now that she is away from Lin Zixuan. I thought to myself, hugging her arm and swinging it. Military training flew by. On the last day, all the platoons gathered for a party. The boys and girls could not wait to show off all their skills, to stand out. Is not there a joke about this? As long as you perform well tonight, you get priority in choosing a freshman partner. I found an opening and sneakily sat down next to Mu Wanning. I slipped my hand into hers, looked up and smiled at her. The girls around us erupted in oohs and ahs, teasing us. Mu Wanning kneaded my knuckles, glanced at me, smiled, and said nothing. In the past, she hated the feeling of being watched. She always felt like those people were looking at her strangely. But at this moment, she was enjoying it. I took off my jacket. Inside was a short-sleeved shirt. The handsome guy dancing in the middle had a great figure. Once the atmosphere heated up, I got excited too, and whistled towards the center. Mu Wanning merely glanced towards the center once, and then kept her eyes fixed on me, her gaze unwavering. The guys behind us sneakily passed some things over. Mu Wanning hesitated for a moment and realized they were 2 bottles of beer. The night breeze was gentle. I smiled and said thanks. Leaning against her shoulder, I smoothly popped a bottle open. Lowering my voice, I whispered in her ear, Come on, to our hard-won love. Cheers. What hard-won love? You have no idea. I took a huge gulp. When I found out the S-rank mission target I was challenging was a psychopath, I was worried every single day. With Mu Wanning looking like she could kill me at any moment, looking so unapproachable who would not be scared. Thankfully, I analyzed and grasped Mu Wanning's weakness. People with psychological illnesses mostly suffer from a lack of love and care. Mu Wanning did not have a sky to shelter her. Then I would work hard to become her sky, to make her, this villainess, into a perfectly good girl. The more I thought about it, the happier I got. downing the can of beer to the bottom. After drinking it, I just felt the world spinning. My head was buzzing. Mu Wanning also noticed something was wrong. She turned her head and saw the boy who handed them the beer scratching his head. I was just about to say, "This beer really hits you hard. It is a new devil's beer I just bought. Wanted you guys to try something new. Seeing your boyfriend drink it so fast. Is he okay?" I had already fallen silent beside her, staring blankly at the main stage area, head drooping, not saying a word. The music suddenly switched to a fast-paced song. People on the field were already getting hyped. With young people moving to the beat, it instantly turned into a massive dance floor. In a moment of inattention from Mu Wanning, she saw me swiftly slip away from her side. I had already stepped into the center, crushing the beer can in my hand. I yanked up my shirt, bit my lip, and started dancing to the rhythm. Before the people around could clearly see what was happening, Mu Wanning had already rushed up, pulled my shirt down, and dragged me out. So controlling. So annoying. Mu Wanning heard me start throwing a tantrum beside her. "Why did you stop me? That was my stage. Stage my ass. Was not I looking good?" I frowned. I used to be a top-tier idol. I suddenly remembered something. Fighting the drunkenness, I leaned closer to her, propped her head up with own hand. Holding her face, I looked at her for a long time. Smack. I kissed her on the cheek. "Thank you. Why are you suddenly saying this? For giving me the chance to complete the..." Mu Wanning clearly saw my lips moving, but the words in the middle were like they had been censored in a movie. "What did you say?" I said. My body suddenly went into spasms. As if in extreme pain, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees. Mu Wanning watched helplessly as I kowtowed to her. "What are you doing?" "I do not drink." I knew I had a flaw. When I get drunk, I tend to spout nonsense. Just now, I triggered the system's protection mechanism. It directly zapped me with a high-voltage current. The alcohol instantly dissipated. When I came to my senses, I saw myself sprawled on the ground. Mu Wanning was crouching in front of me. Her expression was intriguing. My mouth twitched. I am so grateful that you agreed to be my girlfriend, but I do not know how to express my excitement. So I am kowtowing to you. This way of showing gratitude. Are you satisfied? Get up." Mu Wanning knew I was spouting nonsense. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Did you scrape your knees?" When Mu Wanning saw me plop down on my knees, she was startled at the time. Seeing me trembling as I stood up, she instinctively crouched down to roll up my pant legs. Under the streetlight, there was indeed a patch of red. Does it hurt? Originally, I did not think it was a big deal. The pain from resisting the system before was much worse than this. But no one had ever asked me if it hurt. I was instantly a bit moved and hugged her, and groped her leg randomly. Mu Wanning's eyes darkened. She turned her head, her voice hoarse. "What are you groping at?" "I am groping my girlfriend. Do you have a problem with that?" I tilted my head and asked. Mu Wanning let out a scoffing laugh, and gave no response. There really was a moment when I felt that accompanying her for a lifetime would not be so bad. This S-rank mission target was the closest to reality. That day, I kept pressing the system. Those hosts who entered S-rank missions but failed. What was the most likely mistake they made? The system assistant said, "Falling in love with the mission target." Hand in hand, we arrived at the bottom of the dorm building. "Wait for me a sec." Mu Wanning patted her pocket. I stood there blankly, watching her run off to the vending machine. She bought an ice-cold cola. She did not seem to be very good at doing this sort of thing. She awkwardly handed the cola to me. "If your knees swell up, you can use this as a cold compress. It helps reduce swelling and bruising." These words reminded me of being in the system space, watching Mu Wanning's life experiences. Her existence was a huge obstacle. As a child, she also yearned for a father, yearned for a home. But what she faced was beating after beating. Frail as she was, she could only shield her mother. Covered in bruises and cuts, covered in red welts, her mother would go beg for some ice cubes, tearfully applying them to her swellings. "Go to sleep early." I waved my hand. "Good night. Dream of me." I hugged her and turned to leave. Mu Wanning stood with her hands in her pockets, watching me from downstairs for a long time. I feel that if this kind of life goes on for too long, Owen would truly lose their sense of reality. If it were not for the system reminding me that a new chapter was about to begin, I would have still been immersed in the daily banter with Mu Wanning. I received the message late at night. I immediately sat up in bed. I counted on my fingers and thought for a moment. My expression changed. My phone suddenly rang. I hurriedly pressed the answer button and heard Mu Wanning's heavy voice saying, "Gu Shiyan, I have to go home tomorrow. I do not know when I will be back. Be a good boy at school." Okay, can you tell me? What happened? Calculating the dates. It was about time. In the original setting, Mu Wanning's dark side meter was at 100% after killing me. So, when I met Lin Zixuan again, I desperately tried to create a setup, even if I could not be a good person, and a scheme worthy of Lin Zixuan. And the turning point was, Mu Wanning seemed to be walking downstairs, her breathing uneven. "Do not worry. I will be back soon. It is not a big problem. I want to hear it." I scrambled out of bed, yanking my clothes on. "You are downstairs. Can you wait for me for just a bit? Just a little while." Mu Wanning remained silent for a long time. I took a deep breath and said, "I want to see you. Right now." Okay. Climbing out the window was already second nature to me. Mu Wanning seemed to have guessed I would show up like this. She was already waiting at the bottom of the building, seeing me wobbling as I tried to grab the pipe. She hurriedly said, "Do not come down. Did not you say you wanted to see me? Take a few looks now, then go back to sleep." Mu Wanning spoke with difficulty. She had just received a call from a neighbor, saying her mother had fainted in the hallway. She only found out when she returned at midnight. Her mother had already been rushed to the hospital. The exam showed that Yi Qing had a tumor in her brain. Whether it was benign or malignant would not be known until the professor returned tomorrow. In that moment, her heart ached so sharply it felt twisted. She wished she could fly to her mother's side right now. She forced herself to calm down quickly, pushing useless tears back into her eyes. She called me, just so I would not go looking for her for breakfast tomorrow and start making a fuss again. I am not listening. I dangled my legs outside the window, gritted my teeth, and leaped downward. The second floor was not that high, but jumping with my current posture, landing face first would definitely be a nasty fall. Mu Wanning had already been through enough shock today. Seeing me jumping so recklessly, she hurriedly rushed forward with open arms. The weight of a teenage boy crashed entirely onto her. Both of them let out a muffled groan. My forehead slammed into her shoulder, making it ache. My own head got a bump, and tears welled up from the pain. "Are you crazy?" Mu Wanning ordered me to stand straight, her face full of anger. "What if I had not caught you? Is your head filled with water? Do not you know how dangerous that is? I was just worried about you. So do not scold me." I grabbed her hand. "Did not you say you are going home? It is so late. Something happened at home, right? I am going back with you." Mu Wanning looked at the boy still wincing in pain but clearly frantic with worry. Suddenly, she felt a sense of calm. "Do not worry." Mu Wanning's chest felt tight. She glanced at the third-floor window. "You can't go back up now that you have jumped. My mom is in the hospital. If you want to come along, then let us go. I will bring you back tomorrow morning. Auntie is in the hospital." What is wrong? Is it serious? Even though I had known about this for a long time, I still acted as if I had just found out. Mu Wanning squeezed my hand. If I had shown this much concern for someone before, she definitely would have said I was insane. But now, she thought, she had almost grown used to it. "I do not know yet. I have to go see. Then let us hurry." Mu Wanning felt useless. Since she was very young, she had felt that way. "Do not panic. Auntie is a good person. Luck will be on her side. She will definitely be fine." Seeing her suffering, I cupped her face and rested it on my shoulder. "Your eyes are so red. Why do not you sleep for a while? I already slept in the dorm earlier." "I am not sleepy. When we get to the hospital, I will wake you up." My words were a bit stumbling. I had never realized that knowing the future was such a painful thing. There was no hope to speak of. There is no such thing as luck being on Owen's side, only the cruelty of fate. My voice choked up. Mu Wanning held my hand helplessly. her entire body trembling. I thought, urging Mu Wanning to study medicine was partly motivated by this. I wanted her to have a better life. If there was no hope, I would try to create some. She was a genius. Maybe there would be a turning point. But the world is fickle, and it did not seem inclined to let anyone off. Mu Wanning did not sleep. Countless images of the past flashed through her mind. I listened to the system notifications in my head. Her dark side meter was steadily rising. I turned and pulled her into my arms, saying with a smile, "Hey, girlfriend, this would not be considered puppy love anymore, right?" Mu Wanning's dark side meter stalled, stopping at a score of 790. "So, if your mom meets me, can I say that I am your boyfriend?" I tilted my head. That would count as officially meeting the parents, right? Mu Wanning's attention was completely diverted by me. Whatever she was thinking, the dark side meter slowly began to drop. I lay on her lap.
Pat my head.
"Are you a dog?" Mu Wanning said the words, but her fingers moved into my hair. I heard, "That head pats make people feel better." I looked up at her. "Do you feel better now? Stop reading those useless stories." Mu Wanning turned her face away, her eyes deep, her fingers idly toyed with my hair. I half closed my eyes. The plot was halfway through, and it was the most difficult half. I did not know how my own path would go, but I had to use what I knew was likely to happen, to pave the way for Mu Wanning. Sigh. I really am a dedicated little angel of villain salvation. Once they arrived at the hospital, Mu Wanning hurried straight to the ward. I looked at the neighbor who was still there, a middle-aged woman in her 50s, who looked very kind. "Hello, Auntie. I just asked the doctor, did you help pay the medical fees?" I took out my wallet. "How much was it?" "I will pay you back for Mu Wanning. 600. The woman did not hesitate much, but said curiously, "And you are the own from downstairs. Are you a relative of hers?" Yes." I nodded, then shook my head. "Not exactly. I live downstairs. But I am Mu Wanning's boyfriend. That should count as a relative." The words rolled off my tongue naturally. I counted 600 yuan from my wallet and handed it to her. "If Mu Wanning asks about the medical fees, please do not tell her I paid. Just say, you do not want the money, okay? Otherwise, I am afraid she will feel uncomfortable." The neighbor thought for a moment and chuckled. "You are a good lad. That girl, Wanning, she has had a hard life. Having you around is a bit of good fortune for her." I paid for Yi Qing's recent medical and hospitalization fees myself. I stood before the ward door several times, about to open it. But each time I reached out, I silently pulled back. I felt the timing was not right, and I was afraid Yi Qing was in a bad state. Seeing Mu Wanning in pain herself made me exceptionally conflicted. On my 10th lap around the hallway, I frowned and dialed Zhou Shui's number. She was the Gu family's private doctor, and a close friend of the original owner's birth mother. She had influence in various hospitals. Even though I knew the ending in the original setting, I still wanted to do something that might be futile, but was worth a struggle, just so I would not have regrets. I could not tell if I was trying to please Mu Wanning, or simply trying to comfort this pitiful villainess. The phone rang for a long time. I knew it was bad to disturb someone in the middle of the night, but there was a legitimate reason. Zhou Shui was not grumpy when she woke up. She asked patiently, "Xian, is something wrong?" "Auntie Zhou." I thought for a moment, and said, "Do you know anyone at Zhangcheng Central Hospital? A very skilled neurosurgeon." Zhou Shui's sleepiness vanished instantly. She asked hurriedly, "Neurosurgery? Did you get into a fight and hurt your head, or did you crack someone else's skull?" I was speechless. "No, I did not." "Are you at Central Hospital right now?" "Wait for me. I will be there immediately." "Auntie." "No, Auntie Zhou, I did not get into a fight. It is just..." "Stop talking. Wait for me." I stared at the disconnected phone, my mouth twitching. My Auntie Zhou is great in every way, but she is just so impetuous. She does not seem like a meticulous doctor at all. I sat on a bench outside the hospital. There were hardly any people around at night. The AC was on full blast. I do not believe in ghosts, but it felt eerie. The door creaked open. I turned to see a haggard Mu Wanning. "How is Auntie?" I stood up immediately, trying to peer inside. Mu Wanning pursed her lips and said nothing. Feeling her pockets and pulling out a few dozen yuan in change, I scratched my head, lowering my voice. I have to tell you something. Do not be angry. Mu Wanning slowly raised her head, her eyes cold. She always lacked a sense of security. Seeing me like this, she instinctively said, "It is fine. Whatever decision you make, I won't blame you. I just saw the scans and the diagnosis. The result is likely bad. Someone like me. You have seen it. I am already at rock bottom. If something happens to my mom, to be honest, I do not think I can hold on much longer." Mu Wanning did not continue. "If you want to leave, then leave." I was stunned. Then I realized and pulled her into a hug. Clearly, Mu Wanning was truly exhausted. The woman who could catch me steadily when I jumped from the second floor now had a swaying step. She leaned unsteadily against the wall, gazing blankly at nothing. "I am not leaving. I just wanted to tell you that I took the initiative to pay the medical fees. I was afraid you would be angry. So, I did not dare say it." Mu Wanning's body stiffened. I held her tighter. "I never thought of leaving you. Do not worry. This is not something insurmountable. Life always has its hurdles, right? Strength in numbers. We will face this together. It will pass." Mu Wanning wanted to cry. She had not shed a tear when she was being beaten half to death. But at this moment, her hands trembled as she clutched my shoulders. "I am so tired. Gu Shiyan, tell me, did I kill someone or start a fire in my past life? Why? Why? Is it always like this? What I want is so simple. I just want to live. What did I do wrong? Why treat me like this?" She looked so utterly desolate, her voice shaking. I gently patted her back to make the embrace more comfortable. "Do not cry. Please do not cry. I do not know how to comfort people." I felt her shoulders heaving. Tears soaked my clothes. Her crying was suppressed, silent. It would have been better if she had wailed aloud. This was almost too heartbreaking to witness. Zhou Shui arrived to see this exact scene. She watched for a long time with her arms crossed, frowning. She had seen this girl before. She left a deep impression. Why are they hugging already? Did that girl really hurt her head from a fall? Mu Wanning did not move for a long time. My arms were getting incredibly sore. Just as I was about to let go, I heard a clear cough. I turned around to meet Zhou Shui's amused gaze. My face turned red. Mu Wanning also looked over. Realizing this doctor was close to me, she took 2 steps back. I went to stand beside her and waved to Zhou Shu. "Auntie Zhou, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend." Zhou Shui raised an eyebrow. He really has gone silly from the fall. "It is like this, Auntie Zhou." I went over. With a look of trying to get on her good side, she had basically watched me grow up. And my attitude softened immediately. "What is it? Why did you ask me about neurosurgeons earlier?" I told Mu Wanning to get the diagnosis and the CT scans, while I sat with Zhou Shu on the bench. "My girlfriend's mother. She has a tumor in her brain." "Yeah." "I wanted to ask if you know any top-tier doctors, and if you could help us get in touch." I lowered my voice and whispered in her ear. "My girlfriend's family situation is complicated. Single-parent home. She only has her mother. Since when do you do good deeds like this?" Zhou Shui's words were half teasing. My face stiffened. Zhou Shui did not really care. It seemed this boy had even changed his personality after falling in love. That was for the better. In the past, she had to worry every day about him being a tyrant. And one day getting his skull cracked by someone, kicking the bucket. Mu Wanning brought the materials. Zhou Shui's brow furrowed as she looked at them. She remained completely silent. The atmosphere grew colder and colder. Mu Wanning's fists were clenched tight. I swallowed with difficulty. In the original setting, Mu Wanning's mother did indeed die. But I thought, if I used all the connections I could, and found a great doctor for Mu Wanning, could the situation be reversed? Just like me, a person who was supposed to die. Are not I still standing here? Tomorrow. It is very late today. Zhou Shui rolled up the documents and stood up, her expression serious. "I will do my best to help." She looked at Mu Wanning with a gaze that darkened slightly, though she said nothing else. Hearing that she would help, I was beyond grateful and broke into a smile immediately. Auntie Zoe is the best. You only have a sweet tongue. When you need something from me, she finally relented, saying, I have a friend in the US who specializes in neurosurgery. I will contact him to see if it is possible, but I can't promise much hope. This tumor has been there for a long time. It is at least in the mid-stage of malignancy now. The risks are very high. As for the specifics, we will talk more then. I spent the whole night huddled on a tiny bench with Mu Wanning. Her eyes were bloodshot from staying up. I was so sleepy my walk was unsteady. I will go back to school with you. Mu Wanning patted my face and checked her phone. Go back and get some sleep first. I tried hard to keep my eyes open, shaking my head stubbornly. I will go buy breakfast. What do you want to eat? Seeing me like this, Mu Wanning felt a pang of bitterness. I am not hungry. Auntie Zoe might come today. I can't go back. I rubbed my eyes. Do not worry. Auntie Zoe was my mother's close friend. She has protected me since I was a kid. If she said she will help, she will definitely do her absolute best. I reached out to brush her bangs aside. Wait for me here. I will be back soon. Okay. Mu Wanning stared into my eyes. After a long time, her voice was dry. Okay. I curled my lips into a smile. Honestly, after hearing about her mother, Mu Wanning felt her world was collapsing. She was a mess of panic, but did not dare show it. But I saw right through it. I stayed by her side like a knight, hitting every sore and unbearable spot in her heart. Mu Wanning fidgeted with her fingers. What did she do to deserve this? She hated her own powerlessness. I was yawning uncontrollably from exhaustion. The porridge and buns in my mouth tasted like nothing. The doctors started work at 9. Nurses were coming in shifts. That doctor took Yi Ching for another round of exams. She was already very weak. Years of hardship had left the once gentle woman half dead from exhaustion. After a meeting, the doctor spoke bluntly. I suggest you transfer to another hospital. The surgery is too risky. We do not have the technical expertise at this facility. Mu Wanning lowered her head and said nothing. Which hospital is more advanced? I knew this era was different from the places I would transmigrated to before. Many things were very backward. The imperial capital. They have the best doctors there. When Mu Wanning heard this word, her shoulders trembled. I pursed my lips and did not ask any further. You guys should think about it. I can help you contact a professor over in the imperial capital. The doctor pushed up his glasses and said, however, it will require craniotomy surgery and chemotherapy. As for the medical expenses, do not worry about the medical expenses. Please help us make the contact. I agreed without hesitation. Mu Wanning took a deep breath. She lowered her head, lost in thought. But I knew she did not want to return to the imperial capital, because back then, she had transferred here from the imperial capital, just to get away from the Mu family. If they went back now, the original plotline would begin, which was exactly the plotline I wanted to avoid the most. In the original setting, because of this incident, Mu Wanning knelt in front of the Mu family's gates, suffering endless humiliation. In the end, Mu Cheng, as if finally having a conscience, gave her a sum of money to treat her mother. He told her that whatever he owed the mother and daughter was written off. As a result, her mother died on the operating table, never to step down from it again. Mu Wanning poured all her resentment onto the Mu family. She got close to the Mu family's only son, murdered him, and drove her cheap stepmother insane. Mu Cheng was a selfish man. The person he loved most was himself, and his greatest fear was having no heir. I recalled all this in my mind. I did not dare to gamble. If I made all these efforts, but still failed to save Yi Ching on the operating table, would she vent all her resentment onto me? How about we do not go to the imperial capital? I will ask Auntie Zhou. I dialed her number once again. Zhou Shui picked up quickly this time. Before I could speak, she said, I have asked around. This surgery can be done, but Zhongqing's equipment is not advanced enough. She has to go to the imperial capital. Mu Wanning, who was standing close to me, naturally heard this. Crushing the paper cup of millet porridge in her hand, she said, we will go. We have to go. It is time to settle the score with the Mu family. I was speechless. Zhou Shui had already arranged everything. There was only one missing link. I needed to get Gu Qing's approval. I did not dare to act entirely on my own impulses. I remained silent for a long time, and then said, okay. I did not dare tell Mu Wanning. I found an excuse. I need to go to the restroom. Mu Wanning did not say anything. Yai Qing had actually woken up a long time ago. Watching me leave, she opened her eyes and softly called out, Wanning, Mom. Mu Wanning immediately hid the calculation in her eyes, turned her head, and said with concern, do not worry. It is not a major problem. We will go to the imperial capital and be back very soon. Stop hiding it. I heard everything. Yai Qing smiled. Even though the years had left countless marks on her face, they could never defeat true beauty. Sit down. I have something to say to you. Mu Wanning pursed her lips and sat down beside her, tucking her in. Yai Qing reached out and held her hand, her gaze lingering. My daughter has grown up. She is beautiful and charming now. Not yet. You still have to live a good, long life. To watch me get married and have kids. I have not grown up yet. Mom just had a dream. A tear slipped from the corner of Yi Qing's eye. I dreamed of when you were little. Back then, you were different from other children. You did not cry or make a fuss. You would just smile whenever you saw me. I thought to myself back then, having you in this life is truly worth it. That young man has helped our family a lot, has not he? Yai Qing said. I quite like that young man too. Our family does not do ungrateful things. He treats you well. And you must remember that. You have to repay him in the future. And you should treat him better too. I know. In this life of mine, I have no regrets. Yai Qing sighed. Actually, I have lived enough. This illness will cost a lot of money. With our family's financial situation, we can't drag that young man down. Mom does not want to get treated anymore. I figure, I still have a few months left to live. I can help you save a little more money. So his family won't look down on you when you marry him. Do not talk nonsense. Mu Wanning's throat felt terribly tight. I have a way. And I will pay him back my own money. Believe me, we are going to the imperial capital. You just focus on getting better. And leave the rest to me. Do not go looking for your dad. How could Yi Qing not know what she was thinking? She smiled and said, your dad and I was the Owen who forced it. He is living a happy and harmonious life now. That is good enough. Mu Wanning remained silent. She did not think these words were comforting at all. They only made her hate him more. She wished she could send them all to hell. I was picking at the peeling paint on the hospital hallway wall. Gu Qing was a bit surprised to receive my call. How could he not care about his own biological son? But as soon as he spoke, his voice was cold. What is it? Are you out of money? If you have had enough of fooling around outside, get your ass back here. I am not going back. I have something to tell you. This decision of mine came with immense risk. There are some truths and facts that you, Dad, have the right to know. I will take you to watch a good show. What did you say? As a reward, I am asking you to save Mu Wanning's mother. Consider it me begging you. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Asking me to save an irrelevant person. Are you crazy? Or am I crazy? Gu Qing hated my rebelliousness the most. He had clearly planned out the best path for me. But I stubbornly refused to take it, insisting on messing around with a cheap girl. You will agree. Do not even think about it. My voice was incredibly calm, enunciating every single word. I said, you will agree. After doing this, I sent a text message to Gu Wanyu, asking her to meet me at the Haozhou Club. When I went back, I saw Mu Wanning talking to Yi Qing in the ward. I stood at the door. But before I could leave, Yi Qing called out to me. Young man. Come here. I felt a bit awkward. This was effectively the first time meeting my future mother-in-law after clearing the air. I was actually a little excited. Yai Qing reached out, patted Mu Wanning, and said, everything I told you, have you remembered it all? Mu Wanning nodded solemnly. Yai Qing looked at me and smiled. It is so good that you two can be together. Do not worry. My Wanning won't let you down. It is nothing, Auntie. I waved my hand dismissively. Everyone in this world faces difficulties. I will help as much as I can. Auntie, just focus on recovering. I just came in to tell Wanning that I have some things to take care of and need to step out for a bit. Auntie Zoe has already arranged everything. She knows you too. So just listen to her when the time comes. Call me if anything happens. Goodbye, Auntie. I waved at her, walking away a bit stiffly and awkwardly. As soon as I stepped out the door, I breathed a sigh of relief. The careless expression vanished from my face. The plot was going to progress anyway. Pushing it forward a little bit was not a bad thing. Host, you need to calm down. The system sensed my intentions and hurriedly popped up. This is no joking matter. I am very calm, I replied. I know better than you what the consequences will be. I am going to bring the plot forward. As a mission executor, deliberately accelerating the plotline is a massive taboo. Since I decided to do this, I am already prepared to face the punishment. Gu Wanyu was very happy to receive my message. She ditched a bunch of her friends and eagerly came to the appointment. Towards me, her younger brother. Her thoughts were very pure. Purely evil. I had probably noticed this early on, which was why I deliberately avoided being alone with her. I took the new camcorder I bought, went early, and hid it behind a vase in the room. Then I sat in a spot with a perfect angle and waited quietly. Gu Wanyu smiled as soon as she saw me. Shiyan, it is rare for you to ask me out. I have run into some trouble. I put on a troubled face. My girlfriend's mother is sick. Gu Wanyu's expression instantly turned ugly. I kept a straight face and said, "Can you help me? Dad is ignoring me. I need money. If you do this, it will put me in a very difficult position." Gu Wanyu said, "You should apologize to Dad. He worries about you a lot." Gu Wanyu, you have feelings for me, do not you? My sudden words made Gu Wanyu freeze. She smiled. Of course I do. You are my younger brother, after all. Stop pretending. What kind of older sister develops those kinds of feelings for her brother? Do not think I do not know that you have secretly taken my photos. As I said this, my face was full of mockery. You are disgusting. Gu Wanyu's expression twisted. She suppressed it, not saying a word. Are you going to help me or not? What else do you know? Gu Wanyu looked up at me. I let out a laugh. I also know that you are a bastard child. How could our Gu family produce such a disgusting person like you? These words seemed to hit a sore spot. She jumped up immediately, looking as if she wanted to slap me to death. But in just a split second, she calmed down. So what? Your father believes I am his flesh and blood. So, that is what I am. I am just asking you, are you going to help me or not? I tapped the table, my expression cold. Gu Wanyu scoffed. Why on earth would I help you save some wild woman? I wish they would all just die. Then there is nothing left to talk about. I immediately stood up and walked towards the door. Gu Shiyan, you would better behave yourself. People who talk too much are extremely annoying. Gu Wanyu did not understand how I knew these things. In that moment, she was indeed a bit panicked. I stood beside her, hesitated for a moment, then turned and braced my arm beside her. Suddenly, I lifted her chin and kissed her. Gu Wanyu's eyes widened in shock, her body turning stiff. I ran my hand through her hair. How could I talk too much? Sister is so beautiful. Who would not love you? If you won't help, forget it. I shoved Owen's hand in my pocket. I was just putting on an act, after all. Gu Wanyu was utterly stunned by my actions. She was, ultimately, just a young girl who had not even stepped into society yet. How could she compete with an old fox like me? I waited next door for a long time. As soon as Gu Wanyu left, I retrieved the camcorder. I burned the video onto a disc and went straight to Go King's company. When Gu Qing finished watching the video, his hands were shaking. I held the hair I had yanked from Gu Wanyu's head. It was sealed in a small plastic bag. I slowly pushed it across Gu Qing's desk. To prove she is not your biological daughter at all, I personally yanked this hair from her head. You can go ahead and do a paternity test. If you still refuse to believe me, you can get her hair yourself. Dad, I crossed my arms and smiled. Are you satisfied? Gu Qing smashed the computer screen with a single punch. He stared coldly at this son he almost did not recognize anymore. Is this the good show you were talking about? For that woman? You would actually go to such lengths. Are you even Gu Shiyan? I remained completely unfazed. I think this whole thing is quite amusing. You should thank me. Otherwise, who knows how much longer you would be wearing this green hat. And also, there is nothing wrong with Mu Wanning. After saying all this, I paused. If you won't help, that is fine too. I will just preemptively congratulate you on my mom's behalf. May your family line end with you. Did not you get a vasectomy years ago to prove your true love? Now, I am the only own you can rely on. I patted my own chest. If something were to happen to me, your only son, Dad, you would not have a single biological child left to your name. Every word I said stabbed Gu Shiyan, causing him relentless, dull pain. He pointed at me, trembling. You are threatening me. Is the threat not obvious enough? Do you need me to clarify it for you again, Dad? Get out. Get out of here. Gu Shiyan swept all the documents off his desk, sending them crashing to the floor at my feet. I picked one up, glanced at it, placed it back on his desk, and smiled. Do not worry. I am leaving now. Goodbye. Dad. I walked out the door and dialed Zhou Shui's number. I said coolly, Auntie Zhou, I have asked for my dad's opinion. He has already agreed. You can proceed with the hospital transfer procedures. After saying this, I hurriedly hung up the phone. The strength in my body was completely drained. With a thud, I collapsed onto the floor. My head struck the floor heavily. It hurts. The area around my heart. The pain was already too much for me to bear. From the moment I started altering these events, this pain had been constantly compounding. Fortunately, I had finished everything I needed to do. Now, I can finally rest. Zhou Shui arranged a private jet for Mu Wanning and her mother. On her way to the imperial capital, Mu Wanning never saw me. Texts went unanswered. Calls went straight to voicemail. After taking a phone call, Zhou Shui cast a heavy look at Mu Wanning. I am sorry. I can't accompany you to the imperial capital anymore. My assistant is here. She will handle all the arrangements for you on my behalf. Zhou Shui stood up, acting with her usual urgency, ready to leave immediately. Mu Wanning furrowed her brows and stood up. I wanted to ask, where is Gu Shiyan? Is he not coming? Hearing her words, Zhou Shui paused in her tracks. Her expression was serious and composed. He has things to deal with. He is busy. Zhou Shui's eyes were complex. Just now, Gu Shiyan had frantically called her back, saying that something had gone terribly wrong with me. He also said the matter could not be made public. It seemed a massive disaster had occurred. Zhou Shui drove frantically all the way back, worrying about me the entire time. Mu Wanning looked at Yi Qing, who was holding an IV drip and being supported back from the restroom by the assistant. She sighed. It was for the best that he did not go. If they ran into the Mu family, her humiliation would be completely exposed in front of me. It was her pride acting up. She did not want all her flaws and misfortunes laid bare before my eyes. After losing consciousness, I had already arrived in the system's holding space. With practiced ease, I curled up in the chair and reached out to grab an apple. Tell me, which of my organs did you fry this time? The small computer emitted a dejected electronic voice. Host, you are simply too impatient. I do not regret it, I said. Surviving by fighting from a position of certain death. I do not think I did anything wrong. How much has my mission time been shortened due to this failure? The system assistant sighed. 6 months. That is enough. I clapped my hands together, taking a tissue to wipe the fruit juice off my fingers. This is not a bad thing. I have thought about it. If the mission proceeds step by step, I would need to stay in this world for 3 years. That is a terrifyingly long time. So long that I can't predict what will happen in the future. I am terrified that I might end up like the previous hosts, drowning in this S-rank mission, falling in love with the mission target, and causing the mission to fail. I am ready to wake up. I sat up straight. What was the minimum standard for completing an S-rank mission again? A dark side meter of 0% achieves an A-rank clearance. That is enough. After saying this, I slowly woke up in reality. Immediately I heard Gu Qing's roaring voice. What are you talking about? How could my son have heart failure? Mr. Gu, please calm down. The doctors were in a frantic mess. I watched this farce and cleared my throat. Gu Qing froze. This day, for him, brought too many blows. The heir he had been grooming was not his biological child and harbored ulterior motives. As if that were not enough, his only true son was now lying in a hospital bed. After emergency resuscitation, the doctors simply said it was heart failure, and that he required complete bed rest. He never knew his arrogant and domineering son was actually so fragile. So fragile that the doctors warned that with the slightest mishap, not even the gods could save him. Gu Shiyan was not used to speaking tender words. So, with a cold face, he asked, "How is your body feeling?" "I am okay." I lowered my eyes. "I just heard heart failure. Am I going to die?" "Stop talking nonsense." Gu Shiyan's eyes were red. "This illness is nothing major. Just focus on resting. Do not worry about anything else." "Has Mu Wanning left?" My ill-timed question made Gu Shiyan's anger instantly flare up. "At a time like this, you are still thinking about that wild woman. If it were not for her, how could you be lying here? Did not the doctor tell you, Dad? This is not an illness that can be cured overnight." I pursed my lips. "I want to talk to you, Dad." Gu Shiyan's immediate reaction was that he did not want to talk to me. I seemed to have changed, yet also seemed the same. Gu Shiyan clenched his fists, dismissed all the doctors, and spoke first. "If you want to talk to me about Mu Wanning, then save your breath. I do not approve." "You have to approve." I had absolutely no intention of pleasing him. "She is a very outstanding person. Just as outstanding as you, Dad." To Gu Shiyan's ears, my words were nothing short of sarcasm. Outstanding. He knew very well himself. Back then, he got together with my biological mother for money. Yet, yearning for true love, he secretly fooled around with a mistress behind everyone's back. Mu Wanning was exactly like him back then. Penniless. But those eyes were filled with detestable ambition. What is so great about her that makes you go to such lengths? I do not know either. Because I came here specifically for her. I silently added in my heart. Even if you do not like the Zhang family's daughter, there are others. But others are not Mu Wanning. I do not approve. I might not have many days left to live. I said bluntly. I just want to be with her. My eyes filled with tears. "I know you do not like me, Dad. But as father and son, promise me this own thing." Gu Shiyan did not speak. I continued. "Mu Wanning is going to be a very remarkable person. Do not oppose her. Help her. Okay. Is not it just about money? I will give her a sum of money. That is not what I want." I frowned tightly and spoke up. "She is the illegitimate daughter of Mu Cheng from the imperial capital." The moment I said this, a current of electricity shot through my entire body. I was in so much pain I broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing my pale face, Gu Shiyan hurriedly shouted for the doctor. I struggled to push myself up from the headboard. "Promise me. Help her." After saying this, I fell back and passed out again. The system said faintly, "Why go to such lengths?" Who did not know Mu Cheng? The revelation I dropped shocked Gu Shiyan once again. He seemed to understand my intentions, yet also felt it was highly improbable. For a businessman, this was an incredibly good opportunity. It was also a low-risk gamble. If he secretly supported Mu Wanning and helped her enter the Mu family, and if Mu Wanning knew how to repay a debt of gratitude, how massive would the returns be? Perhaps because of his son's persistent pleading, or perhaps for profit. Gu Shiyan allocated a sum of money, specifically to help Mu Wanning save her mother. When Mu Wanning received this money, an unfamiliar phone call also came through. She was stunned for a moment, then answered. The man on the other end was not very friendly. He introduced himself. "I am Gu Shiyan's father, Gu Shiyan." Considering Mu Wanning had clearly seen him threaten me before, naturally she did not have a good attitude either. "May I ask, what is the matter? Did you receive the money?" Mu Wanning's heart skipped a beat. She had already prepared herself for everything. She would choose her mother. This choice had already filled her mouth with a bitter taste. "Yes. How is your mother?" She went for an examination. Mu Wanning's mood was low. She looked down at her toes. These shoes had been worn for a long time. There was nothing strange about it. She reeked of poverty. Gu Shiyan was quite generous. To make her break up with me, he simply transferred 2 million over. What an astronomical figure. "Gu Shiyan begged me to give you that money." In his office, Gu Shiyan irritably crushed his cigarette and said, "Gu Shiyan likes you." Mu Wanning did not speak. Gu Shiyan continued. The purpose of me giving you this money, besides helping you save your mother, is one other thing I want you to agree to. Mu Wanning still did not speak. What is meant to come, will come. But the next second, Gu Qing's tone softened. I want you to write me a letter of guarantee. No matter what happens in the future, you will absolutely never betray Gu Shiyan. In this life, you can only be with him. If you are unfaithful, I have 10,000 ways to make your life a living hell. Mu Wanning felt like her soul had left her body. It sounded incredibly surreal. Was not he supposed to force her to break up? Can you agree to this or not? Gu Qing sounded exceptionally impatient. Uncle, are you saying? Mu Wanning's palms were sweating. She was terrified that asking this out loud would reveal it was all just her wishful thinking. If you are just playing around with my son, I won't take this money back. But I hope you never bother him again. After Gu Qing said this, he thought for a moment and added, Gu Shiyan was just diagnosed with heart failure. But even if my son dies, his assets will not go to you. The smile that had just begun to form on Mu Wanning's face gradually froze. Her hands were trembling. What did you just say? Was I not clear enough? If you are entertaining thoughts of getting your hands on my family's wealth, stop dreaming. No. What happened to Gu Shiyan? Mu Wanning could not understand. The lively young man who was always following her around. How could he suddenly fall ill just like that? Gu Qing fell silent for 2 seconds, sounding exceptionally melancholic. Heart failure? The doctor said he needs complete bed rest. His emotions cannot fluctuate too much. He is very fragile right now, more fragile than you can imagine. What happened? Mu Wanning did not believe it. Gu Qing had lost his patience from earlier. He asked directly, I am just asking you, do you want to marry my son or not? For the rest of your life, only acknowledging him as your husband. Yes, I only want Gu Shiyan. Mu Wanning's chest felt tight. It was stiflingly uncomfortable. She clutched at the corner of her clothes. Her eyes widened, turning red. She wanted to go back so badly right now. Little did she know. This was my father lying to her. It was all fake. Good. I hope you can keep your word. After Gu Qing said this, he hung up the phone. Mu Wanning felt her body go weak. She slumped onto the bench, staring at the opposite wall. She stared for so long. Her eyes became dry and sore. Her head was dizzy and heavy. She only felt the noise of the people around her was exceptionally loud. This world is not good at all. Really. After her mother's examination, the doctor had her sign a risk consent form. There was only a 30% chance. The hope was very slim. Mu Wanning felt she had no choices when she was a child. And even after growing up, she still had none. She was gambling with everything she did. And now the stakes were higher. Gambling with human lives. She signed her name. The surgery was scheduled for 3 days later. The lead surgeon was a Dr. Zhou Shui had flown back from abroad. The hospital in the imperial capital treated them as VIPs. Everywhere they went, they received the best treatment. Mu Wanning became increasingly silent, often zoning out alone, thinking back and forth. What she thought of most was me. How annoying I was back then. Arrogant to death. If anyone displeased me, I was the first to start a fight. Mu Wanning smiled. She used to hate me so much. Now, looking back, she loved me exactly as I was. Mu Wanning asked the doctors here about heart failure. From then on, I would lose the ability to be lively and active. I could only be a fragile glass doll, living a stagnant life. To him, that would be a fate worse than death, would not it? Mu Wanning thought of how I jumped from the 2nd floor. How could this illness just strike without warning? How could she not have noticed anything at all? When I woke up again, a whole day had passed. Hearing that Mu Wanning's mother's arrangements were all settled, I felt very relieved. If her mom does not die, well, she could not exactly turn evil right in front of her mom, right? This was worth it. Now that Gu Qing also knew Mu Wanning's identity, he would definitely try to win her favor, both overtly and covertly. That way, she would face much less bullying. Then there was even less reason to turn evil. This was definitely worth it. I touched the area over my heart and grimaced. So ruthless. I did not die from Mu Wanning stabbing me through the heart, but I still ended up ruining my heart for her. Had I ever been this crazy before? Yes. Standard operating procedure. Mu Wanning was not the most special. She was just a mission target. My ultimate goal was to go home. And for that, I would use any means necessary. I holed up in the hospital room every day, eating well and drinking well. Gu Qing cleared out Gu Wanyu, along with that cheap stepmother of mine. I specifically asked the system to play that scene for me. It was beautiful. That stepmother of mine, Zhao Liangyu, knelt on the floor, clutching Gu Qing's pant leg, crying and screaming. Even though the child is not yours, I truly love you. I laughed so hard my heart started to ache. Oh, Gu Qing's face. It was as black as the bottom of a pot. After that whole fiasco, perhaps having something to compare to, Gu Qing started visiting the hospital more often. He even started saying things I liked to hear, giving me updates on Mu Wanning's situation, saying the money was transferred. The people were in place. He had already asked. There were risks, but it was not a huge problem. At that time, I truly believed that I had altered the plot, until I was jolted awake by the system in the middle of the night. It told me a hidden plotline had emerged. What is a hidden plotline? It is a plotline that was not revealed in the original setting, but actually exists. I hated these things the most. Just like how I inexplicably gained a fiancé, full of variables. I froze for a few seconds, checked the hidden plotline, and was utterly shocked. It turned out, Mu Wanning's mother did not die from a failed surgery. It was. I scrambled out of bed, wearing my hospital gown, peeked my head out to check the coast, and then sneakily ran downstairs. I hailed a cab and headed straight for the train station. I bought another train ticket to the imperial capital. Mu Wanning needs me. Over 1,000 kilometers. 6 hours. I did not close my eyes once the entire journey. My mind was filled with how devastated Mu Wanning would be when she heard the news. For the first time, he hated this era. Transportation was undeveloped. Communication methods were primitive. He could only dial Mu Wanning's phone number over and over again. It rang time and time again, but no one ever answered. 6 of the clock in the morning, when I finally stood at the first central hospital in the imperial capital. I was too exhausted to speak. I forced myself to lean against the wall and walked towards the ward Zhou Shu had told me about. Mu Wanning had fainted upon learning her mother's surgery failed. She still had not woken up. I turned the door handle. Looking inside, I saw Mu Wanning curled up, her arms wrapped around her knees, staring blankly at the foot of the bed. I am late. I forced the words out. Mu Wanning saw me. Her eyes only lit up for a fraction of a second. She smiled very faintly. She said, "There was an accident during the surgery. My mom, she..." Before she could finish, I lunged forward and hugged her tightly. "I am sorry. I am so sorry." Mu Wanning's eyes were bloodshot. She reached out and touched my face. "Why are you saying sorry? It was me who did not think things through. It was me." I hugged her tighter. Mu Wanning pulled me closer. "You snuck out of the hospital. How did you get here?" I did not speak. Mu Wanning's expression was complex. Her brows relaxed, then furrowed again. "Gu Shiyan, you have to learn to take good care of yourself. I only have you now. If anything else happens to you, I really can't predict what I might do." When she said this, there was no warmth in her voice. Only then did I notice that her dark side meter had reached 100%. This was an extremely dangerous number. "You are sick." Mu Wanning got out of bed, making room for me. "Get some good sleep. I am going to see my mom one last time." Right now, she was like a walking corpse. Without warmth. Without emotional fluctuations.
Numb, yet alive.
I did not dare disturb her. Only Mu Wanning knew. As she crouched in the freezing morgue, looking at her mother whose remains had been prepared, her teeth chattered. She originally really just wanted to live a peaceful life. All these years, she had never provoked anyone. She had always lived humbly, just trying to survive. She never thought about being an obstacle to anyone, but some people just found her existence offensive. They kept pushing her to a dead end. The doctor I brought was excellent. After a 9-hour surgery, he came out smiling, congratulating her, saying the surgery was a great success. But not long after he left, Yi Qing was issued a critical condition notice. Massive intracranial hemorrhage. By the time they tried to save her, It was already too late. After examining the situation, the doctor asked her bluntly, "Did you offend someone?" In that moment, Mu Wanning suddenly understood. This was the imperial capital. Before she left, that woman had threatened her. Once you step out of the imperial capital's gates, coming back comes with a price. The doctor handed her the scan to look at, saying someone had pulled the plug on her mother's life support. The wound was infected with an unknown substance. There were many people in the department at the time. It was impossible for no one to have noticed, but they covered for each other, insisting that no one saw what happened. Mu Wanning took a deep breath. She held Yi Qing's hand and pressed it to her cheek. It was icy cold. She closed her eyes tightly, feeling the cold pierce her bones. Tears slowly flowed from the corners of her eyes. Mu Wanning heard her own voice, like making a vow, saying, "I will avenge you. There is no writing off debts. Only a fight to the death." I was truly too exhausted. So much so that I did not even hear the system's explosive warning alarms. By the time I woke up, my message inbox was about to explode. During this time, Mu Wanning had personally gone to see Mu Cheng. The reason was simple. She wanted Mu Cheng to see Yi Qing on last time. After all, he was the man Yi Qing loved the most, the person she did not want to disturb even in death. As for Mu Cheng, to say he was scum would be an understatement. He and my father were practically blood brothers in that regard. Comparison brings harm. In this aspect, Gu Qing actually seemed just a tiny bit better than him, because Mu Cheng was not just scum. He was also a coward. For years, Mu Cheng had been completely controlled by that heiress, Cheng Haitang. So occasionally, he would think of the gentle Yi Qing from back then, and his cheap daughter. There was some guilt, but he did not dare to look for them. When Mu Wanning arrived, Cheng Haitang happened to be away, so he followed her. Mu Cheng sighed endlessly. He did not expect that when he saw Yi Qing again, they would be separated by life and death. He cried, and Mu Wanning just watched him cry. Mu Wanning felt sick to her stomach. Mu Cheng's hypocritical performance was truly disgusting. Mu Wanning wiped the corner of her mouth. The words she spoke were ice cold. "My mom was still thinking about you right before she died. She did not want you to know about this." She had a firm grasp on human psychology. The more she said things like this, the guiltier Mu Cheng felt. She concealed the fact that her mother was murdered by Cheng Haitang. She spun a heartwarming lie. A lie about how much her mother loved him. For this, she silently apologized to Yi Qing in her heart. To make this dog couple pay, she was willing to do anything. Mu Cheng wept sorrowfully, constantly apologizing to Yi Qing, saying he was useless. Behind him, Mu Wanning let out a low, cold laugh. The laughter was hidden within his crying, exceptionally ironic. "Wanning. Your name is Wanning, right?" Mu Cheng remembered his daughter. His eyes red, he grabbed her hand. "Dad owes you and your mother so much over these years. I am so sorry. Name your price. I will compensate you. Look at this. These businessmen are truly interesting. They think money can buy anything." Mu Wanning pushed his hand away and shook her head. "I do not want your money." She did not say the rest. She put on the act of a good person, saying considerately, "Now that you have seen her Oan last time, I will take my mom's ashes back to Zhongcheng. This is also the last time we will meet as father and daughter. Next time, we will be enemies." "Going to Zhongcheng." "You are going to Zhongcheng?" "Alone." "Yes. How can you do that? For all these years, Mom and I have managed just fine. There is nothing we can't do." Mu Wanning deflected. "Is Auntie Chang coming back soon? You should go back quickly. About this matter, I won't tell anyone, so it won't cause trouble between you and your wife. I am tired. I am leaving now." Mu Wanning. Seeing her about to leave, Mu Cheng hurriedly said, "I am sorry." Mu Wanning paused in her tracks. The corners of her lips curled up. She said nothing. As soon as she walked out the door, she saw me standing at the entrance of the morgue, constantly rubbing my arms. I was still wearing the Jiangcheng hospital patient gown. My face was pale. She immediately frowned. "Why did you come running over here?" "Wanted to see you." "Let us go." Mu Wanning reached out and took my hand. I asked softly, "That man inside, is he your dad?" "No. I had anticipated this, just testing her attitude. Sure enough, she added, my dad died a long time ago. I stayed by her side, watching her handle Yiqing's funeral all alone. She did not take Yiqing back to Zhongcheng as she had told Mu Cheng. Instead, in the suburbs, she used the money Gu Qing gave her to buy a plot in a public cemetery. The day of the burial, the first rain of autumn fell. A continuous, fine drizzle. I held a black umbrella, watching her grab a handful of dirt from the grave, put it in a small bag, and tuck it into her pocket. She would be back very soon, judging by how things were going. She would probably follow the original plotline, right? I do not have much feeling towards death, because I have seen too much of it. Life and death, to me, are like the end of a game. Who knows where the next reincarnation will be? Hearing my question, the system ran an analysis with its little optical computer. Highly likely. In the original setting, Mu Wanning stayed in the imperial capital for a month. I said quietly, in this month, she will find a way to get close to Chang Haiteng's daughter, planting the seeds of karma, waiting a year for the trap to spring. Are we going back to Zhongcheng? Mu Wanning's hands were slightly cold. She wanted to reach out and hold the umbrella for me, but her hands were too dirty. So she obediently put them down. Let us go to the hospital first, then go home. The two of them walked through the cemetery. There was no one else around them. This was probably the most desolate funeral I had ever seen. Without exception. If there is anything you need help with, remember to tell me. When I received her reply, I knew the original plot had still changed. I did not know why. So I could only wait and see. Mu Wanning finally shifted her gaze back to me. I was a head taller than her. Before, I would only pester her and make noise. Today, I wore a white shirt. It was a bit chilly when the wind blew. Mu Wanning took off her own jacket and draped it over my shoulders. You did not even buy warm clothes when you bought them. I tugged at my clothes, lowered my head, and smiled at her. Do not you think this shirt is very handsome? It looks a bit like a wedding suit. Mu Wanning's fingers, hidden in her pockets, tightened and then loosened. After a long while, she finally did not say the words out loud. I wanted your mom to see me. See how handsome I am. Being your husband would not be a loss at all. Then she would be happy down there too, right? I reached out and took her hand. Mu Wanning, you have to believe that in this world, there is someone who will give their all for you, recklessly. Even if it means death, they won't hesitate. My words sounded very ethereal, but they stirred a trace of fear in Mu Wanning. She did not understand the root of this emotion either. She looked at my profile. Why are you so certain? I looked away and said softly, anyway, you do not have to carry everything on your own. Your illness. I am fine. I patted my chest. Right as rain. Seeing my stubbornness, Mu Wanning pursed her lips. You said you would stay with me for a long, long time and give me a good ending. Mu Wanning's words sounded so aggrieved. Seeing her like this made my body tremble slightly, setting aside the fact that it was impossible for me to spend a lifetime here with Mu Wanning. As things stood, it seemed there would not even be a good ending. I remained silent for a long time. Mu Wanning looked up and reached out to catch the rain, watching the rainwater slip through her fingers, leaving only faint traces. She could not catch the water. Her gaze began to grow obsessive. She turned to me and said, the things you promised me, you must do them. Mu Wanning took a deep breath and said, I only have you now. After returning from the imperial capital, I tossed and turned in my hospital bed, thinking, was Mu Wanning's feeling towards me obsession or love? I remembered that look in her eyes. In the original setting, she would often look at Lin Zixuan like that. I did not feel anything then. But now that it is directed at me, why does it feel so wrong? I suspect I was wrong from the very beginning. But there is no other way. In this mission, apart from making Mu Wanning fall in love with me, I have no other choice. The only way to stop her from loving someone else is to make her love another person instead. I succeeded, but it was completely useless. The darkening happened all the same. I only have 6 months left. I won't even last long enough to see Mu Wanning carefully lay out this trap. What should I do? I frowned tightly. As soon as I closed my eyes, I saw Mu Wanning as she was in the original setting. killing gods if they stood in her way. He also remembered the scene when Mu Wanning was arrested. The woman wearing a suit, copying Buddhist scriptures. Her handwriting was like her person, sharp and distinct. Even though it was a Buddhist scripture, every word she wrote radiated killing intent. Guns were pointed at her forehead. She put down the pen, carefully wiped her hands with a handkerchief, and laughed out loud. She smiled. I have waited for this moment, for a very long time. I opened my eyes. I cannot allow Mu Wanning to fall into the abyss. Once you fall in, there is no turning back. I carefully thought over the things Mu Wanning had done before. Sensing my thoughts, the system hastily jumped out to stop me. Host. Since Mu Wanning must do these things, then why can't I do them for her? Host. You are bound to the save the villain system, not the become the villain system. If I become the biggest villain, then Mu Wanning won't have to be the villain, right? This is also a form of saving. That sounds so reasonable. It actually could not find a way to refute it. Back then, Mu Wanning got close to Mu Qian, who was the publicly acknowledged only daughter of Mu Cheng. Mu Wanning led her step by step into hell, ending up completely ruined and disgraced. She also found a woman to seduce Mu Cheng, took compromising photos and sent them to Cheng Haitang. Under the blow of her daughter being imprisoned, and her husband's infidelity, Cheng Haitang was on the verge of a breakdown. However, what broke her the most was her husband committing suicide by poison, leaving a will giving Mu Wanning all his shares. This will was actually written by Mu Cheng himself. After learning what Cheng Haitang had done to Mu Wanning and her mother, he secretly wrote this document, perhaps just to make his own conscience feel a bit better. Based on the known conditions, I need to figure out a way. I can't let Mu Wanning get her hands dirty, but I also can't be the one to actively advance the plot. I pondered all night without any results, until the morning when Gu Qing came over. Knowing that I had dragged my sick body to go find Mu Wanning, he gritted his teeth in anger. Ultimately, it was because he was too harsh on this son of his. Just a little bit of sweetness from someone else was enough to lure him away. My eyes lit up. I had a bold idea. Gu Qing was holding a thermos of chicken soup. I smiled at him for the first time. He instantly knew it was not for anything good. Dad, I have something to discuss. If it is about Mu Wanning, do not even say it. Do you want to expand into the imperial capital? I smiled, my eyes curving. Businessmen value profit. Why did Gu Qing fall into Mu Wanning's hands back then? Because he wanted to enter the imperial capital. Money comes fast there. He was itching for it. Gu Qing remained silent. After a long while, he said, "Stop messing around. Adult matters. Kids should not interfere. Mu Wanning's mother is dead." I said this without a trace of emotion on my face. So rational that even Gu Qing felt unfamiliar and afraid. Killed by Mu Cheng's wife, Cheng Haitang. I picked up the water beside me and took a sip. Guess what she wants to do most right now? Gu Qing did not speak. I looked at him and said, "She needs a knife. If you can help her get that knife right now, she will peel a layer of skin off the Mu family for you. If this knife is pointed at the Mu family's only daughter, Mu Qian, guess what will happen?" Hearing my words, Gu Qing stared blankly at his own son. Was this still his useless son? Did Mu Wanning tell you to say this? How could she say these things to me? If she taught you to say this, then she herself is a knife. How do you know she won't turn the blade on you? A person like this is simply too dangerous. You are my son. I won't harm you. I can't guarantee that. I snuggled into the blanket and let out a cold scoff. What right does he, someone cut from the same cloth, have to judge others? It is just that I am running out of time. I have already worked so hard up to this point. I do not want to return as a failure. Gu Qing actually did think this was a good opportunity. It seemed he would have to go meet Mu Wanning. I was forced to stay in the hospital for over half a month. Mu Wanning seemed to have gotten busy. She rarely came over. Every time I saw Mu Wanning again, I could feel the changes in her. It was as if on the very night her mother passed away, she suddenly grew up. Her actions became more direct and decisive. She spoke less. Before, she would occasionally throw a verbal jab at me. Now, every time she came, it was just a few brief pleasantries. If her affection level was not rising every day, I would suspect she had someone else on the side. I am being discharged tomorrow, I said, eating the fruit salad she brought. When do you not have classes tomorrow? I want you to pick me up and take me back to school. Sorry. Mu Wanning clenched her fists. Looking up, she smiled at me. I have to make a trip to the imperial capital tomorrow. What are you going to the imperial capital for? I immediately frowned. I did not know what Gu Shiyan had arranged. Did he tell her to go do those unscrupulous things herself again? There is a problem on Mu Cheng's end. He told me to go back. I am not entirely clear on the details. Mu Wanning reached out and tucked me in. Do not worry. I can handle these things. Do not go. Mu Wanning interrupted what I was going to say. She said softly, do not get involved in this. Okay. I pursed my lips. I showed no reaction. How could I not get involved? When she is rational, she is terrifying. When she is irrational, she is like a madwoman. If I do not go keep an eye on her, and she does something she can't come back from, there will be no turning back. I could not gamble, could not afford to lose. Mu Wanning assumed I had silently agreed. She stayed a while longer. As soon as she left, I called Gu Shiyan. Straight to the point. What did you say to Mu Wanning? Gu Shiyan knew whenever I contacted him. Before, it was for money. Now, it was for Mu Wanning. He set down the contract in his hand and chuckled. I have to say, that kid really is a good prospect. Steady and ruthless. She does not hold back at all when striking out at her own biological father. These words did not make me feel proud. Only a chill down my spine. Was Mu Wanning still going down the original path? Gu Shiyan's next words were, you asked me to hand her a knife. I handed her the knife. What did you tell her to do? Just dig up some dirt. Do not worry. After all, she is going to be my daughter-in-law. If she does not care about her reputation, I certainly care about mine. Gu Shiyan finally remembered his own son. He said, are not you being discharged today? Come home to recover. No need. I am going back to school. I had already started packing my things. I needed to get to the imperial capital one step ahead of her. To do the things Mu Wanning wanted to do, I faintly sensed something was wrong. The Owen walking the path of no return was not Mu Wanning anymore. It was me. Forget it. I booked a train ticket to the imperial capital and ran away overnight. However, Mu Wanning had tossed and turned all night, thinking, no matter what happened, I was the most important thing. She had neglected me too much recently, but that was only because she was afraid. She did not dare to make me worry for her again. Mu Wanning bought the snacks I loved. But when she arrived, the room was empty. Hello, nurse. I wanted to ask, where did the boy in bed 412 go? 412 was discharged yesterday. Did you not know? Mu Wanning tightened her grip on the bag. Gu Shiyan. He really is something else. When I answered Mu Wanning's call, I had already arrived in the imperial capital. I watched the bustling traffic, the glamorous, intoxicating streets. Feeling a bit dazed, I kicked a stone at my feet. Seeing 42 missed calls from her, I understood. My whereabouts had been figured out by Mu Wanning. Where are you? Mu Wanning dragged her suitcase through the Jiangcheng train station. Her eyes were as gloomy as Jiangcheng's overcast sky, looking like it could downpour at any moment. In the imperial capital, Mu Wanning took a deep breath. What are you doing in the imperial capital? Doing what you want to do? Mu Wanning gripped her phone tightly, frowning deeply. My candid confession suddenly left her at a loss. I kicked the stone onto the street. On hand in my pocket. I know you do not want me to get involved. This is your family business. But I told you, I will protect you. Only I am allowed to bully you. No on else. The debts of the Mu family, I will collect them for you. I sighed. But can you promise me own thing? Mu Wanning did not speak. Her grip on the suitcase handle gradually tightened. I said softly, no matter what the outcome is, love this world. Remember me, even if it is just for my sake, be a little gentler to this world. Just for the sake of everything I have done for you, okay? Why should I listen to you? Mu Wanning's words carried anger. She hated this feeling too much. Gu Shiyan, are you sick? Did I ask you to do all this for me? Can you just be obedient? Mu Wanning's tone was full of mockery and sarcasm. You also know this is my family business. Who are you to me? What right do you have to interfere? Do you think you are so amazing? That you can control everything? Her barrage of questions left me stunned in place. On the other end of the line, Mu Wanning sneered. Come back. Do not make me angry. Mu Wanning knew everything she was saying was nonsense. She got on the train. The call had already been disconnected. She suppressed her anger to stop herself from throwing her phone. The green train clattered along. The scenery outside blurred past faster and faster. Mu Wanning leaned against the glass window. Of course, she knew the lengths I had gone to for her. Gu Shiyan would not give her benefits for no reason. Or act as her backer. The matters regarding our family, Mu Wanning had more or less heard from the people around Gu Shiyan. I had kicked my stepmother and cheap older sister out of the house. The methods were ruthless and decisive. Mu Wanning closed her eyes. Her mind was filled with the years we had known each other. He had changed. From head to toe. Gu Shiyan even lamented. He fell in love, and my son completely transformed. Too much. There were too many unbelievable things happening to me, making Mu Wanning afraid to think too deeply. See, I told you, host. Being too hasty is bad. The system assistant looked like it was frustrated by my failure to meet expectations. Setting aside the fact that you disowned your relatives before establishing your persona, just your style of doing things. Let alone the mission target. Even a random bystander would suspect you have been possessed. And Owen with golden fingers too. Knowing the future, I have never seen you act so recklessly before. Host, what exactly are you thinking? My eyes were blank for a moment. Then I said firmly, I want to go home. The mission cannot fail. But how do you know Mu Wanning will definitely follow the original path? The assistant said, Host, you have already deviated the plot significantly from the original setting. At the very least, you survived. And Mu Wanning did not fall in love with Lin Zixuan. But her fying mom still died. My mind was a complete mess right now. From the moment I heard Mu Wanning's aggressive questions, I had started to panic. Did I really make a mistake? The system did not reply. I suddenly calmed down. Yes, I have to wait for Mu Wanning to get here. I have to trust her. Mu Wanning arrived in the middle of the night. I bought some food at the entrance of the train station. I squatted at the base of a pillar on the platform, scanning the faces of the people getting off the train owned by Owen. No familiar faces, so I lowered my head and started drawing stars on the ground with a small twig. Just as I was drawing the third Owen, a cold voice came from above. What are you doing? I looked up and immediately smiled. I quickly stood up and patted my back. Waiting for you. The train ride must have been tiring, right? I bought you. Do not speak to me right now. Mu Wanning grabbed me with Owen hand and dragged me out of the platform. Her strides were long. She had absolutely no intention of waiting for me. Only when she heard me gasp in pain after tripping did she slow down. Mu Wanning's face clearly read, I am very angry. I tugged at her clothes, lowered my head, and before she could erupt, I said meekly, I know I was wrong. You are still sick. You do not know anyone here. And you just run off to the imperial capital by yourself. What if something happened? What then? Mu Wanning poked me in the head. I really do not know what is going on in that head of yours. It is you. I blurted out without thinking. Mu Wanning froze. I gently pulled her fingers down and said with a cheeky smile, my head is full of you. Stand up straight. Mu Wanning frowned, pulling my ear. You still have the nerve to joke around with me? Do you have any idea how worried I was when I went to pick you up? And the nurse told me you ran away. How worried I was. What is there to worry about? It is not like I would get lost. I muttered under my breath. Mu Wanning's brow twitched fiercely, and her voice dropped a few degrees. Say that Owen more time. My shoulders shuddered. Mu Wanning was genuinely terrifying now. Before, she would just secretly sharpen her knife in the dark. But at least she would keep a smile on her face. Now, she was practically holding the blade to my neck. Seeing that I was carrying food for two, Mu Wanning's expression softened slightly. Have not eaten yet. Seeing her change the subject, I immediately perked up. Yeah. I was waiting for you. If I did not come, were you just going to starve? So difficult. How is her thought process so bizarre? Mu Wanning took the buns and naturally grabbed my hand. From now on, do not leave my sight without a word, especially hiding things from me and doing things under the excuse of it being for my own good. Do you hear me? I pursed my lips. If I said I did not hear her. Mu Wanning shot me a sidelong glance, the warning in her eyes self-evident. I immediately changed my tune. Yes, girlfriend, I will absolutely obey. I walked with Mu Wanning through the imperial capital night. Even the wind felt dry and hot. I held Mu Wanning's hand, walking slowly. The sound of the rolling suitcase was a bit harsh. Mu Wanning looked back, our eyes meeting. What do you think I came to the imperial capital to do? Mu Wanning was quite curious. I pondered for a moment and said seriously, I am afraid you are here for revenge. Should not, I hate them. We live in a society governed by law now. I said this with utmost sincerity. There are many ways to deal with them. We can choose a gentler approach. For example, Mu Wanning's lips curled into a smile. Governed by law. What on earth is going on in that head of yours again? I frowned, shaking my head. I have not figured it out yet. Your father asked me to go to the Mu family to get something for him. Mu Wanning reached out and intertwined her fingers with mine. Mu Cheng feels guilty towards me. I figure this should not be too difficult. You are going to the Mu family. Seeing my eyes widen, in disbelief. She found it amusing. I was very worried. Is the Mu family that easy to enter? Back then, Mu Wanning had kneeled until her knees bled. That woman Cheng Haitang was always domineering, always finding excuses to torment her since she was a child. Cheng Haitang probably lacked confidence too. Her motive for murdering Mu Wanning's mother. I could easily analyze it. It was nothing more than fearing Mu Cheng and Yi Cheng would rekindle their old flame. Tomorrow, you go back to Jiangcheng. I immediately frowned. How can I leave you here alone? Listen to me. I can barely protect myself in the imperial capital. If anything happens to you, I am Gu Qing's only son, after all. If the Mu family wants to touch me, it won't be that easy. I was exceptionally stubborn on this issue. Mu Wanning looked at me for a long time and asked, why are you helping me so wholeheartedly? I pursed my lips and did not speak. Mu Wanning's eyes were complex. You really are an interesting person. Do you have some kind of secret? Every word she said made my heart leap into my throat. Too dangerous. This was a blatant probe. What secret could I have? I muttered softly. But Mu Wanning chuckled lightly. The meaning unclear. I changed the subject and grabbed her. Just let me stay in the imperial capital. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. The reason is, I want to stick by your side. When I said this, it was a completely fake smile. Mu Wanning's chest heaved. Is it that if you leave me, you will die? Well, it is not that extreme. I lowered my head. I just want to keep an eye on you. Lin Zixuan is not here. When Mu Wanning mentioned this name, I was still a bit surprised. Why bring him up out of nowhere? I put on a bewildered look. Of course I know that. He is still at school in Zhongcheng. How could he appear in the imperial capital? Mu Wanning's thoughts raced. She smiled. Forget it. If you like being by my side, then stay and play in the imperial capital for a few days. I will try to finish things quickly and go back to Jiangcheng with you. I did not realize it then. Only later did I know. Mu Wanning is terrifying. Even with the system, with golden fingers, I am no match for her. I booked a hotel closest to the Mu family. Mu Wanning clearly knew my intentions, but remained silent. Before leaving, she even leaned in and instructed. Try to stay here. Wait for me to come back. Okay. Could I say no? Wait and see. I wanted to see exactly what Mu Wanning was going to do. Originally, the system's peeping function cost points. I haggled with the little assistant, arguing logically, and finally managed to get this function as compensation. From the moment Mu Wanning left the hotel, every move she made was fed back into my mind. Mu Wanning carried her suitcase and looked towards the floor I was on. In the video feed I met her eyes. My heart skipped a beat, even though I knew Mu Wanning could not possibly detect the peeping function. When our eyes met, my heart raced, aching faintly. Mu Wanning hailed a taxi, heading towards the Mu family. Along the way, She stared out the window at the towering skyscrapers. Her eyes were hollow, her mood low. What exactly was my motive? This was the question she had been pondering recently. She suffered from severe psychological illness, sensitive and suspicious, heavily paranoid. My appearance was too perfectly timed, my actions lacked any logical pattern. At first, she kept thinking, I was just playing around and it meant nothing, that sooner or later, I would abandon her. However, I did not. For her sake, I had also done things bordering on paranoia. When dealing with Lin Zixuan, or, in helping her get revenge, I never hid my intentions. Mu Wanning pinched the bridge of her nose and let out a long sigh. She did not understand. She did not understand me at all. Mu Wanning arrived at the Mu family residence alone. The luxurious villa looked much more weathered than it had years ago. Ivy covered half the walls thickly. Under the rose trellis, various flowers bloomed. These were planted by Mu Cheng himself years ago, to please Cheng Haitang. Back then, Mu Wanning had plucked a flower out of anger and was severely beaten by Cheng Haitang's bodyguards in a corner. She remembered it all. Mu Wanning only paused for a moment. Passing under the long flower trellis, she knocked on the Mu family's front door. This was different from the original setting. In the original setting, Mu Wanning approached Mu Qian first. The moment she was brought into the family banquet by Mu Qian, Cheng Haitang's face in the original story was truly a colorful sight. However, in this life, Mu Wanning came knocking directly. During this short yet agonizingly long minute wait, Mu Wanning appeared calm on the surface, but her hand gripping the suitcase handle tightened. Cheng Haitang opened the door. Seeing Mu Wanning, she froze. Who are you looking for? My dad. Mu Wanning faced Cheng Haitang directly. The corners of her mouth curled up, smiling without any warmth. Long time no see. Auntie Haitang. The color drained from Cheng Haitang's face. Then she crossed her arms.
What?
When you and your mother left the imperial capital back then, what did you say? Regretting it now? Yes. Mu Wanning answered decisively. She still wore a gentle smile on her face. Auntie Haitang, no matter what you do, there is a price to pay. This saying, have you heard it before? I was enjoying the drama from the sidelines. Suddenly, a flash of realization hit me. Wait, I think I overlooked something very important. I quickly dialed Zhou Shua's number to ask for the list of doctors who performed the surgery on Mu Wanning's mother. Zhou Shui is a doctor with a strong sense of justice. She had always held a grudge about Mu Wanning's mother dying on the operating table. But she did not have the power to reach into the imperial capital. Her heart was full of bitterness. Wealthy, powerful families. There are so many disgusting things they do to cover up the truth. But ultimately, it was their family matter. No matter how angry she was, she could not intervene. When I asked her for the list, Zhou Shui gave it to me. She also asked me to apologize to Mu Wanning on her behalf. If she had known this would happen, she would have rather died than used doctors from the imperial capital for this surgery. It is okay, Auntie Zhou. Justice will prevail. I looked at the list of names sent via MMs. Zhou Shui had secretly investigated these people. The suspicious ones were circled in red. This saved me the trouble of investigating myself, because it was a hidden plotline. Mu Wanning in her previous life never knew this was the real scheme that killed her mother. If I had not intervened, her mother would have died unjustly once again. I clenched my fists. Packing light, I headed straight for the Imperial Capital Hospital. On the way, I thought things over. I found a trustworthy private investigator to investigate these people's account information, as well as their family members. The next day, hand over the money, and they sent the information right over. A total of 3 people. These 3 people's accounts all received a transfer of 100,000 yuan on the day Yi Qing died. If Mu Wanning knew her mother's death was only worth 300,000 yuan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mu Wanning successfully moved into the Mu family residence. The atmosphere was freezing cold. Mu Cheng found an opportunity to coax Cheng Haitang, saying Mu Wanning no longer had a mother. As the child's father, he should do his part. Cheng Haitang immediately sneered. Do your part. The money you are spending right now, which penny of it is not mine? If you want to treat her well, do it yourself. The money belongs to me and my daughter. It has nothing to do with you two, father and daughter. Ultimately, Mu Cheng was a man. And a man who had sat in a position of power for a long time. Words like this undoubtedly wounded his pride. He endured it. If Cheng Haitang had not used her money to help him get to where he was today, he would have dumped her long ago. A woman like a tigress. No charm whatsoever. Did I cause trouble for you? Mu Wanning shrank into a corner of the dining table. Her head lowered. Mu Cheng sighed. I have another property in the suburbs. I will have the driver take you there later. Do not worry. Mu Wanning pursed her lips. I did not come back to fight for anything. Other than you, I did not know who else to go to. Mom is dead. When Mu Cheng heard this, his heart twitched. After all, they were husband and wife. During this time, he had also caught wind of some suspicious details. Yai Qing was murdered by Cheng Haitang. Sleeping next to a murderer made Mu Cheng uncomfortable too. Do not worry. Tell Dad what plans you have coming to the imperial capital. I will help however I can. Mu Cheng said this in a low voice. Afraid Cheng Haitang would hear, Mu Wanning shook her head. Dad, could you help me find a job? Anything is fine. Just as long as I do not starve. Compared to the daughter raised at home, Mu Cheng felt more sympathy for the Owen outside. Comparison brings harm. The Owen at home acted high and mighty with Cheng Haitang, treating him with disrespect. Mu Wanning seemed easily manipulated. Easy to bully. Mu Cheng sighed. I will look into it for you tomorrow. Mainly because you have not graduated college. Right. Did not I hear you got into Zhang University? Why? No money. Mu Wanning bit her lip, looking deeply embarrassed. I can't afford it. Sigh. Mu Cheng sighed. He did not say anything else. He had his own selfish motives. He wanted to keep this daughter around. He did not want Cheng Haitang to keep looking down on him. If he had not managed the company diligently all these years, could she have sat at home enjoying the fruits of his labor? Ridiculous. This woman only ever held his past shortcomings over him, never seeing his efforts. Did not she think he had no own to rely on? He was going to elevate Mu Wanning. Let us see what she does then. I squatted at the gate of a primary school, cupping my face. The bubblegum in my mouth had lost its flavor. Doing this sort of thing for the first time in my life, I was a little panicked. I spotted the kid running out from the middle of the pack. On hand in my pocket, the other holding snacks. I walked up. Zhao Zhimao. The kid, who had his arm around a friend, stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at me. I flashed what I thought was my most harmless smile and waved. Come here. Zhao Zhimao was the son of An of those doctors. Currently in the 4th grade. Were you calling me just now? Zhao Zhimao scrutinized me seriously. Who are you? I am an intern under your dad. I even pretended to pull out a little red book. It was a fake hospital ID. Tomorrow is Saturday. Your dad said he wanted to take you out to play, but he is too busy with work and does not have time, so he asked me to take you. Where to? The amusement park. This kid Zhao Zhimao was quite sharp. He asked, if we are going to play tomorrow, why did not you just come pick me up tomorrow? Idiot. I reached out and flicked his forehead. The amusement park is most fun at night. We are going to play all day and all night. Your dad will personally come pick you up tomorrow. Do not worry. Otherwise, I will call him for you. I glanced at the parents around us and sighed. I do not know how much you scored on your monthly exam. If your dad finds out your grades, who knows if he will still let you go. Maybe I should ask. Brother, I was taking a gamble, but I bet right. Let us go to the amusement park right now. That is right. I reached out and took his bag. We are leaving right now. Taking the bus. I said it was for playing. And Zhao Zhimao certainly had fun. But the Zhao family was going crazy. A letter was delivered directly to Zhao Zhong at the hospital. He immediately turned pale with fright when he confirmed his son had not come home. Zhao Zhong panicked. He did not dare make a sound. He took a deep breath, looking at the letter. It said, I am taking your son out to play. I wonder if your son is worth that 100,000 yuan. You can call the police. If you want to spend the rest of your life in prison, I will give you time to think it over. I will come find you. Zhao Zhong was truly terrified. quietly waiting for the kidnapper to call. I was almost vomiting from playing at the amusement park. Seeing he was tired, we collapsed onto a bench to eat ice cream. I have to call your dad. So he won't worry. Okay, but do not tell him about my grades. My dad will definitely be angry. Do not worry. How could he be angry? He loves you to death right now. I dialed the number. My tone teasing. Hello, I have taken your son out to play as instructed. I wonder if you have thought it through. Hello. What do you want? Zhao Zhong's voice was already trembling. Nothing much. I took a bite of my sweet cone. I turned on the call recording function on my phone. I am going to ask you a few questions. I expect you to answer truthfully. Yai Qing died by your hands. Right. There was silence on the other end for a long moment. I patted Zhao Zhimao's head. Zhao Zhimao looked confused. I said, "Oh dear. Your dad seems a bit unwilling. What should we do?" Ah. Zhao Zhimao panicked. Dad, I covered the phone's microphone. Let me persuade your dad. Wait here for a minute. Do not run off. Okay? I stood a short distance away from the bench. You heard your son talk, right? You say a patient's life in your hands is not a life. What about your son's life? I do not have to treat it as a life either, right? He had the speakerphone on. Zhao Zhong's wife had already started crying and screaming, begging me not to touch her son, and telling Zhao Zhong to quickly confess. I like people like that. Do not worry. As long as you do not call the police. I spoke lightly. I just want to use you to threaten the people who gave you the money. Rest assured. I won't let her retaliate against you. If you are really scared, I can give you a larger sum of money, so you can leave the imperial capital with your wife and child. My patience is limited. I frowned, afraid this man would refuse to talk. I became irritated. I will count to 3. If we do not reach an agreement, I will take your son to play somewhere much farther away. Whether I can reunite you and your son in this life, I can't say for sure. The person who gave me the money, I can't afford to offend them. That is enough. I said. It is Chang Haitang from the Chang Group, right? If you already know, why are you asking me? She bribed the 3 of you to pull the plug on Yi Qing's oxygen tube. What else? Zhao Zhong went silent again. I frowned. But this time, Zhao Zhong did not make me wait too long. He said, the patient was allergic to penicillin. But I did not do it. Another doctor did. He injected her with a dose. I just followed orders and tampered with things when necessary. But I did not actually do anything. Very well. I only needed the key information. I saved the call recording, called Zhao Zhimao over, and let father and son talk for a bit. As for what they said, I did not care. That night, while Zhao Zhimao was asleep, I found an internet cafe and edited the call recording. 73. I found an internet cafe and edited the call recording. Sef 3. I found an internet cafe and edited the call recording. I deleted the identifying information and sent it to Chang Haitang's email and stated, if anything happens to Mu Wanning, no matter who does it, I will pin it on you. After it was done, I hid my information and transferred 300,000 to Zhaozhong, telling them to leave the imperial capital. The email showed as read. I smiled faintly. It is finally happening. Using the hidden plotline, I accelerated the plot progression once again. No matter how arrogant and powerful Chang Haitang was, so what? This is a society governed by law. If she kills someone, she will have to sit obediently behind bars. Chang Haitang naturally saw it. When she received this email that night, she started pacing restlessly. Mu Wanning did not care about all that extra stuff. She just wanted to work hard to get into the company and bring out what Gu Qing wanted. As for the outcome, that was a battle between businessmen. She noticed Chang Haitang had been keeping a close eye on her movements recently. At the breakfast table, Mu Wanning finally could not hold back and asked, Auntie Chang, have I done something to displease you recently? You have done very well. Chang Haitang practically squeezed these words out through gritted teeth. Mu Wanning's lips twitched in a slight smile. Chang Haitang slammed her chopsticks down. Do you think? You can threaten me with those things. I do not understand what you are talking about. Mu Wanning lowered her head. Frowning. She truly did not understand. I had never even mentioned to her that I was doing this. Did you not send that email? Chang Haitang laughed out of extreme anger. Threatening me with this kind of thing. You do not even know your own weight. If you have the guts, go sue me. I would like to see what a stray dog like you can actually accomplish. Mu Wanning pursed her lips. She was not stupid enough to ask what the email was about. But seeing Chang Haitang so agitated, like a snake hit where it hurts, she was willing to take the blame for this. Mu Wanning wiped the corner of her mouth and smiled. Then, Auntie Chang, just you wait and see. As soon as Mu Wanning left the house, she went straight to my hotel. She carefully observed her surroundings. After confirming no one was following her, to be safe, she booked a room. On her way to the room, she took the stairs to find me. As soon as I opened the door, Mu Wanning grabbed my arm, made me sit on the hotel sofa, and looked down at me condescendingly. Let me ask you, what email did you send to Chang Haitang? I was stunned again, and blurted out. She told you. How did you know it was me? Do you think I am stupid? Mu Wanning pointed at herself. In the imperial capital, you are the only Owen who would help me. She did not even need to think about it. I shook my head, scratching the back of my neck, looking somewhat foolish. It is nothing, really. Just found a little bit of dirt on her. I was afraid she would make things difficult for you in the Mu family, so I threatened her a bit. How are things at the Mu family? Did they bully you? I looked her up and down. Seeing no signs of her being beaten, I finally felt relieved. What else have you done behind my back? Mu Wanning asked. I was just about to tell her. Then I remembered it was related to her mother. Who knows, maybe Mu Wanning would seek revenge against those doctors later. With someone who holds grudges like her, it was entirely possible. Just compiled some of the bad things she has done. I answered vaguely. But it is not enough to ruin her reputation yet. Gotta wait. Wait for a good opportunity. Then I will release it all. Even if it does not kill her, it will peel a layer of skin off her. Seeing my confident and determined look, Mu Wanning frowned. In her eyes, I was a delinquent, incapable of doing anything proper, but surprisingly adept at underhanded tricks. Mu Wanning bent down and took my hand. Gu Shiyan, you really do not need to do so much for me. I am not a child who needs protecting. Indeed, I looked somewhat melancholic. I never said Mu Wanning needed protection. I am doing all this so my mission goes smoothly too. I smiled, reached out to hold her hand, and patted it earnestly. My dear girlfriend, you must remember, we cannot do anything illegal, understand? You are the one who should not. Mu Wanning turned her hand over and held mine, looking even more melancholic. I feel like, compared to me, you look even less like a good person, having just kidnapped a child the day before yesterday. I was left speechless. Mu Wanning stayed with me at the hotel, watching the sunset. After you finish dealing with the Mu family's affairs, do you have any other plans? Like, doing things you enjoy? I turned my head. Mu Wanning looked up at me. I do not have anything I enjoy. She paused, then spoke again, looking at me with deep eyes, but thinking about it carefully. Now I do. What is it? I blinked. In the original setting, after she killed me, she wandered the world every day like a lost soul, without a trace of warmth, blinded by hatred. She had no turning back. In the original setting, she loved Lin Zixuan. On the surface, she loved him desperately. But in reality, it was a twisted sickness. She saw Lin Zixuan as the light in her life, desperately wanting to possess him. When shattered by reality, she resolutely decided that if she could not have him, no one else could either, and killed him. She is a psychopath, and absolute own. I do not want her to be that kind of person again. Even if I leave, I want Mu Wanning to live a good life, like a normal human being. Mu Wanning suddenly leaned close to me, her eyelashes fluttering, a smile on her lips. I want to be with you. Mu Wanning popped a piece of fruit into my already dumbfounded mouth. I need to save more money. With the fruit stuffed in my mouth, I chewed the sweet and soft flesh, but it tasted incredibly bitter. Do you think what we have is love? Mu Wanning's hand paused. Why do you ask? You said before that you would not like me. Never in this lifetime. But I also said, if you flirted with me again, I would not let go, even in death. I won't. Mu Wanning wiped her hands, grabbed my shoulder, and pulled me close to her. You were the one who recklessly barged into my world. Now that you are here, do not even think about running away. Time seemed to stand still. I heard the beating of my heart. A very strange thought flashed through my mind, but quickly vanished. What about you? Mu Wanning asked. Do you have any desires you want to fulfill? Yes. I looked at the scenery. I want to go to a place to see who exactly is waiting for me. Mu Wanning saw my expression was not faked. It was the first time she had seen this look on my face. Lost, sad, helpless. Even though I was right in front of her, I felt as distant as the horizon. Mu Wanning subconsciously pulled me towards her, her gaze darkening. Could it be that besides that girl named Jiang Yuyao, you are thinking about another woman? Why are you bringing her up out of nowhere? I frowned. In Mu Wanning's eyes, I looked entirely like someone trying to evade the question. She reached out and pulled me a bit closer, smiling.
What?
I mention your fiancé, and you are unhappy. What fiancé? Stop talking nonsense. I tapped her forehead. That was just an arrangement made by our parents for business development. After I ruined the Gu family, I broke off the engagement with her family. Hearing you say that sounds like you are full of regret. I am not. Do not speak nonsense. I looked at Mu Wanning warily and said, me and Jiang Yuyao, we are just fair-weather friends. I did not know better before. Now, I have you. I do not need any female friends other than you. I leaned against her shoulder, full of intent to please. This submissive attitude did, to a certain extent, satisfy the possessiveness touching Mu Wanning's heart. Good. Mu Wanning leaned over and kissed my cheek. I have to go back. Remember, if you go out, tell me first. Things are only going to get more serious. I can't guarantee your safety. Deep down, Mu Wanning was terrified. Now that she had a weakness, she was no longer that person who had nothing and cared about nothing. Okay. Do not worry, I promised her. Mu Wanning did not take it to heart. Because my words were basically empty promises, I would not listen anyway. But surprisingly, I really did stay completely out of the loop. I lay in the large hotel bed, relaxing leisurely, watching Mu Wanning's daily life play out in my mind. Seeing its host become so degenerate. By the third day, the little assistant finally could not hold it in anymore. How come you do not look worried about her at all? Worried? I would be better off worrying about myself. I scoffed coldly. I saw through this long ago. Mu Wanning is more independent than any mission target I have ever seen. She is a living, breathing person, with strategies and plans. Just because of own wrong sentence from me, her affection level dropped 20 points. My God, do you know how hard it was to earn those 20 points? With a single thought, Mu Wanning knocked me right back to square one. So, to increase her affection level, I discovered a little trick. Mu Wanning likes submissiveness. Every time I take the initiative to report to her what I did today, what I was thinking, her affection level would always go up by 3 or 5 points, and her dark side meter would drop as her affection level rose. Mu Wanning said she only had me. This was no lie. She had already treated me as the only life-saving medicine in this world, helping to ground her rationality. Subconsciously, she was not left with nothing. Mu Wanning wanted to have a better future, and entrusted entirely to me. Of course, I did not understand all this. I was just happy that the chances of a successful mission were getting higher. I do not know why, but Mu Wanning occasionally gave me a very familiar feeling. I tossed and turned in bed. Little assistant, do you remember how I entered the system space? My memory of these things was very blurry. I only remembered that when I first arrived, I was fixated on one thing, getting what I wanted most. But what did I want most? 4, 6, 7. I remember. You were like a madman back then. Shut up. As soon as the little assistant spoke, I snapped back at it. It muttered under its breath and did not speak again. I rarely dream, traveling through parallel universes, taking orders from the system. To complete various missions was surreal enough. Living in fear every day, or being dead tired. Who has time to dream? However, this time, I dreamt of a strange yet familiar scene. I am certain I have never experienced this. It was a woman. The woman's face was obscured by a layer of mist, unclear and hidden. But my heart was in unbearable pain. A throbbing, dull ache. The scene was a bathroom. The blood from the woman's body was constantly draining away, washing down the drain along with the water from the showerhead. A man in a blood-stained suit held her face, his shoulders trembling incessantly. This felt like being in the system space, watching mission movies from parallel universes. I leaned in closer and heard what the man was saying. He said, "Do not leave me, please." He murmured something else faintly, but the system emitted a warning sound, accompanied by a strong electric shock. I instantly woke up from the nightmare. Staring at the ceiling, the lingering sensation of the dream remained, but the images slowly began to fade. What happened? When I asked, I realized my voice was terribly hoarse. I struggled to get out of bed to get a glass of water. Then I heard the system say, "The mission target has been attacked, currently critically injured. Vital signs are extremely low."
What?
At the system's words, the glass in my hand crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces with a loud crash. What happened? I scrambled out of bed, hastily changing out of my pajamas. In my rush, I even put my shirt on backward without realizing it. The crucial clip was pulled up by the system. Mu Wanning and Mu Cheng were on their way home, walking and discussing company matters. Mu Wanning indeed had a talent for this. She understood many things with just a hint. This could not help but make Mu Cheng look at her with newfound respect. Who knew this harmonious father-daughter scene would be shattered? While they were waiting at a red light, a car suddenly lost control and charged towards them. Mu Wanning instinctively threw herself from the passenger seat over Mu Cheng. Shattered glass cut her, covering her in blood, and the largest piece pierced straight into her back. The airbag deployed, slamming hard against Mu Wanning's forehead. Her body jolted, and she passed out. The scene changed. Mu Cheng dragged Mu Wanning out of the car. Still in shock, Mu Wanning looked dead. Her chest showed no signs of rising or falling. For some unknown reason, the almost forgotten dream resurfaced in my mind. I seemed to see the face of the woman in the dream clearly. It was Mu Wanning. This realization almost stopped my heart. I squatted down in agony, coughing violently, tasting a metallic flavor in my throat. I suddenly vomited. The red blood vanished into the red carpet. I froze, wiped my lips, and practically stumbled and crawled my way to the hospital where Mu Wanning was receiving emergency treatment. Mu Wanning, you better not die. If you die, I am finished. Sitting in the taxi, I suddenly remembered the system's words. It said attack. This was no accident. It was deliberate. Someone wanted Mu Wanning dead. When I arrived at the hospital, Mu Wanning was still in emergency surgery. There was no one outside the air. I specifically went to Mu Cheng's ward. It was packed with people. Mu Cheng had been well protected by Mu Wanning. He only had some superficial wounds. Gifts were piled up like a small mountain. The contrast between the two sides was starkly visible. Even though I had anticipated this, seeing it with my own eyes still brought an unbearable bitterness. I could probably understand Mu Wanning's actions in the original setting now. Just as I had said, she sprouted from the darkness and bloomed on the edge of a cliff. Are Mu Wanning's relatives here? The doctor came out, looking bewildered at the empty hallway. It was probably his first time encountering a situation where no one was waiting outside. I wiped away my tears and stood up. "Hello. I am. You are Mu Wanning's. She is my girlfriend. I have the authority to make decisions regarding these matters. How is she doing now?" The surgery was very successful. No internal organs were injured. Mild concussion. The glass shards in her body have been cleaned out. We are currently finalizing the surgery. We need your signature. I glanced at it. It was the medical bill. I sniffled. Where do I pay? The cashier is on the first floor. Thank you. I signed my name with practiced ease. Standing at the door, I waited until the light above the operating room went out. When Mu Wanning was wheeled out, her eyes were still open. Her head and body were wrapped in bandages everywhere. Wanning. I quickly hurried over. I wanted to reach out and hold her, but her body was covered in wounds. I was afraid of accidentally hurting her. Why are you here? Mu Wanning spoke with great difficulty. She forced a smile. I am fine. Just a little dizzy. The patient had a local anesthetic. She needs to rest now. The doctor reminded me. I nodded. I know. I will come over in a bit. I sniffled. Carefully bending down, I pressed my face close to hers. Do not be afraid. I won't let anyone hurt you again. If people leave me alone, I leave them alone. Mu Wanning's life is more precious than mine. None of this was in the original setting. I figured being calculating about this would not incur the system's wrath. Right. Mu Wanning suddenly reached out and grabbed me. She was agitated. Do not go. I looked at her and gently pulled her hand away. Rest well. Mu Wanning rarely got to see my back. When we walked together, I would always stay 2 small steps behind, following her like a little tail. It was the same before. Mu Wanning was always the one walking ahead, the one who left the earliest. As the elevator doors closed, Mu Wanning saw through the gap that my back was growing more distant. She could not grasp it. This sense of loss made her head spin uncontrollably, and ultimately, unable to hold on, she fell into a deep sleep. Holed up in the hallway of Mu Cheng's ward, I stared at the fluorescent lights above. Was it Chang Haitang? But what reason would she have to ruthlessly kill Mu Wanning? Could it be because of that email? No. Chang Haitang is the only daughter of the Chang family. She was used to being domineering and showing no mercy, but at her core, she was still a woman. Otherwise, why would she go mad just like that after seeing her daughter being schemed against, and her husband making a will? It is clear that she is mentally fragile, even if it did not show on the surface. Standing strong all alone must have left her exhausted. Then who could it be? I pursed my lips and made a decision. This was a good opportunity. Regardless of whether Chang Haitang actually attacked Mu Wanning, she had to take the blame for this. To ensure Mu Wanning's safety, power was the only way. I suddenly wanted to eat candy. I did not usually have this habit. It was just a sudden thought that popped into my head. So I went and bought a handful of candy, stuffing my pockets full. Waiting until the people in Mu Cheng's ward had dispersed, I found an opening and slipped inside. Mu Cheng was lost in thought. He did not even notice me entering. Hello, I spoke first, pulling up a chair for myself. Mu Cheng snapped out of it and looked at this unfamiliar boy. He was young, even looking quite naive. Yet his face wore a cold expression. Pretending to be mature, Mu Cheng smiled faintly. And you are? Your wife wants to kill you, I said flatly. Mu Cheng's brow furrowed. He had not considered this possibility. Because of Mu Wanning's arrival, his relationship with Chang Haitang was already at the breaking point. She was someone who could not stand even a grain of sand in her eye. The reason he had not looked after Mu Wanning until now was fear that Chang Haitang would try a second time if the first failed. You should not say such things recklessly, Mu Cheng said. Who are you? And why have you come to drive a wedge between my wife and me? Do you want to see evidence? I did not answer him directly. I looked up at Mu Cheng with a calm gaze. Wait for me. I will go find the evidence for you. You. Shh. The fact that we met is a secret. I stood at the door, raising my index finger to signal silence. As for why I'm telling you this, I can only tell you that she provoked someone she should not have. Even if you do not act, I won't let her off. After I left, Mu Cheng remained deep in thought. Someone she should not have provoked. Who was it? And who was this boy? Mu Cheng reached for a glass of water. Too many things had happened recently. He simply could not untangle the threads. With my hands in my pockets, I wandered aimlessly around the hospital. The system assistant asked me blankly what I was thinking. I said, things have veered off the original track. That much was obvious. Check Mu Wanning's dark side meter. Villainess's dark side meter, 70. Do you know why people feel hatred? The assistant did not understand my thought process. It could only ask dumbly. Why? Because of prejudice. Because of powerlessness. Because of a refusal to accept fate. I crouched down. While I do not understand how your system defines the dark side, I do not think what Mu Wanning is feeling is evil. These are the emotions any normal person would have. You want her to live a quiet, stable life under these circumstances? And be a good person. Forget Mu Wanning. Even I would go mad. So the host wants to. The assistant already had a vague sense of unease. My expression was vacant. After all, in the original setting, Mu Wanning had a long list of misdeeds, numerous bad deeds. So I do not dare gamble. I am afraid she will find pleasure in revenge, and follow that same path. Therefore, what others owe her, I will collect. When she is powerless, I will hand her the knife. What she is unwilling to accept, I will make up for her. I squeezed the bubblegum in my hand until it was soft. I refuse to believe she can still turn evil after all this. True, she is not turning evil. But you are. The assistant said faintly. It knew its host did not do things by the book. Back when I first started system missions, it was total chaos. I just did whatever I wanted. Now that I had done every single thing a villain would do, under the guise of saving someone, it felt like that actually made some sense. It thought, living with this host for so long, its own logic must be failing too. Though I said I would find evidence, I did not actually move. When no one else was around, I would slip into Mu Wanning's ward to take care of her with all my heart. I was genuinely discussing things with Mu Wanning this time, and surprisingly, we actually figured something out. It really was Change Haitang's doing. Mu Wanning said this as if discussing someone else's business. I frowned. She was so ruthless. I had not influenced Chang Haitang's storyline. How did it deviate from the original setting? She only meant to scare me though. Mu Wanning smiled. I was the Owen who negotiated with the attacker. I told him to hit harder. I gasped. Are you scared? Mu Wanning looked at my expression, her lips curling up. What you said before might be right. I am not a good person by nature. But you did not hurt anyone else. I pulled up the blanket and tucked her in. But you are not allowed to hurt yourself ever again. This is just the easiest way to gain Mu Cheng's trust. Mu Wanning sighed. You did the right thing here. But next time, before you do anything, could you discuss it with me? I was just giving Mu Cheng a little nudge. Since it really was Change Haitang's doing, there will be a paper trail. I smiled. Even if it was not Chang Haitang, I would have found a way to pin it on her. Mu Wanning stared into my eyes. I looked perfectly innocent, yet my words were incredibly sinister. Mu Wanning reached out and rubbed my face. The two of them really were a match made in heaven. Over the next few days, Mu Cheng did indeed start investigating Chang Haitang. That mysterious boy from that day never returned after leaving. He did not trust what others said. He only trusted what he saw. Lying in the hospital bed, Mu Cheng felt a chill run through his entire body. Chang Haitang made soup for him, but he did not touch a single drop. He was afraid the woman was poisoning him. When Chang Haitang heard Mu Wanning was in the and Mu Cheng was covered in injuries, she was actually very panicked. Even though the car was found to have brake failure, and the driver's lips were sealed, she had not expected those people to be so reckless. Go back home. Mu Cheng sighed. He had tolerated Chang Haitang for too long. This woman was never satisfied, and she was overly ambitious. He was truly exhausted. It was true. Back then, he had married this woman for power, allowing himself to live a life above others. But now, he no longer needed Chang Haitang. This woman, the woman lying beside him, had a heart of a scorpion. Looking at her, Mu Cheng felt his head was hanging in mid-air, waiting for the family to fall apart at any moment. Chang Haitang was not only secretly transferring his shares, but had even bought a massive insurance policy on his life.
What?
He worked himself to death for the company, only for his life to be traded for money in the end. 20 years of marriage, and not a shred of human decency remained. Having done wrong, Chang Haitang's attitude was indeed much better, Mu Cheng said. She listened to whatever, but this did not make Mu Cheng feel she had softened. He thought she was likely just afraid of being caught. After Chang Haitang left, Mu Cheng began to act. On the surface, he was the owner in control of the corporation, but everyone knew Chang Haitang was the real power behind it. He was going to throw her out. Since she had been so ruthless, he would not show any mercy. I did not expect the plot to move so fast. Really, when I saw the news about the corporation hit the headlines, I was completely stunned. Wanning, look at this. I showed the good news to Mu Wanning. It said, stock prices plummet. Marriage in ruins. Right there were blurred, scandalous photos of Chang Haitang, depicting a debauched scene. The comments below were even worse. I smacked my lips, looking worried. You did not do this, did you? In the original setting, this really was Mu Wanning's doing. But current Mu Wanning just frowned. You are by my side 24 hours a day. Where would I find the time to do this? Then it must have been Mu Cheng. The expression on my face was indescribable, as if I would eaten something disgusting. They would been married for so many years. How could he leak this kind of news about his own wife? And these photos. Mu Wanning also despised this behavior. But she said nothing. Sigh. Next, Mu Cheng will probably break things off with Chang Haitang completely. I sighed. The Mu family matters had finally reached their climax. And it was not even Mu Wanning's doing. Is there anything more satisfying than watching your enemies destroy each other, while you reap the benefits? Just as I predicted, the Mu family had collapsed. Chang Haitang did not dare go out, never imagining Mu Cheng would plot against her. And this man, wearing a mask of official coldness, pushed a contract in front of her, and told her, for the good of the company, this agreement, you signed it, right, Mu Cheng? Chang Haitang said through gritted teeth. You really are an ungrateful dog. I should have let that car kill you back then. So you admit it. Mu Cheng's face remained impassive, as he looked at her silently. I have tolerated you for a long time. What did Yi Qing do wrong, that you had to take her life? You are still thinking about her. Chang Haitang slammed the table. Think about it yourself. I have been with you for all these years. When have you ever cared for me like that? You still have her photo in your desk. You are the one who killed her. It was your infidelity. You said such sweet things to me back then, saying I was your only own. And this is how you love me. Mad woman. Mu Cheng cursed. I have not looked after them for all these years. I watched my own daughter suffering and wandering outside. My heart was already filled with guilt. But you could not even manage to just ignore them. You really are insane. I have done all I can for you. Just sign the agreement. Do not worry. It should be given to Mu Qian. I won't be without her. But a woman like you, I do not dare keep you around. I did not do much. Upon hearing Mu Cheng only wanted to kick Chang Haitang out of the house, I sat in a late-night internet cafe with a lollipop in my mouth and hacked into their official website's back-end. That was not enough. Mu Cheng was too naive. He could not just get rid of Chang Haitang like that, even if he had managed the company for so many years. He forgot that the company originally belonged to the Chang family. Even without Chang Haitang, there were other members of the Chang family. A sex scandal is too easy to handle. In the end, he might even be coerced, bringing trouble on himself. I have traveled through so many worlds that my skills are almost maxed out. In this technologically backward world, a website with simple security could be altered in minutes. The media was already eyeing the corporation for a scoop when they saw things like corruption and cover-ups, negligence, and murder going unpunished. The notifications on the official website instantly exploded. Starting from that night, the most important plot point affecting Mu Wanning entered its final countdown. My original expectation was 6 months. Now it looks like it could end even sooner. I peeled an apple for Mu Wanning. Her injuries had mostly healed, though unfortunately her already scarred body now had a few more small marks. Unlike my distress, Mu Wanning appeared quite relaxed. She felt a few scars were no big deal. Mu Wanning instinctively touched her face. Luckily, she had protected it well back then, and did not get any scratches. In a few days, I will go to the company and get what your father wants. My hand slipped, and the apple peel broke. My tone was a bit detached. Actually, you do not have to. I know what Gu Shiyan is planning. He wants to take down Mu Cheng's company and use that as a foothold in the imperial capital. Do you not want power and money? I looked up at her, then continued peeling the rest of the apple. The Mu family is already a total mess. As long as we push a little harder, you could easily take those things for yourself. With only Mu Qian left, I have a way. Before I could finish, the words died in my throat, because Mu Wanning was looking at me, her gaze heavy, with unreadable emotions. I never wanted any of that. Mu Wanning said flatly. And I have never felt like a member of the Mu family. When did you start planning this? Mu Wanning was becoming a bit oppressive. She leaned back on the bed, bending toward me. Or should I say, you knew I was a Mu from the very start, and that is why you were nice to me. You want the Mu family? I quickly turned my head away. I did not mean it that way. I just thought, if you wanted it, I would fight for it. I felt I would made another mistake. It seems I was too fixated on the original plot points. So I kept pushing her toward her original path. Did she really only want power back then? But there was nothing I could do. I lowered my head and did not answer. Once I leave, Mu Wanning will be all alone again, isolated, with no own to rely on. The thought of it deeply troubled me. I cut the apple into pieces and held Own up to Mu Wanning's lips. Try it. It is very sweet. Mu Wanning opened her mouth. Actually, I do not want you to get dragged into a place like that. I just want your life to be better. I lowered my head, letting out a long sigh before asking, have you ever heard the saying, other than yourself, no Oan can stay with you until the end? Mu Wanning's movement paused. She suddenly grew angry, grabbing my arm with own hand. What do you mean by that? I mean, life is full of surprises. Never mind. If you do not want it, then do not take it, as long as you are happy. Gu Shiyan. I told you. I do not like you keeping things from me. Mu Wanning did not let go. Instead, she tightened her grip. If you have something to say, say it. I will do whatever you want me to do. But can you stop always saying things that make me feel like you are going to leave me at any moment? My wrist hurt. It was already turning slightly red from her grip. All of Mu Wanning's resentment finally softened in the face of my passive expression. Her voice turned pleading, her tone trembling. Her eyes gradually turned red, her voice incredibly light, sounding so aggrieved. I am afraid. I am really afraid. Mu Wanning pulled me closer to her. I do not know why I am like this. If you do not like it, I can change. No. I reached out and put my arm around her shoulders. You do not need to change anything. I will never say it again. If you want me to study medicine, I will retake the exams this year. And go study medicine. I will study hard. Wait for me. I still want to live a long life with you. Okay. Mu Wanning looked like a child afraid of losing a toy, expressing her vulnerability so plainly. It was hard for me to say no. So, against my better judgment, I agreed. In truth, leaving the system would mean the end of my life in this world. But there were other ways. Then you must live a good life. I half-crouched to look her in the eye, saying worriedly, I like people who are kind and innocent. Mu Wanning was startled. She felt as if my gaze had seen right through the filth in her heart, stinging her with pain. Innocent. Kind. She was neither of those things. She did not even know what people like that were like. But since I liked it, she would learn to be it. Mu Wanning's methods were effective. Mu Cheng trusted her deeply. She gained access to his office easily, and while he was away, she plugged a USB drive into his computer. Throughout the entire process, Mu Wanning was calm and composed. When the copy complete message appeared, she pulled out the drive. Mission accomplished. All of Chang Haitang's dirty laundry was exposed. On the day of the trial, Mu Wanning went to watch in secret. That once glamorous woman, she had become haggard in such a short amount of time. Her mother's death had not been exposed to the public. This court hearing was for another past scandal the reporters had dug up, another of Mu Cheng's past romantic debts. That girl, 7 months pregnant, had died on the operating table. The methods and circumstances were almost identical. That girl was only 19 when she died. Let us go. Hearing that Chang Haitang was sentenced to 10 years, I took Mu Wanning's hand. Regardless of the details, she finally got the retribution she deserved. I whispered. See, the law never lets a villain go unpunished. Right. Mu Wanning did not say a word. She knew very well that without me, justice would not have arrived so swiftly. I walked out of the hall and stretched. The next second, Mu Wanning hugged me from behind. Her voice was low and heavy, as she simply said, "Thank you." As she said those words, the system notified me that her dark side meter had dropped to 30. I turned around, leaned down, and kissed her on the lips. You should thank yourself too.
Mm-hmm.
I smiled faintly. Life used to be so bitter. But you endured it and made it through. I reached out and ruffled her hair. You have worked hard. I also had to thank Mu Wanning for not killing me, and for giving me the chance to complete my mission. Gu Shiyan got exactly what he wanted. He publicly announced Mu Wanning's identity as my fiancée at a high-profile event. He even promised to hold a grand wedding for us as soon as we graduated. That very night, the Mu Corporation fell into a fatal crisis. Mu Cheng's computer contained far too much incriminating evidence. Gu Shiyan used it to trade with Mu Cheng's rivals for a permanent foothold in the capital. Mu Wanning heard that her father was imprisoned for tax evasion and bribery. She remained cold and indifferent throughout. When she heard Mu Cheng wanted to see her, she was even more unmoved. She told the messenger that she had never intended to acknowledge Mu Cheng as her father. His very existence made her feel disgusted. Now, Mu Wanning held my hand as we strolled through the streets. Speaking of which, do you really not plan to seize any of the Mu family's assets? It is not mine, so I won't take it. Mu Wanning replied. She turned to look at me and added, we do not need other people's things. But if there is something you truly want, I will work hard to get it for you. Hearing her say that, I pouted slightly. If you do not want it, then forget it. The Mu family was nothing but an empty shell now. Mu Qian had lost both her parents. Struggling alone with a nearly bankrupt company, she had no time for anything else. Mu Wanning's dark side meter was hovering around 5%. I could not understand what key plot points were left to trigger her. Logically speaking, everyone she needed to take revenge on had met their end, right? I am planning to handle the withdrawal procedure soon. Mu Wanning said, I want to retake the college entrance exams this year. Why? Did you forget? I want to study medicine. Mu Wanning pinched my cheek gently. Even though there are doctors everywhere, I would not feel safe leaving your treatment to them. There is no need. I thought for a moment. It can't be cured anyway. I know. Mu Wanning frowned. Was not it you who said it? That you wanted me to study medicine? That a doctor's white coat would suit me? But I have changed my mind now. I want you to study what you actually like. What you need is what I like. Mu Wanning's response was incredibly natural. Seeing her so determined, I fell silent for a while. Let me talk to my dad.
With your grades,
It should be easy to pull some strings for a transfer. No need. I do not want to rely on anyone else. No matter how much Mu Wanning changed, that deep-seated pride remained. I did not press the issue. Leaving was fine too. It would completely sever any ties with Lin Zixuan and Shen Yu. I rented an apartment nearby. The counselors were very regretful about Mu Wanning's withdrawal. But no one could change her mind. Every day I went to class. And every day I returned to find her either doing exam prep or buried in medical books. Days passed on by on. But her dark side meter still had not hit zero. Tell me, what obsession does she have left? I could not figure it out. I asked the assistant. The assistant did not know either. The pain of having 0 points. I was forced to lose the ability to read the target's inner thoughts. I could only lie in bed, tossing and turning, rethinking the original plot. Things had reached a stalemate. I felt quite helpless. Before I knew it, half of the 6 months had flown by. The weather was gradually turning colder. Seeing me leaving for school early in the morning, Mu Wanning picked up a jacket and draped it over my shoulders. What do you want for lunch? Ha! You are so virtuous. I reached out and hugged her waist. Make whatever you like. I love everything you cook. Mu Wanning chuckled softly. I will wait for you at home. Pick up a jar of that jam you like on your way back. Okay. I nodded. Mu Wanning buttoned my jacket to the very top. Own by On. She smoothed out my messy short hair. Go on. I kissed her on the cheek. I am off then. I was reluctant to leave. I took a few steps back. Mu Wanning waved at me, nodding, and watched me step into the elevator. Thinking about becoming my wife in the future, Mu Wanning felt a strange mix of wonder and fear. Fear that she would not take good care of me. Fear that things were going a bit too smoothly, and that the eventual price would be too heavy to bear. I did not care how Shen Yu and Lin Zixuan were progressing. Since I moved out of the dorms, and we were not in the same classes, Our contact was virtually zero. Since we were not the type to greet each other anyway, we did not even have to pretend to be polite. After school, I went straight to the supermarket. It looked like it was going to rain. The late autumn wind was biting. I rubbed my hands together, pushing a shopping cart when I heard people arguing in the next aisle. I glanced over and froze in my tracks. No way. That man looked familiar. He had a scar across his face, running from his forehead to the corner of his eye. Red and angry looking, he seemed very dangerous. I thought for a long moment, then suddenly slapped the shopping cart handle. I remembered. This was the first time I had seen him in reality, but he had left a deep impression from the original plot in the system space. This was the thug who had humiliated Mu Wanning's mother. Back then, he was incredibly arrogant, but I did not recall Mu Wanning seeking revenge on him. Could her remaining dark side meter be tied to this man? The man was arguing with a clerk. I casually wandered nearby, eavesdropping on their meaningless conversation. I grabbed a few random items, and when I saw him leaving, I immediately followed. After paying, I trailed him quietly at a distance. When he got into a car, I instructed my driver to follow him. The driver was confused, but he obeyed the young master's orders without question. The man took several turns before reaching a dilapidated shack. I do not know what happened inside, but the sound of a woman wailing broke out, accompanied by the noise of things being smashed. I immediately dialed 110. Police. There is a fight going on here. A man is beating a woman brutally. He is going to kill her. Yes, it is 74 Qingjiang Road. Please. Uncles, hurry, she is not going to make it. Hurry. After doing that, I had the driver park in a corner. We waited until the police arrived. A short while later, the man was hauled out. I quickly snapped a photo. Later, I would show it to Mu Wanning. The moment that meter hits zero, I can apply to leave this world. Mu Wanning had already checked my schedule twice. I was 2 hours later than usual. She frowned and was about to call. When she heard the door open, the food was already cold. But I did not care. I sneaked into the kitchen for a few bites, then hurried over. Hey, I saw something so interesting on the way back. I had to share it with you. Mu Wanning felt a bit helpless. She sighed. Then why did not you tell me first? Going off to watch a show without a word. I thought something had happened to you. What could happen to me? I felt she was acting a bit strange. I glanced at her and pulled out my phone. I saw a man beating his wife, so I called the cops. The police are actually quite efficient, you know? They do not tolerate that kind of criminal activity at all. Look. Does not he look pathetic being dragged away like that? Look. I smiled and held the phone up for her. Mu Wanning's pupils constricted. Before I could even celebrate, I heard. Villainess's dark side meter, 90. Gu Shiyan. Where did you see this man? Mu Wanning looked at me calmly. I suddenly thought of a phrase. The sea is always too calm before a massive storm. I subconsciously swallowed hard. My words came out stuttered. Do you know him? Well, if you want to see him, you will have to go to the station. He did not look like a good person. He won't be getting out anytime soon. You. Where exactly did you see him? I shrank my neck back. Mu Wanning took a step toward me. Why would you go to a place like that? I was just wandering around out of boredom. I lied through my teeth without blinking. Mu Wanning looked at me for a long time, then took a breath. Her dark side meter dropped back down, getting stuck at the 5% mark. I have never hated the number 5 so much in my life. But one thing was certain. Her current dark side had nothing to do with those old events.
Wash your hands.
Let us eat. Mu Wanning set the chopsticks down. A moment later she added, if you are going to be late next time, remember to tell me. No matter what happens, you must report it to me immediately. After she said that, Mu Wanning frowned. Is my desire for control getting too strong? No. It is perfect. I quickly denied it. Control, possessiveness, paranoia, all these things combined made her Mu Wanning. I did not expect her to change anything. Being herself was just fine. It was not my business anyway. She did not respond. She sat across from me at the table, quietly lost in thought. I had noticed through observation that Mu Wanning had been zoning out a lot lately. Her mood was erratic. The daily affection level updates would change 3 times a day, and those were the small changes. Fortunately, her affection never dropped below 50. I talked a bit more about school. Mu Wanning suddenly looked up and interrupted. Is the food good? I chewed on my chopsticks.
Mm-hmm.
Mu Wanning frowned. Then why has not it shut your mouth? The atmosphere turned icy. I thought for a moment. Do you find me annoying? Mu Wanning set her chopsticks aside, lowering her gaze. I do not like you speaking well of others. Not at all. She was suffering from a severe fear of loss. She rubbed the bridge of her nose. I am full. I will clear the table in a bit. I will take you to school this afternoon. I did not know what I would said wrong. I could only watch her leave the table. I do not understand. I scarfed down the rest of the meal. Her mind really does work differently than most. When she said she would take me, she walked me right to the classroom door. And finally met the classmate I would been mentioning lately. That girl was indeed very graceful. Great figure, beautiful face. She smiled as soon as she saw me. Mu Wanning's lips curled into a cold, mysterious smile. She let out a soft huff. I had praised that girl's fashion sense, and said she looked very aloof, with few friends, yet was very enthusiastic toward me. When we talked about exams today, she had written her answers so quickly, and even passed them to me. Mu Wanning finally could not take it. She probably did not even realize that she was paying an excessive amount of attention to this classmate. Mu Wanning scanned the girl from head to toe. Her gaze was provocative. She pulled me over and kissed me on the forehead. Go. Study hard. The whole class knew I had a beautiful girlfriend, but seeing her in person was something else. They were forced to watch a display of affection. There was constant whispering. I smiled and accepted it, waving my hand. Okay, I am heading to class. Wait. She suddenly thought of something, and walked away quickly. A moment later, she returned with a bottle of room-temperature green tea. Here. I do not want to drink this. Then just look at it.
What?
Go to class. Mu Wanning gave me a gentle push. She did not leave right away. With hands in her pockets, she leaned against the doorframe, her eyes never leaving that girl. It was not until the teacher arrived that Mu Wanning finally left. Holding the green tea, I was still wondering, what exactly did she mean by that? The way your girlfriend looked at me was so fierce. Seeing Mu Wanning leave, the girl turned around from the front row. Gu Shiyan, does your girlfriend have a bad temper? I froze for a second, not quite processing it. No. Why would you think that? Girls understand girls best. Have you two only been dating a short time? I looked at the green tea in my hand and began to understand. The girl continued. Right now, she still treats you like a treasure, but as time passes, her true temper will show. See, she was that fierce to a complete stranger. Her attitude toward her boyfriend won't be good later on. Listening to this, I nodded. I handed her the green tea. What is this? She was stunned. I smiled. My girlfriend bought this for you. But that girl was right about one thing. Girls really do understand girls best. My Mu Wanning saw right through her with just one glance. Mu Wanning, who I would been keeping a close eye on, felt it. She looked up from the desk by the window. The curtains moved slightly, letting in a few piercing rays of sunlight. She reached out, and the light fell into her palm. Unfortunately, light cannot be held. So, what about Gu Shiyan? She opened her hand again, looking at the light covering her fingertips. Would he stay quietly in her palm forever? There were too many things about me that she could not understand. For that, she felt fear. She knew I would not hurt her, because everything I did was so sincere, as if I wanted to pull out my heart just to show her. So, what was his motive? What did he want to get from her? Mu Wanning still had not figured it out. She did not want to. Even if this self-deception was foolish, she still held on to hope. For instance, hoping I could keep fooling her for a lifetime. What exactly is she thinking? This question had plagued me for 4 full months. Every time I looked at her, I wanted to ask, what are you still dissatisfied with? What else could possibly make you turn evil? But every time, I decided I could hold it in a bit longer. She was the perfect girlfriend every single day, practically wanting to tuck me in her pocket to protect me. If this were not a mission, I would feel that being with her, living a quiet life forever, would be quite nice. New Year's is coming. Mu Wanning interrupted my thoughts, blurting it out of nowhere. I looked at the bare trees outside the window and nodded. Yeah. We have known each other for almost a year. When she said that, I instinctively went to nod. Then I froze. I turned to look at her in shock. You remember wrong. We have known each other for 2 years. I see. Mu Wanning turned her face away. My heart was drumming. Was that really just a slip of the tongue? I do not think so. I sense a major crisis. On New Year's Eve, can you stay with me? When she said this, she turned slightly to meet my probing gaze. Seeing my panicked eyes, she nodded randomly. Then she added, just the two of us. Okay. Originally, Gu Shiyan wanted us to come home for the new year. After being set up by a woman and raising another man's daughter for 20 years, he suddenly came to his senses. He thought the only person he could rely on was me, though he never said how bitter he felt. His care for me had clearly doubled. When I said I wanted to spend it alone with Mu Wanning, Gu Shiyan was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, you young people have your own lives. Dad won't bother you. Just let me know if you need anything. Thanks. I said it casually. Gu Shiyan paused and sighed. You are my son. It is only right. No need for thanks. Regarding the winter break, I did not feel much of a part of it. Many couples were bidding tearful farewells at the gates. Mu Wanning patted my shoulder. You have moved everything out of school. Why? Are you not coming back next year? My eyes darkened. I really did think that I would spend this month of break with her. The goal was simple. Wipe out that dark side value as soon as possible, to prevent any more issues. By the time the next semester started, news of my death will probably reach the school. I do not want my parents or Mu Wanning to have to go through the trouble of packing up my belongings. It will save them from feeling sad seeing my things. Did not I move out of the dorm a long time ago? I just had not packed my things because it was a hassle. This is perfect. I will take this opportunity to move everything over. It is convenient. I smiled, making up an excuse. Mu Wanning pursed her lips and did not say a word. As time went on, the New Year atmosphere grew stronger and stronger. Mu Wanning seemed to take this very seriously. She cleaned our duplex apartment spotless early on. I teased her, calling her a snail fairy. Mu Wanning just shot me a look. Hey, are you unhappy lately? I casually tossed a cherry over. Mu Wanning raised her hand and caught it. Stared at me for a long moment. No. Yes, you are. I ran to her side with certainty, bent down to look at her face. Did I do something to upset you? No. Mu Wanning set down the broom in her hand, curled her lips into a very pale smile. I was just thinking that Mom can't celebrate the new year with me this year. I am just not quite used to it. My body stiffened. Yes, I had forgotten. I have become quite detached about life and death. But Mu Wanning is a real, living person. No one can genuinely laugh after losing a mother. On a day meant for joyful family reunions, I reined in the expression on my face and said softly, I am sorry. It is nothing. Life and death are determined by fate. Mu Wanning shook her head. I wrapped both arms around her neck. But it is okay. You will have me from now on. If you are willing, I can walk with you for a very long time. Really? Mu Wanning did not look very surprised. I nodded earnestly. Really? I am not lying to you. You would better not. I realized Mu Wanning was acting very strange. I had noticed it a long time ago. Her words, her behavior. If it were not for the fact that this era lacked high technology, and she had no access to AI systems, and thus would not have such wild imagination, I would almost suspect Mu Wanning had seen through my identity. I thought to myself, the system would not be so bored as to make me romance another mission executor, right? I eagerly waited until New Year's Eve. When I saw what she brought out, I panicked. The events that happened after getting drunk last time were still vivid in my mind. Mu Wanning slowly opened a bottle of red wine. It is a good day. Let us have a glass. No, no, no. I quickly waved my hands. Mu Wanning looked down and poured half a glass of wine. It is just the two of us here. I am not afraid of getting drunk. Seeing her walking over with the wine, I shrank my neck back. You are quite cute when you are drunk. Mu Wanning handed the wine to me. It is sweet. Liar. I scoffed inwardly. It is not like I have not had red wine before. This stuff has a serious kick to it. I truly have zero tolerance for alcohol. Just a few sips and my face turns red. Owen glass and I lose control of myself. Seeing I would not take it, Mu Wanning poured a glass for herself. Sitting across from me, she clinked the rim of her glass against mine and downed it in an own gulp. To our meeting, my heart stirred. Mu Wanning grabbed the bottle and poured another glass. She was drinking fiercely and fast. I quickly covered the rim of her glass with my hand. Stop drinking. You will feel terrible later if you drink this stuff. If you want to drink, I won't drink. Mu Wanning's words made my pupils contract. She slowly furrowed her brows. Do you really not want to drink? Or are you afraid of spouting nonsense after getting drunk? Mu Wanning said this half-jokingly. My body stiffened. I tend to make a fool of myself when I drink too much. I do not want to lose face in front of the person I like. It is not like you have not lost face before. I gritted my teeth, hesitated again and again. I can't drink. My health is not good. Mu Wanning suddenly froze. As if remembering this fact, she quickly cleared the alcohol away. I am sorry. I forgot. This time, I very clearly felt Mu Wanning's probing. She was definitely suspecting something. Looking back carefully at the things I had done, every single one of them was full of loopholes. Any normal person would probably suspect my identity, let alone this highly intelligent criminal mastermind. I made a mistake. I pondered secretly. I could not wait any longer. I have to take the initiative. Success or failure hinges on this. I spent half the night taking care of Mu Wanning, even though she clearly could not handle alcohol either. Once the buzz hit, she propped her head up, her eyes never leaving me. Being stared at like this made my scalp tingle. I waved my hand in front of her eyes. Stop messing around. Mu Wanning irritably pushed my hand away, sat blankly for a long while, then beckoned me. Come here. I did not know what she was plotting. I figured there was no point in arguing with a drunk person, but just as I walked up to her, she forcefully pulled me. Losing my balance, I planted my hands on her shoulders. A bit complainingly, I asked, "What are you doing? I am going to ask you a few questions. You must answer me truthfully." Mu Wanning's tone left no room for refusal. I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Mu Wanning held my wrists, slowly rubbing them. Her eyes were bloodshot. Looking at the serious action, it was incredibly alluring. She looked up, her eyes sparkling but calm, her expression indifferent. Do you really like me? I froze for a second, then nodded. My subtle hesitation was glaringly obvious. In Mu Wanning's eyes, Mu Wanning took a deep breath and asked again, approaching me, do you have a motive? Is not liking you enough? My suspicions were already aroused. I kept a straight face, forcing myself to play along. Mu Wanning opened her mouth, as if wanting to ask something else, but in the end, she did not ask. She reached out and hugged me. Do not lie to me. Mu Wanning's voice was very soft. The smell of alcohol and her hot breath brushed against my ear, making my face gradually burn as red as fire. Feeling ticklish, I dodged slightly. Her hands wandered around my neck. Anyone can lie to me, but not you, Mu Wanning said heavily. Why? I turned my head in confusion. Seeing her expression, I could not help but shudder. I sensed a subtle killing intent. I have always been very sensitive to danger. For example, right now, embraced in Mu Wanning's hot arms, I felt a chill down to my bones, eager to escape. Mu Wanning softened her voice, adding a bit more tenderness. Because I trust you, and only you. Before I started my mission, my relationship with Mu Wanning was like walking on thin ice. After starting the mission, I gained a new perspective. My relationship with Mu Wanning is called dancing with wolves. Mu Wanning suddenly remembered something. She dug into her pocket. I immediately wanted to jump away, terrified she would pull out a weapon and end my life right then and there. Mu Wanning's hands were shaking. My heart was pounding. A slight clink. I felt a cold sensation on my wrist. I instinctively closed my eyes. The next second I heard Mu Wanning say in my ear, "Gu Shiyan. Happy New Year." The sound of New Year's firecrackers rang out outside the window. Fireworks burst in mid-air, exceptionally dazzling and bright. I looked down and saw a watch on my wrist. It looked expensive at a glance. I frowned. Mu Wanning asked, "Do you not like it? It must have cost a lot of money, right?" "Not too expensive. The mall had a sale," Mu Wanning said. "Wear it well. Do not lose it." I did not ask her where she got the money. I turned around and hugged her, nodding heavily. Okay. I realized something very serious. In my subconscious, I was still very afraid of Mu Wanning. It was a fear deep in my bones. Mu Wanning seemed somewhat overcome with emotion. Her hands slowly moved to my waist, lowering her eyes, her gaze dodging. "Can I kiss you?" After Mu Wanning said this, her face drew closer and closer to mine. My heart was beating violently, eyes wide open, completely at a loss. Her breath was intertwined with the sweet aroma of red wine. Just when our lips were barely a centimeter apart, she suddenly stopped, looked at me, sighed. "Let us sleep. It is very late." I felt my throat go dry, paused. "You are not kissing me anymore." So impatient. Mu Wanning chuckled, lifted me off her, and set me on the floor, tugged at my shirt, which had ridden up on Owen's side. "Wait. Next time. I have been drinking." After Mu Wanning said this, she went straight to the washroom, leaving me standing there, completely bewildered. I did not know. After the washroom door closed, Mu Wanning stared at herself in the mirror, turned on the faucet, and cried, suppressing her sobs for a long time. By the time she came out, I was already asleep on the sofa, dead to the world. She did not know why, but she felt an urgent need to memorize my face. Mu Wanning grabbed a blanket and wrapped it around me. However long I slept, she watched me for just as long. When I woke up from my sleep, I met Mu Wanning's bloodshot eyes. Rubbing my sleepy eyes, I opened my arms. "Good morning, girlfriend." Villainess's dark side meter, 0. I was instantly hugged tightly by Mu Wanning. Our hearts pressed together, and suddenly hearing this line, I almost suspected I was hallucinating. The system's notifications continued to report, Villainess's dark side meter, 0. Villainess's affection level, 80. Congratulations to the host for achieving a rank clearance record. Reward points, 1,000. Does the host wish to detach from the mission now? My body shuddered. My brows furrowed. Mu Wanning looked full of concern. "Are you not feeling well?" "No." I looked at Mu Wanning with an expression of sheer disbelief, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Mu Wanning seems to be just this kind of baffling person. At the most unexpected times, she suddenly gives me a surprise. Seeing my expression was still off, Mu Wanning got a bit anxious. "Did you have another nightmare?" "No." I reached out and hugged Mu Wanning tightly, confusedly resting my head on her shoulder. Should I leave? I only hesitated for a split second. I quickly opened the long-forgotten point exchange shop, scrolled to the rarest item section. There was a function called Stand in AI. Generally speaking, after the host detaches from a world, the body they used will also perish. Sometimes, to ensure that the saved world continues to run normally, hosts will exchange points for a stand-in to live on in their place. I had never used this function before. First, I was reluctant to spend the points. Second, the missions I took on were all canon fodder roles. Whether I existed or not, the world would function perfectly fine. But Mu Wanning was different. I reached out and twirled a strand of her hair, seeing her look up at me questioningly. "Wanning, I am here." I pressed my forehead against hers. I had already made my preparations. She was full of smiles. "Do you want to kiss me?" "No." Mu Wanning frowned, not understanding why I was smiling so happily. It was the first time she had seen me smile like this. Unexpectedly, it would also be the last time. I felt a sense of regret. I blinked, tilted my head, and asked again, "Do you really not want to kiss me?" "Next time." Mu Wanning stood up. I hesitated for a moment, stepped onto the sofa and stood up. I wrapped my arms around Mu Wanning's neck, leaned in, and kissed her on the forehead. When it came time to leave, I actually felt a tiny bit of reluctance. Just a tiny bit. I constantly mentally prepared myself. These are just people in a parallel world who have nothing to do with me. I cannot abandon my own reality for a mission target. It is still early. Sleep a little longer. I will go buy breakfast for you. The same as always. 3 buns. Oh, and bowl of porridge. With sugar. I nodded. Buy 2 extra eggs too. Okay. Mu Wanning grabbed her wallet and headed out the door. As she stepped across the threshold, she felt a flutter of panic in her heart. She could not help but turn back to look at the boy sitting on the sofa. I was looking at her too.
Gu Shiyan.
I am leaving. Mu Wanning pursed her lips. Her steps felt heavy. Be careful on the way. I smiled. The moment the door closed, I reached over and grabbed the unopened soda. Numbly pulling the tab, I do not know who had shaken this soda, but the bubbles inside immediately surged out, splashing all over my hand. Even the air was coated in a layer of sweet and sour scent. Mu Wanning is not that great anyway, I muttered. She is cold and heartless, and a sensitive monster. I tilted my head back and took a sip. My throat felt a bit dry. If I do not leave now, the mission might not be completed, I said, leaving an AI stand-in behind. It will help me take good care of Mu Wanning. Right. The little assistant exercised its right to remain silent. Time to go. I stood up, touched the watch on my wrist. I have to say, it looks pretty good. There is still a month left. If you really can't bear to leave, I am not reluctant. I snapped back. Provoked by the little assistant, I spoke up. Apply to detach from the world. Host's request received. Detaching from the world. Estimated time, 1 minute. So short. Not even enough time to finish a bottle of soda. I felt a bit regretful, glancing at the closed door. I opened the advanced menu, exchanged points for the stand-in AI. When setting its attributes, I hesitated for a moment. Selected the 3 tags: kind, sunny, emotional. Holding the soda bottle, I felt my consciousness being drawn away. In the final moment, I thought I saw Mu Wanning. They say the connection between people is truly strange. When Mu Wanning's mother passed away, she inexplicably felt panicked and wanted to cry. She had deeply memorized that feeling. She did not know why, but on this ordinary day, with the lively atmosphere of everyday life all around, Mu Wanning just felt cold. She was standing in line. She had not even bought the food I liked yet, when suddenly a dull pain struck her heart. That pain was heart-wrenching, gradually spreading to her entire body, every limb and bone. Passers-by noticed something was wrong with her, and wanted to come help her. Mu Wanning suddenly remembered how strangely I had been acting these past 2 days. Ignoring the people trying to stop her, she pushed out of the crowd, and ran home as fast as she ever had in her life. Too late. The soda bottle slipped from my hand. The orange liquid gurgled out, spilling onto the floor. Mu Wanning could barely breathe, slowly approaching me. I looked very tired. Very tired. Mu Wanning stood beside me for a long time, and I did not notice at all. With trembling hands, she reached out to check my breathing. Shallow, but genuinely there. What are you doing? Mu Wanning swallowed hard, and crouched down. I was truly there, and alive. But Mu Wanning felt an emptiness in her heart. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? No. Is something wrong? The boy blinked. Were not you going to buy breakfast for me? So, where's the breakfast? I had already successfully arrived at the system's central control platform. I had to wait here for a while, because the system needed to match and find the reality closest to mine. To send me back, bored, I sat in front of the large screen, watching the interaction between Mu Wanning and the AI. Mu Wanning looked like she had lost and regained something precious. Hugging the AI tightly, for some reason I felt a sourness at the root of my teeth. The stand-in AI took over my body, and also took over all the memories in my body. Sitting in front of the screen, watching Mu Wanning, testing the waters again and again, I panicked for no reason. A guilty conscience fears a knock at the door. I was terrified Mu Wanning would find out something was wrong. Host, the real-world match is complete. Tomorrow at noon, you can detach from the system. and returned to the real world, wishing the host a happy life. I saw a large bouquet of roses floating towards me in mid-air. I reached out, caught it, and hugged it. The initial feeling of unreality finally settled fully into my body. I am leaving. I am finally leaving. Thank you. I wept tears of joy. Do not be too happy yet. It is easy for extreme joy to turn to sorrow. I just took my eyes off the big screen for a moment, to turn my head and study my real world. The world showed my identity as a high school sophomore. Excellent grades, handsome and kind-hearted, good family background too. I just wondered, then, why on earth did I get bound to this damn system in the first place? Before I could figure it out, I heard the system warning, Parallel World 03 Data Anomaly. Immediately after, the entire central control hall began flashing blood-red lights. I scrambled and crawled over to Mu Wanning's surveillance screen, and saw a scene I will probably never forget for the rest of my life. The AI stand-in on the screen was still fast asleep. Mu Wanning sat beside it, repeatedly caressing its cheek. Her movements were rough, but the AI never woke up. The monitor showed the AI's body had a sleeping pill concentration of 30%. Mu Wanning took the watch off its wrist, leaned down, and said flatly, "You lied to me, Gu Shiyan." At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. Where did I fall short? Why did you leave me? I was dumbfounded, hastily asked, "What happened? How did Mu Wanning become like this? What is she saying?" I had no way to return to the world to stop anything. I watched helplessly as Mu Wanning's hands wrapped around the AI stand-in's neck, her eyes chillingly terrifying. The data showed villainess's affection level 100, villainess's dark side meter 100. I clutched my head and wailed, "What the hell is this?" Even if the system malfunctioned, it should not produce such outrageous data, right? I think I know. Your goal now. Mu Wanning did not squeeze down. She looked up sharply, her eyes looking directly into the screen. "I will give you 5 minutes. If I do not see you, I will grant your wish." What did she mean, grant my wish?
What?
I was already panicking beyond belief. Having watched Mu Wanning's life play out like a movie, and having spent so much time with her, I can't say I completely understand Mu Wanning, but I know exactly what she is thinking right now. The camera panned. I saw Mu Wanning go to the kitchen, pick and choose, and grab a knife. In that moment, the string of sanity in my mind snapped. Villainess's dark side meter 100. This final kick at the goal line left me completely lost and frantic. The glaring red light in the system space, accompanied by sirens, pulled me back from my shock. Even if I was slow, by now I should have realized, in order to maintain the world of an S-rank mission, sacrificing a mission executor was nothing out of the ordinary. After all, I ruined it single-handedly. I asked the system assistant, "Can I just abandon everything here and not care?" The system did not know how to answer. This had exceeded its expectations as well. Actually, I knew very well. I was not asking the system. I was asking myself, could I abandon this world? Could I allow myself to abandon Mu Wanning? I did not know. The conviction driving me forward had always been to go home, but I had long lost the concept of home. Time within the system froze here. Just like the gears of fate in Parallel World 3 were jammed at this moment, my own gears were jammed too. I did not know if my past self had a choice when binding to this terribly unlucky system, and I similarly did not know if my current self had a choice. The right to choose between returning to her or going back home. I, usually so decisive, became irresolute. Yes, reason told me. I had a conviction that brought me to today. I must go home. But emotion was tearing at me. Mu Wanning. I was the one who pulled her out of that dark, muddy abyss. No matter what motive drove me, I had already become her everything. From start to finish, I was the one at fault. Yes, I personally became her light. I personally told her we would be together for a long, long time. It was me, it was all me. Who would have thought my deeply affectionate acting would incur such a romantic debt? My sluggish brain suddenly had a flash of insight, but what I thought of sent a chill down my spine. Mu Wanning seemed to have anticipated this day long ago. Through my intentional or unintentional hints, she already knew I was going to leave. That lingering 5% dark side meter was her desperately trying to keep me, right? I really wanted to deny this thought, but I could not. Because I could clearly feel Mu Wanning's love for me. She only had me. She was afraid I would leave, so she took care of me so carefully and meticulously. Perhaps she thought I would leave her on New Year's Eve, so she begged. Enough. I shouted out loud, trying to use my logical left brain, which wanted to go home, to slap awake my right brain, which had succumbed to its own romantic trap. What is going on? Could I, the mission executor, have been reverse conquered? But it seems it really is the truth. It had been the case ever since I willingly sacrificed my heart for Wanning. To be honest, there were countless ways to complete the mission. Did I truly just want to end the mission quickly? Or was I afraid she would get hurt again? I have already completed the mission. I can leave. I want to leave. I must. But why? Tears and snot mingled messily on my face, ultimately pooling at my chin and dripping down. I thought of a lot of things. That nameless me. That Gu Shiyan. That mother-in-law I never got the chance to call mom. That cheap dad who did not get to sit on the stage, waiting for the two newlyweds to serve him tea. And that Mu Wanning, whose heart, eyes and mind were full of me, who was probably going to laugh at me again. Why could not I let her go? The answer was obvious. It was practically bursting out. Did I want to be me? Or Gu Shiyan? I smiled through my tears. Cried through my smile. I was still struggling, starting to doubt what everything I had experienced was truly for. No matter how many worlds I had traversed, how many life and death cycles I had endured, I was ultimately still just a young man in his 20s. When I realized my mind was completely filled with her, I was surprisingly at peace. I do have a choice. I choose to become the me I want to be. System. The frozen time began to flow again, and with a messy, tear-stained face, I yelled the coolest words of my life. Send me back. The little assistant's calm and cold mechanical voice sounded right on cue. Then, host, you will lose. I know. I directly interrupted the system assistant. If I just abandon Wanning like this, then I am no different from her bastard father. I am sick of finding high-sounding excuses to convince myself. I choose Mu Wanning. The tearing and distorting sensation of transmigration accompanied my resounding oath as everything faded. Amidst the blinding white light. To ensure the host's safety, teleportation protection is now activated, gradually clearing abnormal statuses for the host. That was the last time I heard the system assistant's mechanical voice. I met Mu Wanning's resolute gaze, and the cold gleam of the sharp knife in her hand. Feeling the effects of the drugs being dispersed, I swiftly got up and pinned her down. Mu Wanning clearly had not expected that under such a massive dose, the man in front of her could suddenly rise up without warning. Subdued by me in an instant, I could tell this was a rare moment of panic for her. Meeting Mu Wanning's visibly shaken eyes, I kissed her fiercely. After a long moment of Mu Wanning's panicked struggling, I released the blushing, red-faced Mu Wanning and said, "Did not we agree you would not kill me?" Mu Wanning froze for a moment and said, "But that was not you." "Then were not you afraid I would not be able to come back?" "I do not care about that. I only want you to." We sat on the floor, seeing Mu Wanning staring at me angrily with a dark face. I wiped the tears from her cheek. "Do not be afraid, I am back." Mu Wanning suddenly threw her arms around me. "You finally came back. Do not ever leave me behind again." Hearing Mu Wanning say this, I suddenly felt a jolt like a bolt from the blue. This woman really can't be without me for a single second. I need to keep a close eye on her. At the same time, I covertly kicked the knife under the bed. I am never leaving again. This time, we will live a long, long life together. Mu Wanning smiled through her tears. Then I need to quickly cook the raw rice into cooked rice. Otherwise, who knows, you might abandon me and run away again. I felt a sudden, inexplicable surge of panic. What do you mean? Go home right now and get your household registration book. I had a fortune teller calculate it. Today is an auspicious day. Today is a good day. Everything you wish for will come true. Amidst Mu Wanning's cheerful singing, we sat in front of the red backdrop and took our first photo together. Red firecracker confetti scattered in the air, like a celebration, like a congratulation. What a talented and beautiful newlywed couple. Congratulations to you both. Thank you. Seeing Mu Wanning smiling so happily, I knew I made the right choice. Actually, I lied to you. Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, I leaned over and whispered to Mu Wanning, "Confess honestly. Lied to me about what?" Even though she was in a good mood having just gotten the marriage certificate, she still sensed a trace of crisis. I knew Mu Wanning was afraid I would leave without saying goodbye again. I hurriedly hugged her tight, brought my lips to Mu Wanning's ear and whispered, "Actually, I do not just like you for your face. So you have found someone prettier and do not like me anymore." "Of course not. Our Wanning is the prettiest," I meant to say. "From the very first moment I saw you, I knew I wanted to protect you for the rest of my life." That resilient, unyielding girl lying on the ground that day appeared before my eyes. Mu Wanning, she was never meant to be that kind of villainous character. She is a good girl. Then why did you still order people to hit me? I just used the wrong method back then. My sweet Wanning, let us not bring this up ever again, okay? I have turned over a new leaf. Hearing Mu Wanning's accusation, I scrambled to make amends. But thinking about how these past days, I had nurtured Mu Wanning to be healthy and happy, I felt a great sense of accomplishment, and an immense pride that only I could have done it. "What is this?" Mu Wanning blushed, a rare sight, coaxed by my words. She paused for a moment to recover, then said, "Then you would better be on your best behavior. My good husband." Hearing Mu Wanning call me husband, I was instantly overjoyed and shouted at the top of my lungs, "The super invincible, best husband in the universe and all the world." These words caused everyone inside and outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, whether getting married or divorced, to turn and look, making Mu Wanning feel both shy and immensely happy. Her face turned as red as an apple. She said with difficulty, "That is too long." Then the invincible best husband in the universe and all the world. Still too long. Then the best husband in the world. Mu Wanning stared at me, her face full of exasperation, while I unleashed my ultimate move. "If you do not call me that, I won't call you wife. Best husband in the world." Seeing Mu Wanning blushing and calling me that in a low voice, I was even happier. "I can't hear you." "Gu Shiyan. Do not push your luck." Mu Wanning, wearing a red wedding dress, stood shoulder to shoulder with me in the center of the stage. "In this life, my greatest gratitude is meeting you. In this life, my greatest gratitude is also meeting you." After saying that, I shot the male lead off stage the look of a victor. And the male lead was very cooperative, returning a highly exaggerated eye roll. I saw it, and felt incredibly satisfied. Our wedding was not large. Only our closest friends and elders. I took Mu Wanning around to receive everyone's blessings, drinking glass after glass. Our flushed faces were written with happiness. No more annoying electric shocks, no more annoying past life identities. All there was were the blessings given to us by everyone around. We were no longer all alone in the world. Guching was overjoyed to hear Mu Wanning call him dad for the first time. He handed over a portion of shares he had prepared long ago to Wanning on the spot. This served to announce to the world that this was his officially chosen daughter-in-law. He did not forget to nag me not to be fickle like he was in his youth, getting involved in messy affairs and letting down the own I love. Damn, my dear old dad. As if I would ever dare. In the imperial capital, Wanning, wearing a pure white dress, stood crying before the tombstone. Happiness and sorrow intertwined within her. Mu Wanning is lucky, but also unlucky. People who lack love will subconsciously offer their love to those who do not lack it, and I just happen to be able to give all my love to you. Perhaps that is exactly what I came here for. After a long time, I spoke up. "Mom, Wanning and I are married. Wanning and I hope you know, and I promise you, I will protect Wanning well. Now you are stuck with me for good." I smiled, looking at Mu Wanning. "Then you have to promise me one thing." "What is it?" "You are never allowed in the kitchen again." Mu Wanning suddenly laughed and shot back, feigning anger. "And you are not allowed to abandon me and run away again. You have to be with me for a long, long time." I hugged her tightly. "I won't. We will be together for a long, long time." Mu Wanning hugged me back and whispered in my ear, "I love you, Gu Shiyan." I love you too. Wanning. Is that so? How much do you love me? A little more than you love me when you're mad at me. Then let me ask again. How much do you love me today? A little more than yesterday. And a little less than tomorrow. A gentle breeze blew up pink petals that did not belong to this season, fluttering down to land in the young woman's hair. The newlyweds embraced in the wind, speaking the most enduring vows of love. Since ancient times, those without feelings should not enter the mortal world. Once the seed of love blooms, there is no other choice. My name is Gu Wan. This is my younger sister, Guning. I was standing at the door with my sister, deep in thought. The reason being, on the second day of winter break, we were swept out of the house by our dear mother. The reason was she wanted to go on a honeymoon with her best husband in the world. Whatever. Let us just go crash at Grandpa's place.